Cries were heard throughout the estate asking who he was. It was the guards to whom the boy replied that he was a Kunlun disciple nicknamed Cloud Dragon. The guards looked at each other and decided that they were looking at an ordinary tramp. And then they immediately started pointing fingers at him, shouting at him not to pretend, because there was no place for beggars here. In an instant he passed by them, saying that they were too harsh with their comrades. At that very moment, the guards took out their swords, angrily asking if he was deaf. After all, they did not allow him to pass, but in an instant, their blades were broken. Not understanding what had happened, they looked at their weapons, while the black-haired boy moved on. Taking a deep breath, he smiled, for here was the fresh air of Kunlun. Suddenly, a rather loud whistle sounded. In an instant, a multitude of people appeared surrounding the black-haired man. Their number was astonishing. There seemed to be too many of them, and each of them was extremely serious. They prepared for battle, defending their vast estate. Looking at them, the black-haired man thought that it was strange, because there were unfamiliar faces all around. Behind him, a man asked in a rough voice what all the noise was about. Looking at him, our hero did not recognize this man either. The boy immediately explained that he was a cloud dragon who had returned from closed training, adding that a lot of time had passed. The man immediately started shouting that their sect did not have such training. Our hero immediately asked the name of their masters, to which he heard the name Shin Chongqin. For a few more minutes they shouted the names of the masters. Hearing one name, our hero immediately began to shout that he was from the Tasajo clan. The man immediately tensed up, while behind his back his comrades could barely contain their laughter. Seeing this reaction, our main character did not understand what was happening. After all, an enraged man was rushing straight at him, shouting at him not to disgrace their comrades. However, the black-haired man dodged this blow as if nothing had happened, and he either kicked or simply touched the weapon. The man felt a strong recoil, but did not immediately understand what had happened. Just a second later, he noticed the tip of his weapon crumbling. Looking up at the sky, our hero guessed that about 100 years had passed since he began training, while the guys around him were shouting that there was an intruder in front of them. However, our hero himself did not pay attention to this, thinking only that time was passing too quickly. While he was thinking about this, his so-called comrades were already attacking him. Our boy didn't even bat an eyelid, raising his hands and starting to circulate some kind of force. And in an instant all the attackers were lying on the ground, making rather painful sounds. They were all defeated. But the long-haired man himself immediately left the sex estate after this, starting to go somewhere far away, because now he has no home. Walking through the forest, he thought about where he should go and what he should do. His thoughts were interrupted by a rumbling in his stomach, which surprised him, because he hadn't felt hungry for a long time. And this was all because of his over-focus on martial arts. He didn't even remember the last time he ate. Almost losing consciousness, he noticed a snow-white rabbit. Immediately, with incredible force, she pulled him towards herself. However, looking at his face, he doubted, because he was looking at him too sweetly. So he had to let him go, almost wiping away tears. He understood that he could not eat such a cute creature. Moving on, he wanted to find at least something. And so, after a fairly large amount of time, he was happy. He saw a building standing in the middle of the forest. He immediately recognized it. After all, this is the Kunlun Tavern, which he sometimes visited with his comrades and the master. With joy, he immediately went inside. Looking around, he was even surprised that during this time, almost nothing had changed inside. Sitting down, he smiled, because hospitality here was always at a high level. And then a gentle feminine voice rang out and greeted him. The girl immediately started asking the guy what he wanted to order. But a second later, the smile completely disappeared from his face. Looking at him, she saw that all the guy's clothes were shabby. She realized that the guy had been robbed. As she started to leave, she asked the guy not to rush. And our hero himself realized that he had no money. As he stood up, he thought that he should slip away as quickly as possible. However, he didn't have time, because the girl had already brought a portion of food. With the same smile on her face, she explained that it was on the house. After all, she understood that the guy had been robbed, so in difficult times they should help each other. Our hero didn't know what to answer her, because she was speaking the truth. But he still doubted, because nothing had been stolen from him. But hunger got the better of him, and he began to eat. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, telling him to stop. The man told him to take off his clothes and only then eat. The guy, clenching his teeth in anger, said that he had heard that many people claimed to be from Kunlun, but the guy was not from there. Continuing to eat, our main character looked at him, and then he added that he was from Kunlun, but he didn't say it with certainty. Putting away his sword, he was going to have a snack first, and then sort things out. Hearing this, the boy was speechless, his whole body shuddered. Gritting his teeth in anger, he couldn't believe that his words were ignored, because it proved that the person in front of him was a member of Kunlun. Sitting down, he asked to listen to the black-haired man. He said that these were not the clothes that imposters wear. he asked to take them off in a friendly manner. However, our hero did not react to this in any way and continued to eat. After finishing, he shouted loudly to the whole establishment that they had inherited a delicious recipe for fresh and tasty kuksu. The short-haired man considered this an insult, so he jumped up and swung. However, his blow did not hit our main character, but instead flew straight into his own face. At this time, our hero was thanking for the delicious food. When he went out, he thought about how he could pay for this food, because he had no money. Looking around, he focused his gaze on one thing. It was a huge tree that was located right next to the tavern. At this time, in the establishment itself, a girl was talking in the kitchen about some dumplings. And then, approaching the table, she noticed that the young man who had been robbed was not there. At that very moment, a loud noise began to be heard in the street. The girl decided to check, and when she came out, she screamed in surprise. After all, right in front of her was an indescribably huge mountain of logs. With the same surprised cry, she asked what it was. To which our boy replied that he simply decided to chop wood in exchange for free food. He added that he looked around and did not see any firewood anywhere. And then he began to bow, saying that he should go. The girl herself still could not believe her eyes. She asked to wait a little and have some dumplings. In an instant, the black-haired man found himself at the table and began to eat. A few minutes later, the girl also brought more, which surprised the long-haired man. After all, it had been a long time since he had enjoyed chicken. The girl also brought water, asking the boy not to hurry, because slower tastes better. Her name was Jin Sohee, and she also revealed that she was turning 19 this year. At that very moment, our hero began to think, because now, after leaving Kunlun, he could not even use his name. He thought about how he had spent 100 years facing the wall, so he introduced himself as Baekyu. Well, he also added about his age, saying that he was more than 100, which really surprised the waitress. She thought about what she had heard, that even very strong people often went crazy during training. But out loud she said something else, saying that the boy was very well preserved. Our hero asked again, to which she immediately began to shout in embarrassment that she meant something else. She blamed everything on the good condition of the chicken, with which our hero agreed. Our hero, by the way, asked if she was the only one running the tavern, to which she, looking away, said that her grandfather used to manage it, but he died, and now she is in charge. She also spoke about her rather poor condition. Hearing this, Beck realized that it was difficult for her to run the tavern. Standing up, he said that he was in her debt again, so he had one proposal. He offered to repair the inn if she hired him. She also said that she would leave after the renovation, but the girl said that she had absolutely no money. However, this did not bother our hero at all. He was ready for food and shelter, which made Jean very happy. They discussed it for a few more minutes. And eventually Jean agreed, calling the guy inside. A few minutes later, going outside, the long-haired man looked around, wondering where to start. Thinking about how to use tools like a normal person, he immediately asked about them. Jean brought them to him, and our hero set to work. While he was doing the renovation, he thought that he needed to come up with a plan for the future. After all, he didn't know what he could do in the future. They were in his thoughts as he swung the hammer. The innkeeper herself smiled when she heard this sound. After all, it was the same sound she heard every time her grandfather worked. Suddenly she turned completely red, either from fear or surprise, her mouth opening. She remembered that all the rooms were dusty, so the guy could only sleep on her bed. She even began to imagine it, and she clearly didn't like it, because it wasn't the best idea. Realizing this, she immediately rushed towards the sound, and running out into the street, loudly shouting that their contract is cancelled. She screamed that all the linen was ruined and there was nowhere to sleep. However, our hero already knew about this, because he looked around. Hearing this, Jean said with a trembling voice, "In that case, the guy should continue." While our hero, no longer quite trusting, looked in her direction. Beck pushed it off as her being simply absent-minded, so he didn't take it into his head. And then, some time later, the knocked-out boy woke up. He immediately jumped up sharply and started running towards the sound. Having broken the already broken window, he jumped out into the street. When he landed, he gave off quite a malevolent aura. He screamed that he didn't know who knocked him out, but he demanded that the guy take off his clothes. Our hero immediately interrupted him, asking the guy if he really didn't know about the door. The boy thought for a second, but almost immediately came back to his senses. And again he began to shout in displeasure, this time taking out his sword and rushing to attack. Our hero looked at him with incomprehension, seeing the angry face that rushed towards him. His whole appearance showed displeasure. Before he reached the end, he stopped abruptly, which greatly puzzled our hero. And then he sat down on the ground, taking out some kind of wooden box. Standing up, he explained that he was a disciple of Kunlun and could not attack an unarmed person. Therefore, he ordered his opponent to draw his sword. However, he also gave the choice for the man to take off his clothes, and then nothing would happen. As soon as our hero took out his sword, it didn't move, so the guy decided to attack first. Beck dodged all these attacks without even straining himself. The boy couldn't believe that his opponent was dodging his attacks so easily. He tried to attack the torso as well, and in the upper part of the body, but this did not help either. In the end, I decided to try to attack the lower one, but they also missed. He didn't understand why none of his attacks were hitting. Gathering his courage and strength, he jumped up, deciding to attack from above. But Beck dodged these attacks without any problems. Already out of breath from fatigue, he thought that he was bad, but there was no one better from his family. He said out loud that he saw that his opponent had learned wonderful martial arts. Beku himself thought with a smile on his face he was going to bring the guy to tears. Gritting his teeth, the short-haired man thought that he didn't want to do this. But he has no other choice. He needs to use the secret method of Kunlun. This attack is called Siachin Sword. 100-flower technique, the boy shouted as he began to attack at incredible speed. Still clenching his teeth in displeasure, he understood that no enemy would be able to dodge. But he didn't have time to say it out loud, because he was hit right on the head. He didn't even have time to understand what happened. Before he could look back, he fainted again. Laying his hand on the table, Beck thought that he had come across a rather stubborn guy. However, he understood that he simply sincerely valued Kunlun. But our main character still didn't understand, because the Xiaoqian method is for women. Why the guy used it. Hearing the noise, he turned towards it. Seeing the dishes lying on the ground, he immediately turned to Zhang. The girl could barely stand on her feet, holding her forehead and breathing heavily. She said that she had a fever since yesterday. So our hero immediately decided to check her forehead, which was burning. Seeing her suffering, he thought that if she studied martial arts, she could easily recover. But this was impossible. So he just put her to bed, deciding that she needed to rest. As he left, he asked not to worry about the tavern, because he would take care of it. She apologized to the guy, because it was only his first day at work, and she had already made him work hard. But our hero asked not to worry about it. Taking the sign in his hands, he decided to hang it up, temporarily closing the tavern. The boy, lying on the tables at that time, spoke incomprehensibly about the master. He had a wonderful dream with his master, who spoke about the place of 9 sects, which surprised the boy. He asked the man loudly. After all, this is the place where people from the Orthodox faction gather to discuss skills. Exhaling heavily, the master asked about the guy's current skills. He also said that he could not believe that the consequences of the Great War were so great. The war between the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction ended in victory, but the damage was severe. After all, she took too many masters. It was hard to even call this victory that. The master shouted and asked if the boy was really refusing, because then he would have to go. To which the short-haired man confidently replied that he would go. The master wished good luck to his student. Before he had gone far, he returned, asking if one of his comrades could go with her. However, the man replied that no, because they were going to the Gumhobang. This is the place where real bandits gather, who skin a person alive for debts. He didn't understand why they went there, gladly assuming that they would try to put them on the path of justice. However, this was most likely not the case, because his master was silent. Walking through the forest, the boy was immersed in his own thoughts. He recalled how the master said that his comrades were going there for money, because they were broke. It was in this situation that the guy realized that not everything in the world is decided by martial arts, and so another day and night passed. When he woke up, he yawned heavily, but was glad because he had slept well. Setting off almost immediately on our way. Walking through beautiful places, he enjoyed the beauty of nature. However, there were also dark moments that instilled fear. He felt that it was very dark and damp here. At some moments I was even very frightened by the noise behind me. And then one day he turned around in fear and screamed. Taking out his sword, he shouted for the enemies to come out. However, one of the attacks almost reached him. He managed to dodge with incredible speed. It was too fast for a human, the short-haired man thought. Seeing the human silhouette, he tensed up as it spoke of time passing by. This silhouette also said that for 100 years all his friends and brothers disappeared, and then jumped into the sky. From this, the boy woke up with a scream. As he began to look around, he realized that he was in a tavern. Coming to his senses, he was surprised to notice a sleeping silhouette nearby, immediately shouting that there was a 100-year-old ghost here. After some thought, our hero said that he was not a ghost. However, the boy insisted on this, because he saw him at night in the mountain forest. He talked about his unusual jump. A human could not do that. Exhaling heavily, Beck said there was no point in making excuses. Having calmed down a bit, the boy asked why the long-haired one was in the Kunlun uniform, to which our hero replied that he was from there. Beck explained that he became so fascinated with martial arts that he simply forgot about the passage of time, since more than 100 years had passed since the end of the closed training. His interlocutor could not believe these words. He slammed the table and stood up tensely. Our hero understood what was going on and asked if he would have some kuksu. Hearing a positive wave, he went to the kitchen. Looking at his hands, he doubted whether he could cook. However, I decided to cook, intending to cook it my own way. And then, he suddenly grabbed the vegetables and threw them above himself. Focusing the energy in his hand, he made several swings. And now all the vegetables were neatly cut. A bucket of water standing nearby began to bubble as if with life. Suddenly she began to rise into the air. And now vegetables and water were flying in the air. They were circulating. Something was removed. Something was added. Ultimately, our protagonist used the secret of divine fire. And now the broth has boiled. All that remains is to add the noodles. Eventually, a pleasant smell began to permeate the entire room. Having put it on the plate, he put it on the table, while the short-haired man watched attentively with his mouth open. As soon as the cooking was completely finished, he screamed at the top of his lungs, addressing our hero as an elder. He fell on his knees and begged to be taught. He explained that he was sent to the place of the 9 sects, but he was not so good for them. He was afraid of tarnishing the name of Kunlun. Our hero himself began to remember his past, how he shouted to his teacher that he wanted to achieve Tichon Shingon. The old man asked with a smile if it wasn't too early for the boy to do this. Beck didn't understand when that time would come, and his master explained that one must be in shape for such a superior martial art. It is necessary to use the blood-shedding technique, directing the teacher's energy into his body in order to cleanse it of all negativity. He folded his arms and began to pour his energy into Beck and praised him. Our hero thought that if at that time, he had not undergone that technique, and would not have reached the desired level. However, without thinking it through to the end, he suggested that the guy start eating. And then he added that he should go out into the yard when he finished eating. Going outside, our hero thought. After all, he didn't know what to teach this young man. At this time, the boy himself began to eat. After the first sip, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was truly an unearthly taste, as it seemed to him. However, there was no meat here at all, only vegetables. And the noodles themselves were generally tough. And at some point he realized that he hadn't even noticed how he had eaten all the noodles. Exhaling heavily, he decided to finish the broth. And I felt something that made me scream. My head felt fresh, but my stomach was screaming from the heat. Looking at his empty plate, he couldn't understand how food made from vegetables could taste so good. Almost immediately, he ran out into the street and screamed. Looking at him, our hero understood everything. I asked if the kuksu was tasty, to which I received an immediate positive answer. The boy fell on his knees and asked to share the recipe. However, our hero immediately refused, and then he added that he would teach him martial arts. The boy immediately tensed up, because he had never heard of the arts that the long-haired man was talking about. Our hero began to show, saying that everything begins with nothingness, and the movements themselves are constantly changing, returning to non-existence. He also said that there is no light without shadow, as well as neither day nor night. These things are not opposites, they build on each other. Even a huge typhoon will not break a single blade of grass, just as a strong person cannot resist tenderness. Looking at this, the short-haired man thought it was incredible, because it looked like a dragon walking in the clouds. And our hero continued to show. After all, martial arts are about maintaining the flow of the universe within yourself. It was with these words that Beck ended his story. And then turning to his student, he asked if he understood. He responded by almost immediately starting to sob, bursting into tears. Looking at the boy, our hero did not understand why he was crying, and the guy explained that all his actions before this were pathetic. Well, in the end, our hero said that that was all, having explained that things that are close to the truth are usually always without embellishment. Having sat down at the table, he immediately began to ask the guy about what he was telling him. All things in the world are based on the 8 trigrams of yin and yang, and by applying these 8 elements, one can become a martial artist who can change the world. The boy immediately asked what these martial arts were called, which made our hero think about it. After all, in Kunlun he was called a cloud dragon, so he called it the 8 elements of cloud dragons. And so our hero told the guy to unfold them in front of him. Here he immediately shouted, showing agreement. And just a few minutes later, the training was in full swing. Our hero thought about Jean, deciding to test her. Looking into her room, he looked closely at the girl. She was all red, covered in beads of sweat. Placing his hands on her forehead, he realized that she still had a fever. And then he went to see how the student was doing. However, he was surprised, because he was lying on the table, sleeping. Looking at his tired state, he thought that the guy was very diligent, considering him a good Kunlun disciple. He thought about how one day he came to the conclusion that his progress was much higher than others. And then he realized that it was all thanks to the bloodshed technique. Beck recalled how he thanked the master, because it was thanks to him that he succeeded. To which the old man replied that it was a gift from Kunlun. With a smile, he asked not to thank him, so he decided to pass it on to his student. His hand began to glow. He spoke about how the master's blood purification technique helped him fill his body with true energy and purify it. He wanted to help the guy go beyond this and get the energy of Mother Nature's inner body. and then he touched it, and the energy began to bubble. At one point, his body even rose into the air. It was completely covered with energy. The short-haired man seemed to be in some kind of trance, while our hero continued to immerse his energy into it. And at some point, the world around our hero disappeared. This meant the end of this legendary technique. All the dust began to clear as the boy continued to lie there. It was already late at night, so our hero decided to sleep. When he covered himself, he thought that the guy would be hot at night, so he might not need to cover himself. And so another day came. The short-haired man woke up and went outside. He walked along, lost in his own thoughts. It seemed to him as if he could fly. He couldn't believe how much the training changed the situation overnight. His body moved with incredible ease and strength. Looking at one of the nearby boulders, he decided to give it a try. Gathering his strength, he began to produce equipment, and then struck. And at that very moment, the huge stone shattered on several small stones that were scattered around the area. Looking at his hands, he did not understand what had happened to him during the night. Our hero distracted him because he was asking about the place of the 9 sects. The guy was in a hurry, so he asked him not to go into formalities and just go. Clenching his fist, his body began to tremble. With tears, he thought about the fact that he already had one master. By kneeling and bowing, he wanted to express his gratitude to the elder as a sign of respect. 3 days before the incident in Cheonghae County, into houses called Kumhobang, it was quite noisy inside. People of different ages were discussing something. It was a casino where people gambled for money. And now another man has hit the jackpot. However, his joy was short-lived. He was grabbed by the hand, and a cube fell right out of it. Immediately, everyone at the table started shouting that there was a liar here. Kumhobang warriors wear black, red, blue, and white belts, and depending on their rank, they change them. They immediately grabbed the deceiver and began to drag him along with them. Placing his hand on the barrel, they said that there was nothing in magic. And then there was a fairly loud sound, the cracking of bones. Having thrown the man out into the street, he called them to the leader. The men immediately set off to meet. Their leader spoke of Henrin's son, whose name was Chohi. He ordered them to catch him, otherwise their organization would be ruined. The subordinate with the red armband was grateful for the trust. And then a boy ran past on the street next to our tavern. Running inside, he shouted Soka's name. Gasping for breath, he also shouted that his brother had arrived. Our hero interrupted him, asking who he was. The boy explained that he was Choki, a regular customer, not realizing who was standing in front of him. Our hero introduced himself, saying that he was a new employee. The boy didn't understand where his Soki was. Our hero asked the guy to leave because they were closed today. However, the gray-haired man did not understand what he was talking about, while our hero was thinking about the fact that he forgot to hang up the sign. So he looked at the black-haired man carefully. When I asked if he was a Kunlun disciple, I heard no. The boy tensed up because he knew exactly what Kunlun clothing looked like, assuming that the man in front of him was an imposter. However, he almost immediately discarded these thoughts and began calling the girl. Our hero explained that the lady was ill. At that very moment, the boy tensed up because this black-haired man could deceive the girl. He was going to check the other rooms, but before he could even open the door, he received a blow. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain, while the 2 jocks praised him with a terrifying smile. The bald man greeted Henrin's son with a laugh. He, covered in sweat, said that his name was Chanhi. However, before he could even finish speaking, he immediately got punched in the face. The bald hunk asked the guy his name again, to which he responded with Chanhi, thinking to himself that his debt to their house was too great. This answer did not satisfy the jock. He hit the gray-haired man in the face again. His comrade asked him not to stand on ceremony with him. Huanan realized what his partner was talking about and grabbed the boy. Screaming, the other jock began to swing, and then he kicked the boy. This made the guy feel nauseous. He began to lose consciousness while the big guys were screaming. Looking at the door, he saw Nan Sobong. They explained to their boss that the guy wouldn't confess. Nan ordered that Chohi's legs be tied. He was tired of running after him. Seeing Nan take out the blade, the gray-haired man confessed, saying that he would go himself. However, the yellow-haired man with a nasty smile said that it was too late. Our hero intervened in their conversation, telling them to leave. He, of course, understood that it was his fault regarding the sign. But he still asked everyone to leave, because there was nothing but cuckoo. Swinging his sword, the bald man went on the attack. However, in an instant, his body turned over, and already the 3 were rolling down the stairs on the street. Lying on the ground, they did not understand what had happened. Standing up, they began to talk among themselves. Nan was the first to come to his senses, saying that he had been hit, and that the 3 of them had fallen out because of him. This made the yellow-haired man very angry, and his subordinate immediately began to apologize. Sobon turned around and headed towards the door, entering the tavern again with a scream. His comrades remained outside, waiting. They understood that now it was the end for that black-haired guy. A few seconds later, they finally decided to go in too. However, as soon as we entered, we couldn't believe our eyes. After all, right before their eyes, their boss was on his knees, begging for forgiveness. They didn't understand what was happening. Nan immediately ordered his subordinates to kneel and beg for mercy. While our hero was explaining the etiquette of the tavern, the gray-haired man laughed. He was glad because he managed to stumble upon the master. Turning to our hero, he asked for a plate of kuksa. Beck asked to wait for him for a minute. The yellow-haired man himself realized that the guy was going to wait here. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this black-haired man was not just a master, but much higher. After all, he hit him before he even had time to raise his hand. He explained this to his subordinates. They needed to report to the leader. And so, sometime later, they finished their meal. Once outside, Nan continued to be angry. The bald man hit the table, saying that this wouldn't do. After all, he also wanted to eat, so he asked to cook for him too. Our hero looked at them approvingly. And even with this look, he frightened them. The gray-haired man didn't know what to do, because these people were also going to sit here. Our hero at this point said that he would prepare 2 servings. And so the portions were served while Choki was thinking about how to get out. The Trinity began to eat the noodles at the same time. As soon as the boy got a taste, he felt like he was in heaven, as did the 2 who were chasing him. They immediately started shouting about how delicious it was. Our hero himself went about his business. Sometime later, after washing my hands, he went into the tavern hall, and as soon as he entered, he was surprised. Beck didn't understand why the 3 were still here. The boy asked the guy if he could stay there, to which our hero began to talk about the table, but this suited the guy. And at that very moment, there was a rather loud roar. Choki immediately looked in the direction of the noise in panic. 2 silhouettes with black belts appeared. Men with black belts began to enter after him. They all asked about the Hermit Master. Seeing them, Choki realized that this black squad had come for his soul. The largest of them placed a chair in the center. One of the men sat on it and they shouted that the master was leaving. The boy immediately looked away. Thinking that he would die today, he mentally asked his father for forgiveness. Our hero himself said with a smile that there were more people. And then he explained that he wouldn't be able to serve anyone today, because all the ingredients were gone. Well, and in addition, he said something about repairs. One of the crowd, with a shout, took out his sword and rushed towards Beck. However, his attack missed our hero. Our hero began to approach the crowd. The next to attack was a fat man with a racket. He shouted that the parasite had no right to talk to them. However, his blow also went wide, missing Beck. The black-haired man began talking about etiquette again. Their boss immediately gave the order that this was the master. He ordered to catch him immediately, and they immediately rushed to attack. However, our hero dodged all their numerous attacks, as calm as possible when leaving the tavern. Gasping for breath from fatigue, his opponents could not understand how this had happened, while our hero silently looked in their direction standing on the street. And then in an instant, he disappeared. Running out into the street, their boss couldn't believe that he had simply disappeared. At some point, I even thought it was a ghost. His subordinates were gritting their teeth at that moment. However, no one had time to speak because there was a crash. A strong wind and dust arose, making it difficult to see what was happening. And then it began to disperse, and a huge cube appeared. The leader of the black bandages did not understand what was happening. And then at some point, a human silhouette appeared. With a smile, our hero said that it would be better to make stone walls. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. At that very moment, our hero lightly touched this cube. This caused such a powerful explosion that it even scared the fighters. One part of the cube seemed to separate from this cube. It was a dusty job, so he wanted to do it all at once. He began to swing his hand with incredible speed. And now the cube is divided into several pieces. The leader, seeing this, realized that they had better run. Our hero approached them, asking if they would like to stay the night. Then Choki said that he was staying. Our hero asked for an advance. The boy immediately ran up and gave him a few coins. Nan told the leader at this point that the boy had already done this. Everyone around understood that he was simply hiding the master behind his back. Besides our main character, the leader also offered to pay for the accommodation. Our hero also added to their payment the repair of the broken floor. And so another morning came. This time the girl woke up. She was glad that she was able to rest. She stood up and went to look around. But the further she walked through her tavern, the more surprised I was by my eyes. She immediately understood what was going on and started looking for Beck. Running out into the main hall of the tavern, she hung there, looking ahead. After all, the hall was full of satisfied guests. She didn't understand why there were so many people here. Our hero distracted her from these thoughts. After asking how the girl was feeling, she replied that she was fine. She asked the guy if he did all of this, to which she received a positive answer. She was also curious about where so many people came from, to which our hero said that these were yesterday's guests who paid and stayed with them. At this time in the forest, the short-haired man was training. He could not stop with the things that his hermit master taught him, saying those very words that without light there is no darkness. Without day, there is no night. After all, these things are not just opposites, they rely on each other. And at some point he suddenly stopped, thinking, because it wasn't working. Everything goes smoothly until the fourth technique. But in 6 days from Kunlun to here, he was able to master all of them. But he was not upset. This was just the beginning. He was glad that the elder was able to change his body. And so, sometime later, he finally reached his destination. In his mind, he thanked our hero, because it was thanks to him that he would not be disgraced at the gathering of the 9 sects. He moved tensely closer and closer to the building, thinking about what strong people there would be here. However, they blocked his path, asking why he came here and who he was anyway. The boy didn't understand what was happening, because he had definitely come to the right place. He folded his arms and introduced himself as Yongpun of Kunlun, saying that he had come to the gathering of the 9 sects. The 2 guards immediately exchanged glances, and then they suddenly started laughing, trying to squeeze their stomachs so that they wouldn't hurt. Enpun didn't understand what was happening, because he had definitely come where he was told. 4 days ago at the Kunlun Inn, there was a fairly friendly atmosphere. Everyone was eating. The girl who approached, seeing Choki, immediately approached him, asking about the debt. Seeing her, the boy looked attentively towards the girl. Pointing his finger towards our hero, he said that he gave everything to him. Our hero at this time approached Jean, saying that the guy introduced himself as her brother. She explained that the only thing that connected them was money, and the leader of the bandages said that it was time for them to go. He also said that their kuksu is truly magnificent, and also noticed that the hostess here is too beautiful. Having mounted his horse, he also added that he would visit them again, because he really liked it here. And then he and his subordinates went to their homeland. After driving away, he was angry, not understanding where such a strong master came from. He immediately began giving orders to his subordinates, not intending to let Chohi go. At this time, the girl asked her worker to prepare kuksa, and she also felt the state that everyone described. It seemed to her that she was in paradise. Now she understood why everyone had such great comments about the food, because it really was delicious. Running up to Beck, she said that from now on the guy would be responsible for the kitchen, and she for the serving. Our hero did not immediately agree, but after persuasion he exhaled. The girl also added that she would later teach him the rest of the dishes. With a smile, our hero thought that now he had something he could do in this world as a simple man, and not a martial arts master. And he is guided by the very same plate of kuksu that Mrs. Jin gave him. 2 days ago in Chonghae, there are several dark groups here. Among them, the 4 Dragons faction is the strongest and most dangerous, with more than 1,000 warriors. Black Dragon Kudoki, White Dragon En Uxin, Yellow Dragon Quaxin, Red Dragon Magog. And all together, they are a faction of 4 dragons, of which the Yellow Dragon, Quaxin, joins the number of yellow warriors from Kumhobang. And then the leader of the bandages reported about some unusually strong master. It was after these words that the seated man ordered his subordinate to shut up. Taking a look, he said that this was precisely why news took so long to arrive. Kunluyan no longer existed, the man said. After all, they are now having problems with money, and 2 of them stole money from Kumhobang yesterday. He also told his subordinate that they had been expelled from Murim's forces, which greatly surprised the leader. And the man in the chair continued to proudly say that they would not see them here again. The leader immediately began to ask who would replace them then. He did not understand what was happening. To which I heard a rather vile but at the same time rather menacing laugh. And now at the present time on Mount Wudang, Yongpun introduced himself already inside. At the gathering of the 9 sects, he showed them respect. However, in response he only heard vile laughter. Everyone laughed at him. One of them said that he had come in vain, because everything was already finished. Another of them laughed and said that the boy was late on purpose because he thought he would get beaten up. Naturally, the short-haired man tried to justify himself to his comrades. However, he was interrupted by a man standing nearby, who said that they had gathered here 4 days ago. Another boy joined their conversation. He said that from next year onwards, Kunlun will not be able to be here anyway. These words angered the boy. He asked why they were all being rude to him. The guy standing next to him explained that he was a member of the Heavenly Mountain sect, and that he wasn't rude. And the boy continued, saying that from now on their sect would become a member of the 9 sects instead of the Kunlun. These words surprised the guy. He couldn't believe it, because they couldn't decide this themselves. However, here too they interrupted him, saying that this was not their decision, because it was the decision of noble people. They denied it by saying that they were always beaten up at meetings, and in addition, they had borrowed money from bandits, which was what brought them shame. Hearing these words, Yongpun clenched his fist in anger. Unable to contain himself, he screamed, because he did not understand how this could happen. After all, during the 25 years of war against the demonic cult, all of their masters sacrificed themselves. It was they who had the greatest casualties. He asked with a shout, did they just use them and throw them away? and behind him I could only hear the taunts and laughter that the new member of the nine sects was making. The boy immediately clenched her teeth and turned in his direction, looking at him angrily, and he continued to point his finger at him, asking if he was upset. After all, they did not fight alone in that war. Our hero asked to finish it. But this angered his interlocutor, and then he immediately started laughing, and the girl standing next to him also started teasing him. They laughed, saying that there was no point in even fighting him, since they were all weak in their sect. Enpun couldn't stand it, and as he approached, he asked to repeat these words. He said that he could tolerate everything, but not the insults of his sect. The new member of the nine sects had already taken out his weapon, saying that he would definitely repeat his words if he asked. He brandished his weapon and said that they were all real weaklings in their sect. There was a fairly loud sound, and everyone looked at the two in surprise. After all, our hero was right now making us feel sorry for this guy for what he said about the sect. With a light touch, he made him fly so far away. It even seemed as if the boy had learned to fly. The others, looking at this, immediately tensed up. And then they rushed into the attack, because the Kunlun member clearly went too far in this situation. Well, at least that's what they thought. But Yeonpun effortlessly dodged all of their attacks. None of the current members could even touch him. They even started using weapons in the fight with him, intending to kill him. However, even these attacks did not reach him. He easily repelled the knives flying towards him. There was silence. No one could believe their eyes, because right now the guy reflected all the knives like a master. They began to fall to the ground, making a loud sound, and the attack stopped. Those who watched this could not control their bodies. Their mouths opened in surprise. And so, the girl, having come to her senses, also rushed to the attack, screaming for him to die. The short-haired man got into a fighting stance, making only one movement. And the girl had already lost the ability to control her body, flying into the air. But our hero's attack did not end there. With incredible force, he threw her straight into the sky. Gritting her teeth, it angered her. She managed to group herself and land on your feet, intending to attack the guy again. However, another member had already attacked him, asking what kind of tricks the guy was using. However, Yeonpun was able to calmly dodge this fast and powerful attack, and then hit the body of this pumped-up hunk with his palm, making him scream in pain. With incredible force, he flew into the wall, breaking it with his own weight. The bald ones, who had been laughing a moment ago, broke out in sweat, not understanding how he had managed to throw the big guy away. As soon as the dust settled, the big guy lay unconscious, with a huge pile of rocks underneath him. Next was some swordsmen who also attacked Yeonpun, insulting him. However, even here the boy made only one movement, hitting the attacker with his foot, and also throwing him back several meters, slamming him into the ground. And now, it was the girl's turn again, who tried to attack from behind. But her attack seemed to fly through the guy. She couldn't believe what had happened. Realizing that she would not calm down, the short-haired man began to collect energy in his hand. He was about to hit her, because just a few seconds ago she wanted him dead. Seeing the attack coming, she begged him to stop with fear on her face. She asked him to wait. The explosion was so powerful that the ground flew apart in different directions, raising a strong wind. The standing warriors could not believe that due to a simple blow, such a strong wind arose that it even reached them. And then again, the column of dust began to settle, and the silhouette of our hero appeared, standing next to a girl lying in shock, unable to even move. Immediately, everyone began to talk among themselves, because they had never seen such a method of fighting in Kunlun. Taking note of the battle sketch, they saw a real dragon in him. After exchanging glances in front of them several times, they shouted that it was the Kunlun dragon. While the short-haired man clenched his fist from the anger that still hadn't gone away, he told them that they should not dare to neglect the Kunlun or insult its members in the future. At this time, there was quite a loud noise outside the tavern. The men with black belts shouted at the boy to come out, promising not to touch him. They were angry because he hadn't shown up all this time. Their time was too valuable. The yellow-haired man and his subordinates did not understand where the gray-haired man had gone. At that moment, Choki himself hid in the bushes, cowering in fear. He thought that if they caught him, they would definitely kill him. But he couldn't stay stuck in the tavern forever. The man with the beard shouted Nan Sobong's name, and he immediately ran out, saying, "Yes, sir." They ordered him to check the inn again while they looked for the bastard in the village. They also added that their leader had told them not to take their eyes off the tavern, and in addition, that if anything happened, he would call them. He bowed and wished his masters good luck as they walked away. At that moment, Choki saw the black detachment leaving. He began to look around. After all, right now Nan Soban's team is also leaving, and this is the best time. So he decided to leave, immediately getting up and starting to run as fast as he could. At this time, Jean was explaining to our hero how to cook. They needed to move on to practice. The girl explained that the most important thing is to keep the dumpling dough thin and sticky. As she was leaving, she asked the guy to train while she dug up some greenery. Looking at the dough lying in front of him, our hero thought. Grabbing it, he began to throw it from side to side. And at some point a rectangle was formed, and at that moment our hero felt something. Looking up, he saw the three of them watching his movements closely. However, the boy did not pay attention to this and continued training. While Nan's subordinates were telling him it was strange, they had to report it. At this time, the short-haired man himself was moving through the forest, thinking about what to do. Because the status of Kunlun has fallen below the baseboard, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, and the boy immediately paid attention to it, noticing an old man with a long staff sitting on a tree. After jumping down from the tree, Enpin strained himself quite a bit. After all, the old man standing in front of him was quite agile for his age. The old man asked if the student could spare him just a minute. At this time, our hero asked the trio if they needed to earn money. Nan replied sheepishly that they had enough of them, asking them to stay. Beku was just about to answer them when he was interrupted by Mrs. Jin, who was calling him. She brought him the boots, making solemn sounds with her mouth. The girl asked to try on these shoes, explaining that these were her father's boots. They explained to the guy that he couldn't wear the same thing every day. While our hero was thinking that in this case he would have to take off his Kunlun clothes. And now, a few minutes later, our main character has changed his clothes, shining with a more beautiful light. Jean clapped her hands happily, saying that it suited the guy very well. She also suggested the guy to go for a walk. Our hero did not understand what the girl had, asking again. And she explained that the ingredients had run out and they needed to go and inspect new ones. She also said that she goes to different taverns, trying different food. And so our heroes headed towards the exit, while Nan was deciding whether he should follow them or not. When our hero suddenly interrupted their thoughts, turning to the trio, they immediately shuddered. He asked them to keep an eye on the tavern while they were gone, and they immediately agreed with the master. At this time, Yongpun stood in front of the old man, waiting, not understanding what he wanted from him. He looked closely at the old man standing opposite him, holding an incomprehensible staff. The young lad was sure that this old man was clearly not simple, and this caused concern in the short-haired man. And then the old man began to move, which really bothered the boy. He asked the old man to stop, and he warned him not to come near him. And he immediately said that Kunlun had not yet been destroyed. He asked the guy where he got his energy for sleep. Thinking about it, the short-haired man realized that this was what the elder had done. However, he also understood that this could not be talked about. He told the old man that he could not tell him this. Looking confidently towards the old man, the tension between the two grew. The boy felt a huge internal energy from the old man. The man switched over and left, saying that he would find out for himself. And in an instant he disappeared, frightening the boy. He asked him to wait, but he no longer heard. These actions made the guy nervous. At this time, our main character and his companion were walking. Their faces were pleased. They enjoyed this walk. They decided to go into the porcelain tavern. They were immediately approached and asked what they wanted. Jean asked about dumplings and kuksu, whether they were without chicken. At this time, our hero was looking around. Everything looked very luxurious by his standards. Behind them, men were discussing the state of the Kunlun sect. Our hero heard that the Kunlun were expelled from the 9 sects, and the men continued, saying that even the 4 dragon sect was angry with them. Remembering their recent meeting, he understood that they would not last long. Jean noticed that the guy's face changed when he asked about it, to which our hero replied that he was just thinking. The girl asked about the taste of the dishes. Beku immediately replied that theirs was tastier, to which the girl agreed. She was happy because they had a chance of success. And then she started to get angry, not understanding why they didn't have so many clients. By saying that it was unfair, our hero seemed to have finished her off. A cry for money was heard throughout the tavern. The innkeeper explained to the boys that they did not feed them on credit. They asked to look at them. The boy understood that they were from Kunlun. The enraged man in white clothes immediately began to shout angrily, calling for the owner. A man approached and asked everyone to calm down, starting to apologize to the respected members of Kunlun. But he also insisted that they do not feed on credit. Another man in a Kunlun robe said that the account book was different. This angered the now angry man and he began to hit the chairs. He asked the owner if he would write them down there, and under this pressure he agreed with the Kunlun members. Our hero interrupted their conversation, telling them to pay for the food. Immediately their leader approached Beck and asked who he was. He asked our hero who he was, to which our hero replied that he was an ordinary cook from the Kunlun tavern. The Kunlun members standing nearby could barely contain their laughter, while their older comrade explained to our hero that he was stupid. However, our hero interrupted him, saying that their minds were completely rotten. There is no control over people like them, which made them very angry. The man swung his arm, intending to teach a lesson. But that is exactly what our main character was about to do when he squeezed his finger, and then he hit the attacker with it, causing him to fly back several meters. While their older comrade was making strange sounds, The rest of his comrades tensed up. They immediately started asking if the black-haired man had gone crazy. However, our hero was going to deal with them too, also moving his finger to the side, and then straightening it, thereby striking the rest of the Kunlun members. And then, a moment later, each of the recently raging guys was lying on the ground. Those who were not reached by the attack immediately took out money and began giving it to the owner, asking him to take the money. The boy ran up to our main character, saying that he had paid for everything, and now they needed to leave. The owner of the porcelain tavern at this time looked at these guys with bewilderment. However, our hero also put this boy on the ground. He was too angry at their behavior. Beku told them that they should still be punished for their bad deeds. At this time, at the next table, there was a man wearing black armbands. He said that this black-haired guy just came for some cuckoo, and he also helped the staff get out of this awkward situation. Once outside, Jean asked the guy why they were behaving like that, to which our hero apologized to her. After all, he ruined her meal, but she asked him not to take it to heart. She asked the guy how he did it. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about. Jean meant that thing, the hand movements of her worker. Laughing, our hero asked if she had really decided to learn martial arts, while the girl thought with embarrassment that she knew it, because Beku was a master of martial arts. Stretching, she replied that she wanted to, but it wasn't the right time yet. Clenching her fists, she said that for her, the state of the tavern was the most important thing for now. At this time, our hero thought that the girl made him smile often. He liked it. They went to get ingredients for the tavern. At this time, there was quite a strong wind in the forest. It rose because of the old man's incredibly fast movement. He thought that he would not even utter a word with his character, even if he was forced to. Kunlun has not taken his advice into account for over 10 years. How such energy could come from a person from a crushed Kunlun, he didn't understand. And then, sometime later, he finally saw those very gates of the sect. Upon landing, he noticed that the gate guards were dozing without a care in the world. After examining them, at some point he even thought that they had already died. But as soon as he opened the gates, the guards immediately woke up, grabbing their weapons. They started shouting at him, asking who he was and what he was doing here. The old man immediately introduced himself, saying that he was Nogok and that he had come here to find out something. They, hearing this, immediately looked at each other and then shook their heads. They immediately blocked his path, shouting in one voice that beggars had no business here. The guards asked the old man to leave, but he broke past them in an instant. Noticing that the old man continued to walk as if nothing had happened, they rushed towards him. Grabbing him by the shoulder, they asked him to get out of here. However, in an instant, the boy who touched him flew into the air, and then he landed quite painfully, falling to the ground while his comrade trembled with fear. Gathering his courage, he shouted that he would not leave this alone, and began to attack the old man. He was about to pierce him with his weapon, flying straight towards the man. But in an instant, the old man turned, holding his staff forward, thus forcing the attacker to also fly back several meters. The boy made painful sounds as he tried to get up while the old man moved on. With the last of his strength, he took out a whistle and began to blow it with all his might. Immediately, members of the Kunlun sect began to appear, shouting at the old man to ask who he was. Surrounding him, they shouted that it was the enemy, and everyone prepared for battle, while the blond man looked around. He looked at each one carefully, thinking that there was none here. And right behind him, the one he was looking for was not there either. There was basically no one here who even slightly resembled the person he was looking for. His thoughts were interrupted by a rather rude shout that ordered everyone to stop. Having introduced the old man to everyone as the leader of a gang of beggars, Nogok, the Kunlun members immediately began to look at each other, because everyone had heard of him. The old man was the 5th of the 7 strongest martial artists in Murim. With a smile, Master Kunlun apologized to the old man as he fell into thought again. Turning away, the older man apologized, saying he had been too rude. And then, as if nothing had happened, he headed towards the exit. The bearded man did not understand what was going on, because craftsmen who were organizing a flea market had started to come to them frequently. Grandpa himself thought that he was too obsessed with the energy of sleep that he even made a mistake. Walking through the forest, he thought that he should stop by the tavern and drink some homebrew, having thought everything through carefully. Entering the tavern, our hero noticed that the table was broken. The Trinity immediately shook, saying in trembling voices that it was not they who did it. Our hero became thoughtful, beginning to remember his walk in other taverns. Thinking that it was not as colorful as the one in that porcelain tavern, he decided to make a stone table. He also thought that the thickness should be made smaller so that his mistress could move it herself. His hand began to emit a frightening, powerful energy. In an instant, the huge block was cut into a flat board. The trio were discussing at this time that the boy was doing strange things again, and they had to report it. At this time, the same old man was approaching the tavern. Having found it, he was glad that it still existed and was standing here. But as soon as he approached the entrance, he was immediately surprised. After all, He felt the very thing he was looking for. It was the energy of sleep. He did not understand why it was coming from the tavern. Our hero at this time was making a high rectangular leg, and now the next leg was ready, the last of the 4. Using his energy, he began to insert it so that it would not fall apart. It was the last table. He called the 3 to take it. They immediately appeared in front of the table, shouting that they would obey the master. Taking it, they carried it away, while our hero watched their work with a smile. Jean, noticing the new furniture, was pleased, because these stone tables created a refreshing atmosphere in the tavern. However, Nan did not agree with her, because they were frozen, and no one would like them. But this chatter was interrupted by an old man who fell onto one of these tables. He muttered about the tavern being filled with this warm energy of sleep. With a cry of joy, he asked the trio who had built these tables. They immediately pointed in the direction of our main character. The old man began to approach the guy while our hero was practicing with the dumpling flatbread. Standing in front of him, he carefully examined the black-haired man. He did not understand why the old man was staring at him. But the old man didn't even say a word, looking at our hero from different angles. He felt absolutely nothing. No energy, no sleep. He didn't even feel internal energy. And finally he spoke, asking if the guy would have a minute, to which our hero said that he doesn't talk to anyone except clients. These words puzzled the old man. At this time, the trio began to make some strange sounds. And so, sometime later, the old man ordered food. Jean brought the old man some kuksu, and when he saw her, the old man felt the energy of sleep again. As he began to eat, he thought that this was the first time he had tasted such delicious food. Along the way, he told us that he was a member of a gang of beggars. Our hero introduced himself in response as a cook from the Kunlun tavern. In an instant, the old man's expression and aura changed, and he asked the boy if he was from Murim, to which the boy explained that he had been to Kunlun in his youth, which surprised the old man. At this time, the bald one of the 3 told his boss that they should learn and open their own store. At that time, Nan did not understand what youth was being discussed, because Beku was still young. The old man asked the boy how old he was, and was told that he was already over 100. This answer did not surprise the older man at all. And then, jumping up, he joyfully shouted that he knew it, because this is the technique of youth. He said he was 115. He asked the guy if he knew Jin. Our hero immediately tensed up, wondering how he knew the second mentor while something incomprehensible was happening in Kunlun. One of the young men woke up tied up. Having woken up, he immediately turned to the mentor, asking why everyone was tied up. The second student joined in, asking the mentor what was going on. The door opened and the man shouted for everyone to be taken out immediately. They didn't understand what was happening and started screaming. Asking why they do this, however, they did not receive any answer. They began to take them out into the street. These were the same detachment of dark armbands. When the students went outside, they were surprised and could not believe their eyes. After all the Kunlun masters were tied up, surrounded by armed men. One of them reported to the Yellow Dragon that they had searched Cheonghae, and that all the captured were here. At this time, the Yellow Dragon angrily asked them why they came to people, and asked for food if they should sit in the mountains. One of the masters thought that if there was a yellow dragon in front of them, it meant that they were caught by the 4-dragon faction. The bound master, kneeling, turned to the dragon, asking what he was going to do with them. Instantly received from behind, because they were ordered to shut up. Smiling, the Yellow Dragon said that he was going to cut off their heads and hang them for all to see, and tear their bodies into pieces and give them to the dogs. Seeing this picture, the boy could not believe his eyes, because this meant that they were ready for war. One man told another that the 4-dragon faction had captured the entire Kunlun sect and tied them up. They discussed among themselves that who cares about them, because they don't help the common people anyway. The White Dragon interrupted his comrade, saying that they would not be treated like that right away. He was going to give them a lift home to deal with the remaining cult members. They were happy because they could finally get rid of the sect that had been tormenting them for decades. At some point, a man in a red robe appeared, followed by his subordinates. Everyone immediately started discussing it, because it was the Red Dragon, the king of the Red Sword. The Yellow Dragon immediately greeted the master, just like the White one. The man began to draw his sword as slowly as possible. Raising it above his head, he shouted for everyone to draw their swords, because today was the last day of Kunlun. The old man asked our hero how he was able to accumulate sleep energy. Naturally, our hero did not answer immediately, but thought about this question. After thinking for a moment, he asked the man why he was trying to fit nature into his small body. A dialogue began between them about what an internal energy dream is. Our hero explained that Mother Nature flows by itself. She could not thicken. This was no different from another teaching method. Hearing this, the old man realized he understood what our hero had. Seeing this face, the boy began to smile, because he also realized that the older man understood what was being talked about. He immediately jumped up, shouting throughout the entire tavern, which even frightened our hero. The old man thought he was stupid because he was obsessed with the idea of wanting to reach a higher level than others. He compared, and was greedy. He immediately began to thank our hero, because he helped open his eyes. As he was leaving, he asked the black-haired master if he could visit them at the tavern often. As expected, our hero allowed the old man, but as a guest, not a master. The three who were watching this were discussing that Baekyu was clearly trying to make a regular customer out of this old man. They also thought that the age of 100 years was just a joke. The pair of pumped-up hulks started laughing while discussing our main character. However, their mouths were shut by their boss. Nan ordered that they dare not laugh. As they stood up, they also said that it was time for them to leave, which made the jocks happy. Jean, noticing that their guests were leaving, asked them about it. Nan entered into the dialogue, praised the kuksu, and also said that it was time for them to return to their business. Embarrassed, the owner of this tavern told the three to come and have something to eat. Our hero intervened in their conversation, asking whether they were leaving, and with these words alone, he scared them to death. They immediately became loyal, speaking as kindly as possible. They talked about their affairs. Having listened to the end, our hero smiled, thanked them, and also asked them to look at them more often. At this time, the ducks did not understand what Nan was talking about and where they should go. After all, they went to Kumhobang, assuming that they were already awaited there. At this time, 4 dragons were already moving through the forest thicket. The yellow dragon's subordinate led them to the very same tavern where they had recently been humiliated. The yellow dragon looked forward to meeting the powerful hermit master. The leader of the bandages wanted to see with his own eyes how he would tremble when he saw these monsters. After all, they are much stronger than him. They are the 4 dragons of Murim. Smiling, he also thought that no matter how strong he was, now the 3 dragons had joined forces. Today was the day of his death. At this time, our hero noticed the approach of a huge army. Looking into the distance, he counted them. There were about 200. Baekyu assumed that they were going to attack Kunlun. He began to carefully examine the people, and what opened up before his eyes was not the best picture. Baekyu saw the tied-up people and immediately recognized them as Kunlun masters. This picture made him angry. He didn't understand how they dared to tie them up and drag them along. After all, among them were not only masters, but also young guys. Suddenly the horse stopped abruptly on its own and began making strange sounds. The leader of the bands did not understand what was happening, asking his horse what it was doing. Our hero angrily and loudly asked why they were torturing them. Upon seeing him, all the dragons immediately tensed up and began to look in his direction. And the leader of the bandages immediately shouted that it was he, that very same master hermit. The yellow dragon, taking a closer look, called the boy a weakling, and the white dragon agreed with this. The protagonist continued to tell them to free the Kunlun people and return to where they came from. However, he was not allowed to finish speaking, because the white dragon gave the order to attack. Immediately, a huge crowd of warriors rushed to attack, drawing their weapons. At this time, Baekyu took out his wand and began to let his energy into it. Time slowed around him as he continued to gather energy. And then, as lightly as possible, he waved this wand, filled with energy. And at that very moment, there was such a powerful explosion that it seemed to destroy the entire area. All the warriors who had recently attacked him scattered in different directions. At this time, the dragons tensed up, because they realized that they were not dealing with a weakling. The white dragon immediately began to shout that he had heard about it, because it was a sulfur fire created in the west. Standing on his horse and jumping, he said that he did not know where he got this jewel from. However, it will not work on him under any circumstances. He began to use the power of Cold Crush, intending to attack our protagonist with it, while the black-haired boy stood without any movements, looking at his opponent. The blonde dragon didn't understand what was happening, because the attack reached him, but immediately dissipated. And now our hero has begun to accumulate energy again, raising that same stick. Our main character made another swing of this wooden stick, and at that very moment, an incredible force struck the white dragon, knocking him back. Cries of pain were heard directly from his subordinates. Due to this powerful blow, they flew apart in different directions. Just a few seconds later, the entire ninja squad was lying unconscious. Like the white dragon itself, he could not move, spitting blood. The yellow dragon couldn't believe his eyes, because this simply couldn't happen. Holding onto his body, the dragon couldn't believe it, because all his internal energy was destroyed. Yellow, hearing about this, immediately panicked in horror. He didn't know what to do. He immediately started yelling at his comrade, because he didn't understand how she could be destroyed so easily. But his comrade no longer heard this. He fell to the ground unconscious. Our hero himself at this time was looking in the direction of the strongest of them, straight at the red dragon. He, noticing the gaze on himself, immediately introduced himself, telling the guy to show his true face, to which our hero, as if nothing had happened, replied that he was a simple cook in a Kunlun tavern. These words angered the Red One. He could not believe these words. With a cry that he would kill the black-haired man, he rushed to attack, beginning to gather internal energy. Seeing this, the remaining ninja immediately supported him, because he was the best warrior of the 4 dragons. Taking out his legendary sword, he was about to finish off his opponent. However, our hero waved his wand again with incredible force, thus touching her with the red weapon. With just this touch, he made the redhead fall to the ground. Having lost his body coordination, he couldn't believe it, because no one had ever been able to do this before. The white dragon, sweating profusely at this time, asked his comrade to stop, because he too could lose his energy. The red-haired man himself, angry, shouted at his comrade to stop talking nonsense, because that was impossible. Turning to our hero, he shouted that he did not know what kind of magic he had, but he promised to hang his head near the tavern. And then he began to collect energy using the red sword of soul destruction. His subordinates immediately recognized this attack, because no one had ever survived after using it. It was a flash of light, one of the most powerful in his arsenal. However, everyone around was surprised. Their eyes almost fell out of their heads. After all, in some unusual way, this attack seemed to bounce off Beck and fly back, causing the red dragon to be imprinted into the ground with incredible force. As soon as the column of dust settled, the silhouette of a red-haired man appeared, lying unconscious on the ground. The yellow dragon immediately shouted in a trembling voice, worried about his comrade. A few seconds later, the man was finally able to come to his senses and began to stand up. However, just a minute later, he realized what he could not believe. Right at that second, he didn't feel any internal energy. He thought that this was a great loss. He couldn't believe it, and then immediately began to spit blood. He fell to the ground unconscious, making a rather painful sound. Looking at this picture, the black-haired dragon clenched his teeth in anger. He immediately gave the order that whoever could catch this cook would receive a reward. However, they began to tremble, because even their great master could not defeat this guy. But they had no other choice. They had to obey, so they immediately rushed into battle. Our hero threw away this wand, starting to concentrate energy again. It was hard to breathe out. He was going to deal with them all at once, while his opponents ran towards him with loud cries. And our hero, as if nothing had happened, assumed a fighting stance. He used the 8 elements of the cloud dragons, clearing out everyone in his path at once. Seeing this, the yellow dragon's body twitched. After all, his subordinates unanimously said that their enemy was not a man, but a monster. They recalled the legends about dragons, believing that he had turned into a man. There was a loud sound, as if lightning had struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. In the middle of the battlefield, the silhouette of a dragon was shaved on the ground. The next day in Cheonghae, screams were heard from one of the buildings. Nan Soban's subordinates, they called him. Entering the room, they told the guy that it was time for them to go. Nan, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, thought that they were moving out too early, remembering that I drank too much yesterday. The bald man, walking behind, told his boss to drink as much as he wanted, since no one knew about their future assignments. They even began to remember among themselves that very Kuksu from the Master Hermit's tavern. Nan, hearing about Kuksu, began to lick his lips. He did not understand what gave it such a pleasant taste. Suddenly they noticed a huge fire, realizing that it was most likely Kumhobang. They immediately rushed towards the fire, hoping that it was not their building. However, when they ran up, they could not believe what they saw. Nan immediately started shouting and asking who dared to do this, because there was no one here who could do such a thing. And then he heard one of the men talking about some dragon in Kunlun. Soban immediately asked about the 4-dragon faction. However, the man replied that this dragon had swept away 3 dragons, and the leader had been sent to the next world. The man also said that the building was set on fire by people who were upset with Kim Hobang. These words angered the trio. They did not yet understand what to do and what would happen to them in general. Nan suggested dark groups because there was money to be made there. However, one of his subordinates refused, saying that he would not go with him. He argued that he and Huanan were too weak and could be killed there. Nan, hearing the words of his subordinate, thought about it. He also added that he would go there again. His comrades did not understand where he was going, asking. The bald man immediately asked his friend if he was talking about the tavern by any chance, to which he received a positive answer. He explained to the duo that it would be much safer with a master, and they would also be able to learn martial arts. These words made Nan very angry, because he thought it was complete nonsense. The bald man, after thinking for a bit, also agreed with his comrade, because in the tavern, the chances of survival were much higher. Nan, hearing that 2 people were already heading there, began to think again. Among themselves, they already understood that their commander was not going to go with them, because he was stronger than them. They immediately bowed to him, thanking him for everything and asking him to be careful. And then they started to leave, while Nan was still standing there, not understanding what to do. Suddenly he shouted loudly for them to stop, and they immediately froze. seeing their commander looking at them with a piercing gaze. Frightened, they asked the guy what he wanted to do with them. But the boy replied that he was going to go with them, because he wasn't going to sit around doing nothing, they were just being fed well there. He also said that he would go there as a guest, since he had nothing to learn there. These words almost made his comrades laugh, but they held back. At this time the genie screamed joyfully. Jean saw the old man and was very happy because he came to them again. And the old man said that such words hurt him, because he was going to come here every day now. After asking where Beku was, he again ordered the same kuksu, but asked his girlfriend to cook it. She was surprised when she heard this, because usually they ask a boy to cook. The old man also asked to call the guy, to which the girl agreed. And now, sometime later, there was a jug with 2 cups on the table. Beck, with his arms folded, asked the old man what it was, and he explained that this was a special type of yellow wine aged for decades. He also began to talk about the rumors about yesterday's dragon, beaming like a little child, telling that rumors say that members of the 4 dragon faction met him and were defeated in battle. The leadership died and the subordinates fled, he laughed, telling this, while our hero listened intently to the old man. Taking the cup, he handed it to Beck, saying that he had had a hard time yesterday asking to drink wine. Looking into the cup, our hero thought that he had not drunk alcohol for a long time, because he had even forgotten its taste, and so he decided to take 1 sip to remember its taste. After drinking, he put the cup down, saying that their leaders were alive, and then, taking the jug, he began to pour, asking the old man to drink more. The old man happily said that he did not want to forget this taste even after death. Smiling, our hero agreed with his words, because he shuddered at the taste. Hearing this mood, the older man offered to drink more. After all, it was not for nothing that he brought her from far away, and our hero agreed with this. A little later, the girl also served kuksa. As soon as the girl walked away, the old man immediately asked the guy to listen to him. He offered the black-haired man to become friends, which surprised the boy. Looking into the cup, with sadness in his voice, the old man said that all his comrades had died. His students had gotten married and no one cared about him. He was lonely without friends. Beku immediately thought about it. Because the martial arts of Kunlun and the mastery of the heavenly spirit are so fleeting, he knows what loneliness is. The old man, not hearing an answer, asked if this was a refusal, to which our hero immediately replied that he would, which made the old man happy. He immediately started shouting because the boy was his friend, even though he was young enough to be his grandson. After shouting a little more, he suggested dropping the formalities and starting pouring again. However, there was no more wine. They drank it all. Calling Jean over, he asked her to bring them something nice for their get-together. By nightfall, the building had completely burned out, and the fire had died down. Some silhouette appeared, screaming loudly, throwing a huge stone statue into himself. It was the leader who exhaled heavily, saying that he almost lost his life. He was glad because he was able to escape. He is the leader of the Gyumhobang from the Yellow Squad. He couldn't just die like that. Approaching the chest, he was glad that the thing had survived, and began to open it. There was a huge pile of gold coins in it. The leader was going to start from scratch. Suddenly, words were heard behind him about him being a rat. Turning towards the voice, he immediately shouted who he was as soon as he saw the black silhouette. It was the black dragon Doki, who was angry because the bastard had abandoned his comrades for the sake of riches. Another next day arrived. There were 3 people sitting at the table, discussing rumors, because they had heard rumors about the Kunlun dragon. These were the Kunlun elders who were discussing that their faction had won against the dragon faction. The bearded man had also heard about them, but he didn't understand where it all started. The mustachioed man replied that, according to their students, they were attacked by some young guy. The other, hearing this, could not believe it. Because it is difficult to believe, one could not understand them. They even began to discuss that these were just ordinary hallucinations that were tormenting them. However, the bearded man interrupted him, saying that thanks to this, their status had increased significantly. They started discussing the meeting at the meeting of the 9 sects. One of the elders said that Yongpun had gone from them. One of the elders said that they were expelled from the 9 sects. These words angered the oldest of them. He hit the slot out of anger. He suggested taking some measures, because everything could end badly. The elder also told Baekwang that he should accompany his disciples to Namgun. Hearing this, he could not believe what he heard. But there was no other choice. And so, sometime later, they set off on their journey. The young people didn't understand why they were going there, but the elder explained that they needed connections and allies. They also discussed that the Namgung clan had a lot of money, which could help them. At this time, the same trio had already reached our tavern. They immediately greeted everyone. Jean was surprised to see them, because they said they had a lot to do and left. Walking into the tavern, Nan said that they had settled all their business, so they would stay here for a short time. At this point, Baldy quietly whispered to Jin that they simply missed Kuksu, so they came back. At this time, Soban himself was no longer listening to them, because what appeared before his eyes was not the best picture. He saw a silhouette that was quite familiar to them. He looked with a piercing gaze towards the boy, who noticed the trio. Therefore, I decided to immediately start running away, dashing to the side. This time he was unable to escape. He was grabbed by the collar of his clothes. The gray-haired man immediately began to greet him joyfully, while the angry Nan asked the boy where he was going. While driving, the big guys explained that the guy didn't have to run away anymore, because Kimkoban was no longer there. Upon hearing this, the boy was happy. However, the yellow-haired man was not particularly pleased with his escapes, asking the boy what they would do with him. Choki immediately understood, calling Soki and asking him to make 3 kuksu for the trio's table. Jean, with a smile on her face, also added dumplings. However, this was not enough. They asked for a little help. He only needed to pay for a week's stay here. And so, sometime later, our hero completed the order. He began to carry the tray with dishes towards the trio's table, trying not to drop anything. Upon seeing the hermit master, everyone immediately greeted him, while the gray-haired one smiled, because this was the best chance. At this time, Nan Sobong was twitching tensely, thinking that he didn't understand what was frightening him so much. There were 3 servings of kuksu on the table, as well as 4 dumplings. Baekyu happily said that he had added more, but they didn't understand what he was talking about. To which the black-haired boy immediately explained that he had added another dumpling. They immediately began to happily eat, while our hero muttered that if he had known that Choki was leaving, he would not have added more to the dumpling. Nen, hearing this, did not understand what was being said, and immediately began to look around. Soban shouted that Chohi had run away, but the other 2 did not quite agree with him, because the food would get cold. It started pouring rain outside, and it got heavier with every second. People passing by decided to go into the tavern and wait out the rain. Jean, noticing the visitors, immediately greeted them and asked how many there were. The Kunlun master replied that there would be only 4 of them. Gradually they began to come in, answering that it made no difference to them what they ate. Jin immediately started talking about delicious kuksu and incredible dumplings. Suddenly she noticed a familiar boy and immediately greeted him. His comrades immediately began to ask Yenpun if he had really been here, and they heard that he had stopped by here on his way to a sect meeting. The short-haired man recommended his company to try kuksu. They listened to him and ordered 4 servings. Just a few minutes later, there were already 4 servings of noodles on the table. Our main character looked towards his former student with a smile, and he, upon seeing him, immediately bowed with a smile on his face. His comrade did not understand why he was grateful to them, to which Yongpun replied that he was indebted to them. While eating, the boy thought that martial arts were amazing, but the elder's kuksu surprised him more and more each time. The bald man heard their conversation, that someone started crying, being interested in this. They were heatedly discussing that these weren't tears, but simply that some broth had gotten on their faces. Nan immediately told his comrades that they should not mess with them. One of the students approached the master, asking if he knew how much the Namgung clan earned, to which he replied that he didn't know for sure, but was confident that there were thousands every day. After all, he heard that they had trading rights everywhere. It was not comparable to the 9 sects. The master lowered his gaze and said that they sit in the mountains all day without money or rice and no one knows them, so he concluded that there is something to learn from them. The 2 disciples rejoiced, except for Yonpun. Our hero also heard that they were going to enter into an alliance with them. Noticing, the elder noted that the rain had stopped, so it was time for them to hit the road. Jin came up and said with a smile that it would be 8 yuan. With a satisfied face, the man with the bags introduced himself as Baekwang, saying that he would give the money back later. However, Yongpun interrupted him, saying that he should pay, which broke the elder's mood. Everyone started talking among themselves that they had no money. Yongpun immediately began to apologize, asking Sohee to take his payment. There were 3 coins. He also added that he would give the rest later. Jean immediately smiled. She believed the boy, saying that she was waiting for the next time. His elder immediately interrupted him, asking what if he never came here again. Their conversation was interrupted by our hero, who angrily said that his rottenness could be smelled even in the kitchen. Approaching the hostess, he asked her to give him the money, while Yongpun did not understand what to do. He immediately ran up, apologizing, while our hero asked the guy not to do it, because he paid for himself. Taking him by the hand, he gave him the money, saying that the rest would have to pay, which surprised everyone. They immediately started shouting at the student and asking him if he really didn't know who they were. The 2 big guys smiled when they heard this, because the guys didn't even understand what kind of ambush they had gotten themselves into. But our hero continued to stand his ground, because they don't feed for free or on credit. The elder immediately asked his disciple to teach this guy good manners. Suddenly he was interrupted, because someone joyfully greeted Beck. It was an old man, the leader of the beggars, who was shouting that not even a day had passed and he was already missing them. Our hero asked his friend to sit down because he had things to do, while the elder watched this. His expression immediately changed as he greeted the elder. With the utmost difficulty, the old man began to remember the name of this man. The elder himself at this time turned to his disciples, shouting for them to greet the old man. Our hero at this time told the three to follow him. The man with the mustache thought with fear, how could he be friends with the elder? Our hero, going out into the street, told them that if they couldn't pay, then they would make tables. Looking at the boulder, everyone thought it was complete nonsense. Taking a piece of a twig, our hero said that he would cut it so that they could work. And then he instantly accumulated a huge amount of energy and began waving it. Seeing this, the elders could not believe their eyes, while his students laughed and giggled, trying to keep their mouths shut. However, literally a few seconds later, some kind of crackling noise began to be heard. As a result, the huge boulder began to fall apart into several pieces. The older man recognized the boy and greeted him, knowing that they would meet again. He asked the guy why his comrades were behaving like that, but the guy couldn't answer. On the street at this time, the members of the sect could not believe their eyes. Our hero told them that they should make tables out of it, while the students shouted that the master was standing before them. Sweating profusely, the Kunlun elder could not believe that the table in the inn was made of stone. And our hero continued, saying that one kuksu is one table, so they need to make 3, otherwise they won't leave here. Also adding that the table should be so smooth that even a child cannot hurt himself on it. They did not agree, because this was impossible. But our hero said that in this case, they would not leave here. The old man laughed and said that his friend was very angry. At this time, not so far away, the situation was quite tense. The black dragon Kudoki interrogated the leader of the Yellows, asking if he really abandoned his comrades and ran away. Bowing, he tried to justify himself, apologizing with every word. He ordered that the man on his knees be told who had done it. The answer was immediate, because the leader thought that Kunlun had done it. However, he also added that it was the cook from the tavern who did it, which greatly surprised the dragon. The man tried to justify himself to his master. However, he did not allow this to happen, telling his subordinates to take him away. He also said that he couldn't forgive him, so he would have to finish him off, which scared the mustachioed man. As he was leaving, he asked to forgive him, promising to give away all his property. However, he laughed and said that it was already all his. As soon as they left him, he thought, what kind of guy could beat up his 3 brothers? He was also sure that they were enough. At this time, work was in full swing near the tavern. At times, in addition to the sounds of work, there were some rather joyful cries. One of the students was explaining to another how to hold his sword correctly. They even started joking among themselves that they would become masters of table making. And at some point, one of them was able to split the slab into 2 parts. They were delighted, asking their master to try it too. He exhaled heavily and did not immediately answer his students. However, unable to contain his anger, he shouted that he would not do this. He turned around and started to walk away, saying that he would not tolerate this kind of treatment, so they were leaving right now. One of the disciples asked what if that guy found out, but the elder interrupted him, asking who he would follow, him or that guy. After thinking for a moment, the other student said that he would take a look and come back. And now he was already looking into the tavern, trying not to attract attention. Seeing the trio sitting at the table, chatting pleasantly, discussing something. Having run, he immediately reported this to his master, saying that this was their chance and they needed to run. Hearing this, the old man immediately agreed, adding that they needed to leave as soon as possible. At this time, Yongpun talked about his incredible progress, adding that it was all thanks to Beku. Our hero immediately told the guy never to get cocky, and he immediately bowed. Nogok interrupted their conversation, saying that if he had known then that he was his student, he would not have been rude to him at their first meeting. Red-faced, the short-haired man tried to say that he was not a student. However, the old man insisted on this, because he really is Beku's student. Suddenly, he immediately asked the young lad if he could teach him something. He thought that this was incredible, because the master himself would teach him. However, he is a disciple of Kunlun. He could not receive knowledge from anyone except those connected with the sect. The old man was happy, because only a worthy disciple of the sect could answer like that. Our hero tensed up at this time. Standing up, he immediately headed towards the exit. He felt the trio running away. At this time, the master was telling his students that they were running away, not because they were afraid, but because they were running out of time. Suddenly he noticed a rather familiar silhouette that frightened him. It was our hero who had already caught up with them. Beku was angry and immediately started yelling at them. Enpun heard some screaming in the street. Deciding to check, he went outside and noticed an unpleasant picture. Our hero said angrily that the trio would stay here for some time. At this time, somewhere high in the mountains, in one of the similar taverns, the man swept the ground of dust and sand. An approaching silhouette caught his attention. He immediately greeted the old man. Just as the old man recognized the black dragon, he immediately greeted him too. The old man asked who he was going to teach a lesson this time. The dragon asked to send the killer for 10 nannies. However, this was not enough, so he brought 100,000 nannies. Seeing this, the old man could not believe that he was giving such a sum. The old man immediately asked if it was someone from the Wudang sect. However, the boy did not answer, putting his hand inside his clothes, taking out a portrait on which was written the cook of the Kunlun Tavern. Seeing this, the old man was surprised, because this is a lot for a cook. However, the black dragon asked to underestimate him, telling that all his brothers died because of him. The old man thought to himself that this was too easy money for them. Yumpun told the old man about Namgun, which surprised him greatly. He explained to the student that it would be better for him to go alone, because if he went with such students and a master, he would only disgrace himself. The boy agreed with this, because they always embarrass themselves. So he went to the master to ask about it. At this time, work was in full swing on the street. The students were happy because they finally did something similar. They also asked their master to try. Suddenly, a sound came from one of the stomachs. They were all hungry, and each understood that they could die like this. Our hero interrupted their conversation, asking who forbade them to eat. Those hearing this immediately rejoiced. However, he also added that after the meal they would have to make 2 more tables. Their conversation was interrupted by Yongpun, who turned to the master, who said that he should go to Namgung alone. The master did not understand where he went, because they were still here. But the boy insisted, because they could break the arrival date. The master's face was covered in sweat because his student was being rude to him. He didn't understand how he dared to walk alone, looking at Beck. As he began to get up, he thought that this could not be left like this. However, our hero immediately interrupted him, saying that the table was not yet made. Nogok, who came out, also said that the student should go. Having calmed down, the elder agreed. The Kunlun master allowed his disciple to go, and the boy immediately began to leave. At this time in a big town, in the training room in one of the buildings, a huge amount of weapons were scattered around the man. A training wooden silhouette stood in front of him. Exhaling, the man began to gather energy. As a result, the axe began to rise. He lifted it with his energy, forcing him to fly in and cut through the tree, starting to move, getting into a fighting stance. He picked up the rest of the weapons that had been lying there recently, having forced him to attack his supposed opponent. In an instant, it reached the tree. And here comes another heavy exhalation. Several men came in and told him that he was getting better and better every day. And he answered them that he had lived as a master since his youth, but he had a lot to learn. He asked them to give him what they brought and opened it. I was very surprised, because there were 70,000 here. The man did not understand how one could pay so much for a cook. That's why I immediately started asking if they found out anything about him. They also added that Master Nogok comes to the tavern every day. The man said tensely that they needed to go there. At this time, Jean was telling the secret of preparing the dish. She talked about the smallest details, and also that it is absolutely necessary to take out the insides. Well, how long should it be kept in a wooden barrel? Our hero at this time thought that it looked very simple. He believed that this tavern was a turning point in his life. He was going to succeed here. That's why I immediately decided to try it. He also noted that he understood why the rooster had not been heard in the morning. Their conversation was interrupted by a man who came in. Beku went to check if it was a guest, immediately heading to the main hall of the tavern. Seeing the human silhouette, he immediately greeted it joyfully. After all, there was a smiling man standing in front of him, who, although he was smiling, immediately looked around. Noticing the trio, he realized that they were not fighters, but ordinary guests. Sitting down at the table, Jean approached him and asked what he wanted. Our hero also examined it, noting that it looked neat. Beku recommended kuksu and pelmeni, as well as a chicken dish. The mustachioed man was interested in the chicken dish. Our hero immediately went to the kitchen. Even though he hadn't ordered anything, he exhaled, thinking that it was time to have a snack. Sometime later, the dish was served. He was surprised by the quick service, and our main character noted that they always work for speed and quality. The man happily began to eat. He didn't understand why everyone around him was drooling. It all looked strange to him. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an old man who came in. Having felt the energy, the man realized for sure that it was Nogok. He was going to wait for their meeting with the cook. And so, Beku came out, joyfully greeting his friend. The old man immediately handed him some kind of bag. He said that it was ginseng, and it was 200 years old. At this time, the man analyzed their every word. Our hero at this time thought about Jean, that she should learn martial arts. The old man understood what the boy was thinking and began to laugh. The male killer thought his target was the cook, so he just had to wait until the old man left. Suddenly, our main character's friend asked why it smelled so bad here. Our hero asked whether it was blood, and the old man waved his hand in the affirmative. The boy asked to leave the man alone. His friend didn't understand why Beck wasn't doing anything. and our hero explained that he was a guest, so there was no reason to throw him out. The old man also told about the camp, and immediately the man's face turned pale. Beku replied that he knew, and the man became even more tense. Nogok asked again why the guy wasn't doing anything. With a smile, our hero asked if he should invite them. At this point, the man realized that he could have died if it weren't for the boy's care. His whole heart was breaking with fear. Trembling, he thought that there was a real monster in front of him. The old man, laughing, asked why he was leaving trembling, and our hero asked his friend to leave him alone. In a trembling voice, the man asked Soka how much he owed, and she replied that he owed her 145 mun, which surprised the man. After all, it was very expensive, explaining that he ate the most expensive dish. After seeing the guest off, she wished him good luck. Having moved away, he immediately began to rush at full speed, trying to get as far away as possible. His subordinate approached him and asked how everything went. Having met his own people, he immediately ordered them to leave quickly. About a month ago, in the Tianshan Mountains, a loud scream was heard throughout the area. It came from a lonely cave. Inside, the man kept screaming. His whole body was bound with chains. He screamed, absorbing energy. At some point, a thick column of dust rose up, and he began to smile happily, because everything was ready. This was the best blood demon in the magical arts, Ku Jaicheon. He was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Temple, and the master of 100,000 demonic servants. However, he was not satisfied with his position, and wanted to take over the world. By the end of his life, he could have attained the mastery of a heavenly demon. The best teachings fell into his hands, and after painful closed training, only the third technique of the heavenly demonic demon remained. After learning the first technique, changes occurred in his body. He experienced a complete transformation of his bones. When he mastered the second technique of great destruction, he turned back time. He started with the rejuvenation technique and finally mastered the third technique, which seemed elusive. However, at some point he realized that he didn't even remember his name, and also why his hands are sealed in chains. He could remember absolutely nothing, and now finally having destroyed them and being freed. He decided to leave this cave after looking at the light, and even after leaving the cave, he still couldn't remember anything. But he was sure of one thing: his power was powerful. With incredible speed, he began to jump from one rock to another, laughing joyfully because he felt the power. He couldn't stop. She was overwhelming him. He liked the feeling of power. He flew for a whole month, enjoying the jumps. And here finally is the present time, the Kunlun Mountains. That same killer stood in front of his subordinates, saying that they must listen to him. He told about the monster that was there. However, he could not undermine the trust of his client. Their conversation was interrupted by a man. This was the very demon who asked about food. The mustachioed commander didn't understand where this guy came from, and he continued to ask them for food. The crowd immediately rushed to attack him. After all, he couldn't speak to them in such a tone. The boy immediately got into a fighting stance. In one instant, he dealt a huge number of blows, making their commander scream in fear. Looking at him, he did not understand how this happened. After all, he did it with just one movement. And the boy continued to talk some nonsense. He explained that he woke up and started jumping 30,000 times. He told this while sounds of pain were heard under his feet. This made him angry, so he decided to finish him off. Listening to this guy, the commander thought. He also talked about some guys who were demanding money, but he killed them all. He didn't feel sorry for them. Here was his last jump, and he stopped. But he understood that he needed to eat, and that made him angry. And also that he was asking for food and they were pointing guns at him. The man immediately raised his swords into the air, intending to kill the one who attacked them. The swords hit their target straight on, raising dust and a loud sound. However, the man's face turned pale. After all, this boy appeared right in front of his face, hitting him, thus destroying his shoulder. The killer immediately screamed in pain. He ordered the mustachioed man to get lost if he had no food. And then he kicked him with his foot, throwing him high into the sky. Clutching his stomach, he couldn't stop his hunger. Walking a little further, he noticed a building. As soon as I started to enter it, I immediately looked around. The Trinity immediately turned their attention to him, and Jin happily greeted the customer. The boy asked if he could have a bite to eat here. Hearing about Kuksa and Pelmani, they seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember. He asked to bring the girl. However, he also said that he had no money at all. The Trinity immediately rejoiced, because this was a great chance for Baekyu. They immediately jumped in and asked if he really had no money. After all, that doesn't work here. The three of them guarded this place. These words made the boy angry. Nan noticed this look, even thinking that it was the master. Soban's comrades asked him to keep quiet. As he left, Nan said that he was keeping an eye on him, asking him not to do anything stupid. And he said that they were still alive because there were three of them. These words angered the yellow-haired man. He began to clench his fist. However, this guy's look was truly creepy. Sitting down at the table, he asked for some kuksa to be brought to him. And finally our main character appeared. who immediately approached this boy, making him tense up. Baekyu said that they don't feed you for free here. The man asked what made the three tense up, and the tavern cook asked the guy to leave since he had no money. However, the boy asked to speak to him normally and bring him some food. Our hero asked if he really wanted to be thrown out of here. It was the final one. He immediately began to attack Beck. However, the black-haired man blocked his blow without any difficulty. The demon couldn't believe it because he was the strongest. However, it was too late to think, because he was falling to the ground. But our hero took pity on him and sat him back down at the table. The demon master couldn't believe it, since he had just destroyed those guys. And at some point he realized that there was a stronger guy in front of him than he was. Standing up, he threw these thoughts out, thinking that it was nonsense. He screamed in anger and hit the table. However, our hero has already collected internal energy, forcing the guy to fly up headfirst again, and then fly out into the street with incredible force. However, he was able to regroup. This angered the demonic master, and he thought again. He couldn't believe it, remembering his recent fights. After all, there really was someone stronger than him standing in front of him. While our hero thought that this was the first time an attack had affected him in this way, still lost in his thoughts, he went out into the street. He felt dark energy coming from the guy, so I immediately realized that this guy was using a rejuvenation technique. As the demonic master thought about this, his heart was clenching. With incredible pressure, Baekyu asked him who he was, and at that moment he thought that he could die here. Looking down, he replied that he did not know the answer to that question. He remembered absolutely nothing. Our hero assumed that he lost his memory during training, and then he asked if he was hungry. Turning around and starting to walk towards the tavern, he told them to follow him. Just a few minutes later, our hero served him noodles. Looking at her, the guy asked what it was, and our hero explained that this was the kuksu he asked for. He looked at the plate in surprise, taking it in his hands. The Trinity at this time were placing bets on his reaction to the taste. While he was trying food for the first time in a long time, a tear appeared in his eye. He wondered in his mind what it was. Smiling, the trio thought this was exactly what they had expected. The boy immediately started eating like crazy, eating all the noodles in one moment. He asked our hero if he did it himself. Having said that, it is very tasty. Our hero asked if he should bring more, seeing the joyful waves. And so some time passed. Sitting opposite the guy, our hero asked about his name. However, he remembered nothing except 3 letters. 3. Jean, hearing this, sympathized with him. The girl suggested that the guy stay until he remembered everything. Our main character immediately tensed up. After all, he knew that she would not be able to ignore someone else's misfortune. However, he also understood that if this guy was from Murim, he would destroy everything here. So he agreed, saying that they could use another employee. The boy was surprised by this proposal. At this time, Jean happily said that they would now be together. The boy thought, lowering his head. At this time, the Trinity also began asking to work for them. Our hero suggested him a name, Chunsam. Hearing this, so he immediately shouted that it was a beautiful name. The bald man spoke about some time. His comrades did not understand him. Their conversation was interrupted by an old man who ran in. A little while later, he was already standing and saying that he didn't know him, to which Beck replied that this was their new employee. Our hero's friend immediately introduced himself to the guy, and the boy introduced himself in response. Exhaling heavily, the old man said that he was being impudent. However, he said that there was no point in him respecting someone who was weaker than him, which angered him. But as soon as he took a closer look, he was surprised. After all, he felt the living energy that was within him. At this time, Baekyu asked the old man to step aside and talk. At this time, the trio from the Kunlun sect were working outside, while our 2 heroes were talking. Our hero told everything to the old man. After thinking for a moment, Nogok's face changed, because he called it a volcano that could explode at any moment. And our hero explained that it was precisely because of this that he wanted to keep him close to him. After thinking and pondering, the old man agreed with him. And then night came, and the Kunlun people were frying their food. They were happy because the rabbit ran here on its own. The master addressed his students. He asked his students to give him a chair each. However, they immediately refused, saying that they would rather go without food. Their conversation was interrupted by a new tavern employee, who grabbed their rabbit and started eating it. This angered the 3 captives. While they were surprised, the boy had already finished eating. As he was leaving, he said that compared to Kuksu, theirs turned out so-so. The students immediately started shouting in his direction. However, the guy didn't pay attention to this, noting that they had an ugly table. They asked not to touch him, but he did not listen. The students couldn't believe that he actually did it, but they couldn't tell him anything either. And so the next day, the boy tried the dumplings. Jean told the boy that he ate too much. The girl also noted that he does not pay, so they cannot provide him with food and housing. After all, their business is going poorly, and they don't have many guests. But Baekyu noted that it would be better for them to have one more employee. Exactly the kind of person who can increase their sales. Soki didn't understand what they were talking about, because things were already bad for them. However, our main character didn't think so, because now things are much better than they were. After thinking for a moment, Nogok shouted that he had such a person from the Zhuge clan. The hostess immediately became tense, because he is one of the top 5 clans. She thought they wouldn't come, but the old man said they owed him. He remembered the past, where their defenses were broken through and they called for help. They discussed among themselves that their situation was dire at the moment. The wall was broken, destroyed into several small pieces. The enraged men stormed their estate, intending to get rid of them. However, their chatter was interrupted by a voice that said that they would be the ones to die today, that someone was an old man who was going to protect this clan. In an instant, he destroyed absolutely all of the attackers, surprising the defenders. Standing among the lying men, he seemed incredibly strong to everyone. As he poured the wine, he told the story to the two, saying that they would not refuse him. Beku, raising his cup, told his friend that he would be grateful for this help. Getting up, he was about to set off on his journey, but our hero stopped him. Having said that he would go with him, upon hearing this, his friend was delighted, because 2 people are much more fun than 1. Jean, smiling, said that she would wait for them, and our hero looked towards the demonic master, thinking that it was dangerous to leave him alone. So he suggested that the guy go with them, and he was surprised by this offer. And then turning to the Trinity, he asked them to look after the tavern. Nan responded by saying that he was just an ordinary guest, thinking to himself, well, finally he was recognized. But without giving him a chance to answer, he agreed, explaining that he had already become attached to this place. When they got outside, they saw that the trio was still working at the tables. Beku asked Nogok to go first, and they would follow him. The old man himself thought that the young man was simply being polite to him. Having said that he was going, he rushed forward with incredible speed. While our heroes were looking towards the old man, he had already increased the distance between them sufficiently. The demon said that it was slow, but our hero did not respond to this in any way. They also followed after their comrade. Seeing this, the trio could not believe their eyes, because it was truly incredible. At this time, Nan came out to them, telling them not to be distracted from their work. Soban also said that fooling around is also prohibited. At this time, somewhere in the mountains, a noise was heard. It was also created because of the fast movement of people in ninja suits. They moved at incredible speed, looking around the area. Suddenly a cry was heard that called everyone. They immediately rushed towards the scream, starting to look around even more carefully. They noticed the tracks, and each one confidently declared that they were left by a heavenly demon. None of them understood what he was doing there. Determined to figure this out, they decided to check and search further. Demonic cult of the heavenly demon. In one of the rooms there was a man sitting, making some sounds. It was the cult's advisor, Sama Jongyi. Suddenly he was distracted by someone asking if he could come in. The advisor immediately greeted the man who entered. It was the chief elder who asked about searching for the heavenly demon. Jongyi said that they organized a search party, checking the peaks. He talked about the steps, of which there were already more than 20,000. They discussed how this disappearance could cause internal conflict. It was too big a risk. After all, the young leader of the cult was not chosen, and they began to fight for supremacy. There was silence, each of them deep in thought. The chief elder ordered them to find out the location before disaster struck. At this time, our heroes had already reached the Zhuge clan. Upon entering, the man immediately greeted Mr. Nogok, who, having sat down, immediately got down to business, saying that he had a request. The clan representative himself said that he was seeing these two for the first time, assuming that they were his students. However, the old man hearing this laughed, saying that these were his friends. Looking at these two, he could not believe that these young guys were his friends. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who served tea. The man immediately began pouring it into the cups. The demon asked Beck what it was, and our hero immediately explained what tea was. He drank it immediately, which surprised the clan representative, because it was too hot. The man thought that this trio was extremely strange. Looking at them, he wondered if they were really friends. After all, how could the old man become friends with them? And how could he suddenly assume that they could be masters of rejuvenation? The old man asked the man if he could provide them with a person. The representative thought that it was necessary to maintain close contact with such people, so he immediately began to clarify which person was being discussed. He asked if he needed a soldier, to which he received a negative answer. The old man began to laugh, thinking that he should ask. However, our hero interrupted him, saying that they needed an employee. The representative needed to know as much information as possible in order to select the right person. Hearing about the tavern, he almost fainted from surprise. He tried to ask about Kunlun, but he could still hear the inn. Beck explained that they needed a smart employee for the tavern. The man's face was covered in sweat. He didn't understand what they were talking about. After thinking for a moment, the man asked if the long-haired man ran the tavern. However, Beck's answer that he was being controlled by another person and that he was just a cook finished him off. After all, he thought that a master of rejuvenation was sitting in front of him, but he only came here as a cook. The old man, seeing this expression, thought that the representative was clearly stunned. Having explained about the affairs in the tavern and why they needed an employee, and also adding that the Zhuge clan would be the most suitable for finding such a person. After thinking for a moment about the fact that they needed a smart boy, he realized that they had one. After thinking for a few more seconds, he was sure that they had one. Sometime later, the boy, embarrassed, told his father that he had come. However, as it turned out, it was not embarrassment, but alcohol intoxication. The father asked his son not to talk, because the smell was disgusting. When asked about the rats, the boy replied that he could not kill living creatures, which angered his father. There was a verbal altercation between them on this matter for a few more seconds. My father explained that there are rats that climb the poles, and that this is the problem. So he put the disc on the pole, because if they bump into it, they'll just fall down. The father immediately thought about it, because it was very creative. He asked his son how he made it, and he immediately told him. Hearing about the paste, he hit him on the forehead. After all, they can eat pasta. He also shouted that he has been busy with nonsense since childhood. The father continued to shout at his son for a long time, asking him to shut up and not answer anything else. He also said that he was ashamed of his behavior. And so, returning back to his comrades, he said that he had such a person. It was his youngest son, Zhongye Somen. They discussed it for a few more minutes. At that moment, the little son himself went out to have a drink. After eating the food, he asked to lend him some. However, the owner did not agree with this, saying that until he paid, he would not be able to leave. Hearing someone go to the restroom behind him, the men began to discuss among themselves whether this boy would run away. The guy took 7 nan from the common table, telling them to divide the rest as they saw fit. He approached the man and gave him money, and he was happy. And so, sometime later, he found himself at home. His father angrily asked his son if he had been drinking again. The boy explained that he was very worried, so he had to drink. However, the old man replied that he had not even thought about his deep feelings. Hearing this, the boy was very surprised and became scared. This year he turned 21, which meant it was time to leave home. The young man did not understand what his father was talking about. He explained that his friend needed an advisor, so he would go there. Looking at his old man, he thought that he was being too strange today. He didn't know if he could handle this responsibility. What if he tarnished the family name? The young man did not know what to do in this situation. To which his father, smiling, replied that everyone makes mistakes. The son did not understand these words, because his father had told him that people could suffer under the command of a stupid military man. However, his father, smiling, told him that he had not said that his life depended on others. When he heard about the tavern, he couldn't believe it, while the father looked at his son, smiling. His old man explained that things were not going well there. The son immediately thought about it and realized that he would need help with the trade. Did his father really know what he wanted? The boy continued to wonder. The father shouted at the top of his lungs for the boy to consider this a vacation, since he loved taverns, and then immediately began to push him to the side to get out, because they were waiting for them. As he came out, he noticed the Trinity, who did not take her eyes off him, examining him carefully. The boy was surprised that Mr. Nogok owned a tavern. However, his father said that it was not him, but the long-haired one. Approaching Beck, the clan representative asked him to take care of his son. He also whispered in his ear that the boy was young and could therefore do something funny. At that moment, the boy looked at him in fear, not knowing what to do. His fear was interrupted by his father, who told him to say hello to everyone. Approaching Baiku, he immediately introduced himself as June Somen. He thought it was too strange, because the tavern was run by a young guy just like him. It was very difficult for him to leave his home. Approaching his father, he said that he was afraid to leave him, but his old man asked him not to worry. The boy continued to try to persuade his father to leave him. However, he interrupted him, asking him to look after him. And then he pushed him out into the street, telling him to achieve success and bring glory to their family. Well, in the end I closed the doors, while the boy's face was covered in sweat. Kneeling down and bowing, he asked his father to live long. The father himself, in tears, stood at the door, thinking that otherwise he would not have been able to let him go. In the summer of the year Somen left home, there was a flood. However, thanks to the dam he built, there were no casualties, and the rat-proof post spread throughout the area. Walking through the streets, the young man was completely immersed in thought. Thinking that he couldn't follow them so obediently, he had to ask to go to the toilet and run away. Turning to Beck, he asked him to go to the toilet since he had overindulged yesterday, but our hero told him to be patient. After all, they only had a little time left, and upon hearing this, the boy did not understand what was being talked about. He knew that it would take at least 3 days to get to Kunlun, and at best 4. Looking around, the old man said that it seemed empty here. Grabbing the boy, our hero told him that he might feel a little dizzy, and then he rushed high into the sky, back home. At first, the young man did not understand what had happened, but as soon as he looked around, he immediately screamed. After all, he was high in the sky and he couldn't fly. Our trio jumped from rock to rock with incredible speed. It seemed like they reached the Kunlun Inn in an instant, and after landing, they looked around the area again. Beck turned to the new worker, saying, "We got here quickly." The boy felt everything he had eaten today begin to rise to his mouth, and then everything came out into the open, while the demon did not understand how this could even be. As he dried himself, his fear knew no bounds. The boy turned to Beck and asked if they were preparing people for the army here, to which our hero replied that he needed to attract people here, which surprised the boy. He asked who they meant, to which Nogok replied, "Visitors." While the boy stood in shock, our heroes went into the tavern because they were hungry. Inside, the guy was immediately greeted by Jean, who immediately introduced herself. Seeing her, he thought that a beauty worked there, and immediately introduced himself. The old man and the demon asked Sohee to bring a bottle and some dumplings. However, our hero forbade the employee to eat because they eat at lunch. The boy was angry, because why did he study for so long? A couple of muscle men immediately approached Salman and asked him who he was. In a trembling voice, he asked them who they were. Nan, seeing his appearance, asked threateningly if he had really come here to eat for free. And then, hitting the table with a knife, he said that in this case he would cut off his hands. Their conversation was interrupted by Baekyu, who asked them to finish with it, explaining that this guy was not a guest, but their new employee. The trio immediately began to apologize to him, while Salman himself thought that their behavior had changed dramatically. The young man happily asked if they were also employees. However, our hero replied that they were ordinary guests, which surprised the guy, because he did not understand their behavior at the time. And then he added that these three are regular guests. The trio began to enter the tavern, barely moving their legs. They were Kunlun people who looked very tired. Seeing them, Salman became scared, wondering who they were. And they could barely sit down at the tables, they couldn't even move. The elder of the sect asked if they could have a drink, to which Baekyu replied that they only had water for free. The young man asked who they were, to which Baekyu explained that they were those who eat but do not pay for the food. Seeing this, the boy became even more scared, because people from Kunlun pay with physical labor. The students themselves were touching the table at this time, not understanding how they could achieve such a smooth surface. And then, getting up, they called their master, because it was time for them to get back to work. At this time, the guy went to prepare food. While he was thinking in horror about how strange everything was here, he was absolutely sure that he should have run away. His thoughts were interrupted by Baekyu, who handed him a portion of noodles. Seeing the food, the boy decided to postpone his escape and first have a snack. As he started eating, he thought that he hadn't eaten regular noodles for a long time. However, after the first sip, he felt as if he was in heaven. He thought about how he had visited many inns and the best eateries. He considered himself the best gourmet of the Zhuge clan. Now he had no thoughts of escaping, because there was very tasty food here. Jean explained that this tavern was given to her by her grandfather, and now it is dear to her. However, not because it is grandfather's tavern, but because of Mr. Beck's kuksu. At this time, Baekyu approached them, saying that he would give him a chance to leave if he wanted to. The boy jumped up at that very second, having started shouting that this won't do. He will do everything in his power to make sure that everyone knows about the tavern. A little while later, Beck asked if there was a way, to which the boy said that there was one reliable solution, and that was moving. A tavern should have been opened on a busy street, then guests would flock there if the food was not tasty. After all, a tavern is not only food, but a place where you can spend the night or get the information you need. Suddenly our hero interrupted him, asking if he really thought she would open a tavern if she had money. He also added that this was a precious place that she inherited from her grandfather, so she had to work here. Our hero thought to himself that this place meant a lot to him too. At this time, Jean was embarrassed, thinking that she had not made a mistake in Beck. The boy became thoughtful and began to think everything over. He agreed and said that in this case they would implement something that would make the inn the best in Cheonghae. And then he thought again, considering every action. The first was rumors, that is, word of mouth. Regardless of the methods, they need to spread the word about the existence of the tavern and everything connected with it. The main thing is to do it in a very provocative way. You need to say that the food is not just tasty, but that you can swallow your tongue from it. Or that sick people are immediately healed after trying it, about the increase in internal energy, the dead came back to life from the taste, and so on. The old man immediately shouted that he was a fraud, and Jin that it was all a lie. And Salman smiled, because they just need to impress people. It's not a scam. He called it advertising, which shut Nogok up. Our hero asked what they should do first. The boy said leaflets. He said that they would need to write the location on them, and also that the food was free. The old man began to be indignant again, because the young man was not called to destroy this place. and the boy explained that kuksu and pelmeni are everywhere. No one would want to go such a long way for the sake of dishes. The jocks agreed, saying that the food was addictive. It is with this kind of advertising that their business will go uphill. After thinking for a bit, our hero said that the idea wasn't bad, asking Mrs. Jin's opinion, who also liked it. The boy said he would make some sketches, and then Mr. Chun Sam would help him make about 5,000 leaflets. The demon himself, hearing this, began to emit a frightening aura. He was angry that he was being given orders. Our protagonist interrupted his ardor by asking for help, and also the Trinity who were sitting at the table. They didn't understand, because they were regular guests, not employees. However, seeing the expression on the master's faces, they immediately agreed. Jean happily said that she would help too. Sometime later, one leaflet was already ready. Everyone, as one, started trying to make leaflets. Everyone had their own reasons for this, but everyone helped the tavern. The young man himself thought that it was worth the effort for such a tasty kuksu. Sometime later, about 500 leaflets were already ready. At this time, on the street, the Kunlun people were discussing how they would never leave here, because nothing was working out for them. The elders thought to themselves that they would rather die of hunger than endure such humiliation. The master dumped his students while they were crying and saying they would never eat free food again. Once outside, our main character called over the sect members, giving them some kuksa and telling them they could eat it. He told them to eat without refunds, so they don't have to worry. Once they had eaten, he said he would give them a chance. The elder immediately asked sullenly what chance they were talking about, to which our hero pointed to the leaflets, saying that they needed to hand them out. Hearing that if they handed them out, they would be released, they immediately tensed up. The students happily asked if they could go to the village in that case. However, our hero said that they would not go to the village, but to Sichuan province. The elder shouted that it was far away, but our hero didn't care. Realizing that there was no other choice, they joyfully shouted that they agreed. Our hero handed over the piece of paper, saying that all the places they should visit were written on it. He also added that if he accidentally goes into one of them and there are no leaflets there, then he would catch them and force them to polish tables forever, which scared the trio to death. When they went outside, they were happy, because freedom was just around the corner. At this time, our heroes arrived in Cheonghae. The demon looked around carefully. Entering one of the places, he heard some kind of scream. A man appeared behind him, saying that they couldn't go in there. He shouted at the demonic master, asking how he dared to barge in here, since this was the 10 families' territory. At that very second, our hero's gaze changed. Whatever scared this big guy, he immediately shook up completely. The young man shoved a leaflet at him in response. Having read about the tavern on the leaflet, he noticed that the guy was still moving on. Immediately, a huge number of warriors appeared in front of him, asking him who he was. Our hero began to look in their direction with a terrifying gaze. As the demonic master began to emit his energy, he asked how they dared point weapons at him. Everyone immediately shook with fear. An old man came out and started shouting at everyone to move away. He also ordered everyone to lower their weapons. He introduced himself as Changbei, the head of 10, asking what brought the boy to them. He apologized for his warriors, thinking to himself that a strong master stood before them. Our hero, hearing this, calmed down, throwing on the ground what he brought with him, and then again began to collect energy around his body, raising a strong wind that scattered the leaflets. Absolutely everyone had one leaflet stuck to them. The head of the family immediately began to look at what was written there. After reading about the Kunlun Inn, after reading this, the warriors began to be surprised, because it was written about free food. At that very moment, the demonic master disappeared. The head of the family did not understand what all this meant. Entering one street, he saw a huge number of people, assuming that there was a brothel there. Our hero was in the village at this time. Entering one of the streets, he saw a large crowd of people. He began to hand out leaflets, attracting attention with his voice. He carefully gave one sheet to absolutely every passerby. They immediately began to read. Each of them did not understand why they took these leaflets in the first place. And our hero had already moved on, passing by. Noticing a young boy who was fanning the fire, our hero asked the boy why he wasn't making the tea and where all the adults had gone. However, the boy did not answer right away. He became despondent and said that his father had gone out to work in the spring and had not returned yet, and that his mother had died. He also told about his sick grandmother, and Beku asked to take him to her. When he went inside, he saw a woman lying down. He apologized for the intrusion. However, she said that she could not turn around, asking who had come in. Coming up and placing his hand on her forehead, our hero introduced himself, starting to gather internal energy, explaining why all this happened. Just a few seconds later, Beku said that she could now move. This is exactly what happened. The woman was able to turn around on her own, and then she jumped up and didn't understand how this happened, because she felt great. She immediately asked how to thank the guy. She was very happy, and our hero told us about the Kunlun Tavern, asking us to stop by. Suddenly there was a noise, a male voice shouting for Kwanchan to come out. The man kept shouting for them to come out. They came to collect the debt and started to destroy everything in the yard. Coming out, our hero said that it was not nice to barge in like that, since the head of the family was not at home, and the man, raising his hand, said that in this case he would pay off the debt instead of them. Beck didn't even bat an eyelid when he asked them who they were. They realized that he was not a local and immediately introduced themselves. He happily said that this village would soon become theirs too. And then they started demanding the money that was owed to them again. Our hero raised his hand, moving his finger away. When he hit the man's weapon, it shattered into small pieces. Holding his sword in his hand and looking at it, the man screamed in surprise, not understanding how this had even happened. At that moment our hero grabbed the duo by the head. Having forced them to their knees, they could not help but obey him, continuing to scream. Finally, he told the old man and the young man that he would feed them for free if they came to him. The boy with sparkling eyes was happy and shouted that he would definitely come. And then turning to those kneeling, he told them to take him to their leader. They immediately began to stand up, not understanding why they were moving on their own. And so, sometime later, they brought our hero to a huge building, in which several men apologized because they were unable to pay their debt. While chewing meat, the man asked how many people there were in the man's family. With a tremor in his voice, the man replied that there were 4 of them, including him. In response, the jock asked if he knew how many guys were there. And then he added with a smile that, taking into account those on the street, there were 58, and he wanted to feed everyone. He started shouting and asked how he dared to complain about the size of his family without paying his debt. Suddenly his scream was interrupted by men who fell right in front of him. With trembling voices they turned to their leader. However, our hero interrupted them, asking if he was the leader here. Their leader started shouting while the duo continued to apologize. Our hero interrupted him again, asking if he was the leader. Looking away, Baekyu, the leader, did not understand how he dared to act arrogantly with him, assuming that a government official was standing in front of him. After thinking about it, he immediately introduced himself, saying that he was Sakon, the leader of the group Taeboom. To which our hero immediately said that from today, their group was disbanded, which surprised absolutely everyone. Not so boldly, Sakon asked if he was a civil servant, to which our hero immediately replied that no. Hearing this, the man immediately smiled, and the rest began to laugh, holding their stomachs. The leader gave the order to kill this boy. They immediately took out their weapons and rushed into battle. While the leader thought that a real idiot had come to them, however, his smug smile disappeared from his face instantly. After all, at that very second all his subordinates flew off in different directions, emitting such a painful cry that it even instilled fear. He shouted, asking what was going on, while his subordinates spat out blood, making the same sounds of pain. And our hero explained that he had destroyed their inner strength, but this would not interfere with their lives in any way. Then he began to approach the leader, while he, trembling, asked our hero to wait. But it was too late, because our hero touched him. At that very second, blood began to pour out of the man's mouth, while our hero continued to move on. Turning to the ordinary guys, he said that he hoped that they would not bother them again in the future. They asked our hero where he came from, and our hero, giving them a leaflet, told them his name and where he came from. And so, sometime later, the black-haired man returned to the tavern. Sitting in front of their friend, they raised their glasses of wine and clinked them. The old man praised his friend because he had distributed all the leaflets. Baekyu, in turn, smiled, saying that tomorrow everything would be packed to capacity. The newly arrived employee was happy because he thought exactly the same. Hearing this, the old man, smiling, agreed with him and began to pour him alcohol. And now the next day has arrived. From early morning, the door to the tavern began to open. A man looking in asked if there was free food. The boy and Jin immediately greeted the guests. People going to the tavern discussed among themselves that it was a scam regarding free food. And so they finally arrived, deciding to go in and ask. There were already a lot of people inside. Everyone wanted to try the free food. The new employee also helped out in the room, taking orders. At this time, our hero was working tirelessly in the kitchen. Using his energy, Baekyu cooked noodles at incredible speed. At this time, the demonic master also carried all sorts of accessories in incredible quantities. The Trinity was smiling at this time, because today they didn't even have anywhere to sit. The demon asked the trio for help, which surprised them again, since they were ordinary guests. Nan immediately began to help with a smile. While his comrades looked at each other, he immediately shouted to them to help too. And finally night came. The duo were breathing heavily. They were too tired today. The newly arrived employee himself did not expect such a scale, because there were so many repeat orders that they even exceeded the costs. At this time, Jean was also happily talking about her impressions. Nan Soban himself began to approach our main character with a sullen face. He approached and immediately bowed, asking to be accepted. His two comrades did not understand what was being discussed. And Soban, realizing that he had not expressed himself clearly, added that he wanted to get a job as an employee. His comrades, in turn, thought that Chunsam still treated them as employees. Therefore, they immediately ran up and bowed as well, asking to be accepted as well. With trembling voices, they begged. And our hero thought about it, because they already had a lot of employees. The boy who came up told our hero that this could be done temporarily, explaining to him that in the future there would be many guests who would need to be kept. Jean, after thinking for a bit, replied that she was not against it, but the decision was still Beck's. Our hero, after thinking for a bit, told the trio that he could hire them, but they would start paying after their situation normalized. They immediately rejoiced and agreed to these conditions. Our hero was also happy with the new employees. Every day the number of guests in the tavern grew more and more, and on the fourth day, Beku gathered everyone together at June Soman's request. The boy said that everything was going smoothly for them. It even exceeded expectations. However, he also added that this is just the beginning. After all, it's still a long way to go before rumors start spreading. He also said that now is the time to move on to the second step, explaining that it is difficult to become the best tavern when the menu only has kuksu and pelmeni, since the best eateries from different regions offer a variety of dishes. They needed to bring someone who would teach Mr. Beck how to cook. The old man understood who they were talking about, and asked if the boy really thought that this cook would want to come to them. Grandpa knew because it was a very popular tavern. Jean was very surprised when she heard about 100 different types of dishes, and the young lad continued. Even though their pride is kuksu and pelmeni, they need variety. The old man, in turn, said that the choice was so big that it was even difficult to choose. The demonic master smiled and said that they just needed to create new dishes. However, Saman said that it was possible, but they didn't have time for it, and overall it wasn't worth it. His second plan was to bring a cook from that place. The Trinity, hearing this, were immediately surprised, because it would be too difficult. However, the boy did not mean to work, but on the contrary, to teach. Beku didn't understand how they could do this, because it would be too difficult to do. But Soman stated that he would come after the letter was sent. Beku didn't understand why he would come after one letter. Looking towards the guy, our main character became immersed in thought. And then he jumped up and agreed, saying that he would personally go there right now. At this time in Hubei province, in that same legendary tavern, the Yellow Crane, the cooks were working in the kitchen, completely immersed in their work. Each of them talked about some constant failures. When suddenly a cry was heard that the head chef had arrived, everyone immediately lined up in a row to greet their master. And then a woman came in. Her name was Cho Aken. She was the head cook of this tavern. Without even saying hello, she walked up to the first plate, starting to taste the food that her subordinate had prepared. As soon as the old woman said that it was unusual, the face of the person who prepared it lit up. He began to explain how he prepared it, but Cho interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. In a rough voice, she asked if he knew anything at all about this dish, explaining how it should be prepared correctly, because he added completely the wrong ingredients. As she was leaving, she also added that he should prepare it again at the same time tomorrow. And with these words, she finished off the man. Approaching the next one, he also happily explained the cooking method. However, there was a failure here too. Because it was too simple, the woman did not understand why they should waste an expensive duck. Chef Cho Aken's training has always been very strict. All because of her true love for cooking, she was always disappointed with the talent and efforts of her students. When she left, she was unhappy, because she did not know who she would be able to leave the tavern to when she retired. Suddenly she was interrupted, told that a guest was waiting for her downstairs. The man said that the guy's name was Beku, and the old woman immediately became thoughtful. And then, sometime later, the door swung open. Our main character entered it together with his subordinate. He immediately apologized to the woman. The woman, in turn, wondered where he came from, because he had an unusual aura. After examining him, she realized that he was not an employee, but she knew that she should be careful, because the young man in front of her could have enormous power. Therefore, she took the initiative and introduced herself first. In response, our hero introduced himself, saying that he was a cook from a tavern. She was surprised by this, because she had never heard of such a tavern, and both guys looked 20. And then she exhaled heavily, trying to come to her senses. She immediately asked why the boy had come to her. The demonic master interrupted her, asking why she was speaking to them informally, but our hero stopped him. He said with a smile on his face that he needed help. He explained that he had recently become a chef and wanted to learn from her. She, hearing this, immediately broke out in sweat, and then turning to her students, she said that their guest was already leaving. In response, our hero gave her a letter. Having opened it, she immediately began to read carefully. It said, "Dear Godmother, this is Jugasaman. At my father's insistence, I work at the Kunlun Inn, and Mr. Bekwu is its owner. He apologized for getting down to business, but immediately wrote about how Baekgyu could be her ideal heir. He also talked about the first time he tried his dishes and how delicious they were. He confidently declared that his master was a culinary genius, asking to test the boy's skills. Putting the letter down, her godson asked her to teach the boy after she checked him. She, folding her hands, called our hero a genius with unsurpassed talent. All her students started laughing when they heard this. With a smile on her face, she said that since Soman was asking her, she would give him a chance. She asked the guy to cook something, which really surprised the long-haired guy. The woman also said that everyone here will try her dishes, and if everyone likes it, she will take charge of his training personally. Naturally, our hero agreed, and also refused to go to the kitchen. The only thing he asked was to bring him the ingredients, saying again that there was no need to go to the kitchen. And sometime later, everyone had already submitted. Our hero approached them, starting to gather internal energy. Literally a moment later, they were flying into the air, starting to circulate around the black-haired man's body. Those who had recently laughed could not believe their eyes. And our hero continued, not paying attention to those around him. Even the woman was surprised by this. She couldn't take her eyes off it. It looked amazing. And here is the final touch. Our hero began to pour food into plates. A few seconds later, everyone had one serving of noodles. The woman in turn still could not believe her eyes. Having come to her senses a little, she decided to give it a try. And after the first sip, she couldn't take her eyes off the noodles. Like the rest of her students, each one felt this taste. Out loud, the woman said that the food was like alive. Having eaten everything to the end, the old woman put the plate down, still silently looking away. And then she turned to Beck, asking how long he had been cooking. The answer in a month almost killed a woman. Clenching her fists, she thought that the guy had a God-given talent. She also said that she believes the guy has been through a lot during this time. And with his abilities the whole world could lie. She did not understand why he decided to become a cook. To which the hero replied that he didn't know what rewarding work was. He just wanted to do what he liked. Adding that the cook's strength lies in providing the starving person with warm food. The woman immediately turned to Yonghua, telling him to take over as head chef while she was gone. She also said that this young man is truly valuable for cooking, and she ordered another student to prepare a cart. Our hero refused the horse because there was no time to wait. He also added that he would sort everything out himself. And then the trio went outside. All her students bowed and wished their mistress a pleasant journey. And as soon as she left the door, some even began to cry with joy. They shouted throughout the entire hall. At this time, our hero noticed a cart, thinking that this was most likely the one that was prepared for them. Approaching his comrade, he asked Chunsum if he could pull it. Reluctantly, the boy nodded in agreement. Approaching the woman, Baekgyu asked her to sit down. She did not understand how they could manage without a horse. Even when she was already sitting inside, she did not continue to pester our main character with this question, to which the boy asked her not to be surprised, because the cart could fly. Suddenly she almost fell, because the cart began to sway from side to side. After all, Chunsam was instead of a horse. He took off, pulling it along with him. Kunlun Mountain at night, somewhere in the valley. Someone made a fire in the middle of the forest. The man was sitting next to him, frying meat. Suddenly, several men appeared, flying straight towards him. Landing carefully, they tried not to put out the fire. These were 5 commanders of the demonic cult who returned from reconnaissance. They reported to their master that there were no traces here. The leader of the detachment, Panrock, replied that the tracks ended right here, and this worried him. After thinking for a bit, his subordinate also reported that there was an inn near the bodies that were found. He also said that people go there in crowds. The leader of the squad immediately thought about it, because he had heard about an inn called Kunlun in the forest. He ordered them to search there and catch everyone involved. And now the morning has come. The woman was surprised by the number of guests, and Soman happily told his godmother that he was right. But he was distracted from his conversation by a client who asked him to serve him the kuksa faster. The godmother also told the boy to go to work while she watched. Suddenly, someone addressed her from behind the woman's back. It was Nogok, who laughing told her to sit down. He immediately recognized her, asking if she was the head chef of the Yellow Crane Tavern. Sitting down, the old woman asked the old man how he knew her, to which he replied that Soman had told him everything. Holding out the cup, Nogok offered to drink with him, since there would be many guests until the evening. She thought about it, because it had been a long time since she had been so far from her tavern. That's why I agreed to this proposal. The old man said that he was friends with the cook from this tavern. She was surprised to hear this, because how could he be friends with a young man? However, the old man laughed even louder, saying that this young man was old enough to be her father. She jumped up and shouted at him to stop making fun of her. He asked the woman to sit down, introducing himself as Nogok from the gang of beggars. She, having heard this name, immediately asked again, because Nogok is a legendary master of the world of martial arts. The old man said that he was the one, which made the woman look tensely in his direction. And then she laughed. saying that he hadn't made her laugh like that for a long time. Sometime later, the pair stood over the cliff, looking at the beauty. Our main character's friend laughed, saying that after a delicious meal, this is the best thing to do. However, the woman did not understand why he took the bottle. And the old man explained that he took it to drink, because it immediately makes his soul feel lighter. She thought about it at that moment, because it really seemed to her that it was here that all the negativity went away. Suddenly, Nogok's aura changed dramatically. Feeling the vibration, the old man was almost sure that it was a demonic cult. The old woman standing nearby did not understand what the old man was talking about, thinking that he had already had too much to drink. However, Nogok told her to stand behind him. And at that very second, several men in black suits appeared. One of them said that this old man was not simple, because he recognized them. Their leader ordered to take him, because he hung around the tavern every day. The order was given by the third commander, Sin Ilkwan. While they were attacking him, he told the woman that it wouldn't take long. And then he also rushed into the attack, hitting each one with incredible speed. And just a few seconds later, the human rain began. The commander, as soon as he saw this, realized that this was a displacement tactic. At this time, the old woman began to shout at the demonic cult. She shouted that she was the head chef at the Yellow Crane Inn, and that she was closely related to the imperial family. The man turned in her direction at that moment, smiling, thinking that, as expected, the woman was an important person in society. The commander himself did not understand what kind of cook this was, and said to seize her too. They rushed to the attack again. However, it was not for nothing that our main character's friend had the status of a master. He dodged the attacks without any problems, counter-attacking those who were trying to kill him. They were several times weaker than him, so the old man didn't even strain himself. At some points, even making fun of them. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard asking if they still didn't understand. The man with the mustache called his subordinates names because their rival had surpassed the absolute master. He started using voice vibration, shouting for everyone to run as far away from the mountains as possible. They immediately obeyed and began to carry out the order. Seeing them running away, Nogok said after them that they were leaving him in vain. And then he approached Ko, praising her for her courage, suggesting to admire the scenery elsewhere. That same evening in the demonic cult, two men were discussing a talented hermit. The man asked if their leader was going to confront him, to which his interlocutor replied that he was nowhere to be found, not even in the tavern. They both thought that he might have been defeated and killed, but they quickly dismissed those thoughts, as no one could defeat their leader who had completed closed training. However, they could not disclose this information, because then the struggle of influential people would get out of control. They didn't know where to look for a leader. However, one of them said that he had one idea. He needed to bring back the pursuit squad and announce to the cult that they had found the leader. And also to say that he gave the order. The order was to subjugate the western Murim. Murim. It is not only the central plain that martial arts are practiced in the east, west, south, and north. In the west of Murim, relatively close to the borders of the demonic cult, there are such powerful forces as the Temple of Bloody Curses of Myriad, the Royal Gate, and the Temple of Great Thunder. The man thought about it after hearing these words. They were supposed to give this order as soon as the sun rose, and finally the next day arrived. Sitting on his knees, our hero greeted his teacher. The old woman told the boy that he would have to learn a lot. Suddenly there was such a loud sound that it even scared her. A huge pig fell straight from the sky. The duo ran out and were surprised, while the demonic master asked with a smile if this was enough. The old woman responded by saying that she had asked for only a little, as it was the first time she had seen such a huge boar. At this time, Yeonpun was already in the Namgung clan. Having paid a sign of respect, he said goodbye to the clan members. They thanked the guy for the teachings. Having said goodbye, our hero set off on his journey. While the clan lords were thinking that the Kunlong people were hiding their strength, this made them angry. They considered it a disgrace. Exactly a week ago, our hero arrived to them, not understanding what kind of assistance a 20-year-old guy would provide them. Without even listening to him to the end, they told him to come in. And now, inside, they were getting ready to drink tea. They wanted to see Kunlun's hand technique for themselves, laughing to himself at the sect, because they could have been written off a long time ago. To which Yongpun replied that he didn't have many skills. Two clan representatives proposed an exchange. They asked to show the clan's new techniques. Bowing his head, the short-haired man understood that he couldn't refuse. They also added that their seventh will be his opponent. And then Namgung Hyun came out, holding a weapon in his hands. Our hero also introduced himself to him. Namgun's representatives laughed, because it would be difficult to fight against a pole with bare hands. At that moment, Henu himself began to spin his weapon at incredible speed, and so a fight began between them. Our hero's opponent tried to strike. However, Yongpun dodged it without any problems. Appearing from behind, he apologized, hitting the boy right on the back of the head from behind. Henu immediately began to lose consciousness, falling to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the clan lords could not believe what they saw. After all, the fight ended in a second with one blow. A man responded to our hero, asking him to fight. Upon seeing him, the gentleman became worried, while our hero, drenched in sweat, looked in his direction. He thought about what he should do, but he had to agree. And here it is again. A moment later, the man's whole body began to tremble. Suddenly, he also fell to the ground. In 7 seconds, the boy defeated one of the strongest members of the clan. Already alone, the representatives discussed what to do. They never expected such a turn of events. They needed to somehow compensate for the shame, eventually deciding that they needed to follow Kunlun. At present, life was in full swing in the tavern. 20 days have passed since the leaflets began to be distributed. After the free food promotion ended, the number of guests decreased. Thanks to this, Baekyu began to practice much better. Summon was going to try another way to attract guests. Now it was necessary to attract them through people, not guests. Explaining that a celebrity should come to them, and then the effect of attracting ordinary people would work. They discussed their plan of action for a few more minutes. The old man asked Soman if he had anyone in mind. Of course, the guy had such a person, and besides, the guy said that he would not refuse. Reading the letter from his son, the father was surprised, because they were going to promote the tavern through him. Having snatched the letter, the woman standing nearby began to scream joyfully. It was his wife, and Soman's mother, who asked him to leave right now. The man tried to refuse the offer. However, his wife immediately started screaming that he had kicked him out while she was away, and now she can't sleep at night because of it. Naturally, after this, the man could not refuse his wife. Hearing that they would arrive soon, the woman was delighted. Looking out, she saw that very same tavern. There was a boy sitting inside, doing some work. Suddenly, a joyful cry was heard. The woman was glad to see her son, just as he was glad to see his mother. They immediately started hugging. She asked her son how he could suddenly leave home, switching abruptly to other questions. Their dialogue was interrupted by Beck, who asked her not to worry about her son. The father asked to feed them, to which the boy immediately pointed out where they should sit. Jean came up and gave the menu to the Saman elders. The woman, seeing Sohee, immediately began asking about her age, to which her son tried to explain that she was the owner of this tavern. However, the woman no longer listened to him, considering the difference between her son and his mistress, starting to praise him in front of Sohee. And so, sometime later, the guests had a snack. The man couldn't take his eyes off his plate. After all, it was the best beef he had ever eaten. His wife also couldn't take her eyes off him, because this kuksu was the best. She told her son that she was very impressed. He was going to tell his parents everything about this wonderful place. At that moment, the woman began to think, saying that they should stay to try all the dishes. The head of the family was not particularly happy about it. At this time, in the backyard of the tavern, 4 employees of our tavern listened attentively to our hero's teacher. The woman talked about how they needed a lot of wild plants for tomorrow's meals. She showed them which ones needed to be collected in the mountains. The 2 jocks, in turn, recalled how they had recently been fighters, and now they were walking around collecting grass. Nan immediately raised his hand. His subordinates understood that he was going to say that it was not for them. They were glad, however. He began to ask how much of these herbs they needed to collect, which surprised his comrades. And now everyone was already in the mountains. The demon master proudly told Soban that he would never be able to collect more. He didn't agree with this, so they decided to go their separate ways and check. His former subordinates did not understand what had happened to their cold-blooded commander. At this time, Yanpun was walking through a dense forest. Stopping, he looked around the area, thinking that there was only a little bit left to go. Suddenly, not far away, he heard a scream, and also a request for help. The boy immediately rushed to help. Without even noticing it, his movements became much faster than before. And now, sometime later, he arrived to the place where the scream was emitted. A terrifying picture appeared before his eyes. Enpun immediately realized that it was a cross spider in front of him. He began to remember what his comrades had told him. After all, it is impossible not to notice such a monster due to its size. As he put his bag down, he thought that he needed to prevent the deaths of innocent people in the future. So he was going to engage in battle and kill the creature. Taking a fighting stance, the spider noticed the boy, starting to examine it carefully. Having said that he would taste it, he rushed towards the guy. The boy himself thought that he needed to increase the power of the internal force that he trained with the help of the 8 elements. And then focus on your palms and splash it out. The spider began to feel a wild heat. The next second there was a powerful explosion. A thick column of dust rose up, because the blow was very powerful. The boy thought that even at that moment he was scared. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted, because this creature attacked him. Grabbing his sword, he couldn't believe that he was still alive. And the cross spider was already preparing to kill our hero. Naturally, after hard training, he was able to block the attack. However, the force was too great. The boy realized that his sword would not withstand several combinations of blows. And at some point, he noticed that he was being attacked from the other side. Without understanding how he did it, the boy dodged. The spider cut down all the trees that were within the radius of its strike. They began to fall, raising dust and noise. Looking around, he searched for a person. Suddenly, I felt energy from above. Looking up, seeing the boy in the air, he was about to attack him. The spider began to make animal sounds. While our hero thought that he needed to use his fist since the sword was useless, there was a powerful surge of energy that raised a strong wind, which caused a loud sound, similar to thunder, to be heard. However, our hero realized that the monster didn't even feel it. He didn't understand how he could endure such powerful blows. The spider himself said that he felt unpleasant, and then he opened his mouth and spat out some liquid. At the very last moment, the short-haired man managed to duck. Because of this, all the liquid ended up on the stone. The boy immediately looked back. Seeing the stone melt, he now knew for sure that it would be difficult. After all, he had too much power. Suddenly his head began to spin. He tried to cleanse his body of the poison. Right in the middle of the fight, he stood up and began to gather internal energy. The spider himself, to some extent, even waited for the guy to recover. Enpen really wanted to kill this monster, because many people could die because of him. Suddenly, another one of our heroes appeared right behind him, who said that there were only weeds here. Our hero's disciple tried to warn the demonic master, starting to shout that this spider is very strong. Hearing these words, the man looked in his direction in confusion. Appearing right in front of the monster's face, the innkeeper examined the monster carefully. However, he was not particularly accommodating, immediately beginning to attack the target. Enpen screamed in horror. He understood that he wouldn't make it in time. However, the monster, having struck, seemed to have broken its paw. The spider didn't understand how the man didn't cut himself, and our hero raised his hand, swinging it. As a result, with just one easy movement, he cut off the spider's leg. He immediately jumped high into the air in fear. While in the air, the cross spider spat poison. However, the boy repelled this attack by kicking her. Seeing this, the monster could not believe his eyes. She had never seen people like this before. While the man asked if she was ashamed to spit everywhere, with a trembling voice, the spider asked whether there was a person standing in front of him. But our hero no longer listened to him. He swung and shouted that he would kill him, hitting him right in the face with a powerful blow. The monster fell off its feet, flying backwards. The innkeeper had no intention of stopping there. With an even more powerful blow, it seemed to pierce the ground. The spider's head flew off to the side. His whole body flew apart in different directions. Suddenly he noticed what caught his eye. After all, some kind of ball rolled right up to his feet. Taking his hands, he did not understand what it was. Enpen guessed that it was a nadan that was formed by the monster's internal energy. And then he immediately began to thank his savior for his help. He asked the man how he could repay him for this. Our hero immediately began to smile a terrifying smile. At that very moment, the Kunlun sect disciple tensed up, while the black-haired man told him that he would repay him in full. Our hero asked the master to tell him what he needed to do, and he immediately said that he would now tell about herbs, which surprised the guy. He began poking at the herbs and spoke of their names, asking them to collect everything they found, and then he threw him this round thing. The boy caught her with a scream. Asking if it was okay to throw away such a valuable thing, the man told him to deal with it himself. Looking at the remains, the demonic master thought that they looked very appetizing, and so some time passed. Everyone gathered near the tavern. A pair of musclemen were deciding which of them had more. Soban approached and praised them. He began to take out his collected herbs, which surprised the two. They were happy, because Soban really had a lot. Nan spoke happily to envy them. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. It was the demonic master who said that a real man should collect much more. Seeing Soban, he began to praise Mr. Chunsum. Inpun, surprised, began to ask if this master was really a tavern worker. At that moment, our hero came out and asked if the guy was back. And now, over a cup of hot tea, they were talking. The boy talked about meeting a cross spider and also about helping. And then he tensely asked where his master and mentor was, to which Beku replied that they had been given a task and that after their return, he would let them go. The boy immediately began asking Beck for permission. He asked to tell his brothers about the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragon, to which the hero, after thinking a little, said that he had received this knowledge in Kunlun anyway, so he allowed them to tell about it. Much to the boy's surprise, he happily said that it was time for him to go, starting to move towards the exit. At this time, our hero himself sat tensely and thought. Already walking through the forest, the short-haired man was immersed in his own thoughts, thinking that if he told this, they would be able to easily revive the sect, and as a result, they will be able to overcome the Namgung sect without any problems. Suddenly, he was interrupted by our hero, who appeared in front of him, telling him to take something else. He asked the guy to give him his sword, and he immediately began to hand it over to the elder. While our hero explained that the mastery of the heavenly spirit and many other methods, the essence of fencing is laid out here. It must be preserved and returned to Kunlun. With a burning face, the boy said that he would definitely do it. And our hero began to tell us that the beginning of the world was a cherished desire. There is both meaning and image, a way to understand each other's thoughts and feelings without words. But everything important exists in the invisible. This is called the deep meaning, and the path of the sword follows it. The heir follows the elder's sword, the boy thought. It was both magnificent and terrifying, and the short-haired man thought he had to concentrate to keep track of it. While our hero continued to talk about the fact that the center of the huge typhoon is calm, it is not moving. In the depths of the ocean there is also not the slightest movement. There is an invisible power in the movement of the sun and the moon. It is truly limitless. To restrain is the path to non-existence, said our hero, delivering a blow. All the birds in the area began to fly into the sky due to a strong gust of wind. While energy continued to circulate around our hero, the boy at that moment was clenching his hands, trembling. He thought that he even had tears in his eyes. And our hero asked if the guy remembered. Because anyone can awaken this sword. You just need to work hard. Taking the sword, the boy asked what this technique was called, to which our hero replied, the Great Dragon Blade of Infinity. This name was created by combining the name of one master. At this time, in the tavern, Salman's mother was screaming. She was leaving, so they said goodbye. From the carriage came the cry of the father, who was asking his wife if she would be home soon, which angered her. As she sat in the carriage, she wished her son success, and the boy assured Jean that his parents would definitely tell everyone about the tavern. He explained to everyone that his parents gossiped with people their own age, so they needed to promote the tavern among the youth. So this time they'll have to use someone famous. Old man Nogok immediately asked if there were any thoughts on this matter, and the guy answered, Soman clan, which surprised the others, because it is one of the 5 great clans. The boy also added that the head of the family's birthday was coming soon. Jean didn't understand what the youth had to do with it, since people of his own age would come to the leader. However, he did not think so, because the Soman clan has only one daughter. She is of marriageable age, and there are many who want to become her husband. The boy assured that there would be a lot of young people, so as soon as they brought their daughter here, rumors would immediately spread. Old man Nogok said that he was free, so he could bring her here. However, the boy immediately said that Mr. Bekyu would be better suited for this role, since young people were needed. Our protagonist's friend got angry and started to get up. From behind his back, our hero's teacher began asking her new friend if this is how mature people behave. At that moment, Jin So-hee didn't understand who would be in the kitchen then, but this concern was taken on by the best chef in the province. Beku, approaching Chunsum, said that he would go with him. However, after that I immediately wondered who would guard the tavern. Nogok took on this problem, for which our hero thanked him. Grandpa replied that there was nothing to it, because they were friends, which once again surprised the old woman. And after a few more minutes of discussion, our heroes came out. The innkeeper wished our two good luck. The Ming Commodity Escort Bureau, located in Hefei, is the largest in the Yangtze region. Bureau Chief Yu Qinggol listened to his subordinate's report. After listening to the end, he said it was time, and everyone immediately started shouting. And then they set off on their journey. His subordinates did not believe that he was going to present all this to the Soman clan. The bureau chief, breathing heavily, spoke in agreement. He told his servant that although he was his only son, it was time for him to marry Soman's daughter. However, his subordinate was worried that Soman might not accept, but the boss asked him not to worry about this, and he thought to himself that he hadn't even thought about it. However, there was hope, because he had the tyrant's sword, one of the 10 treasures of Murim. He did not think that the leader Soman would refuse. He considered himself bad at martial arts anyway, so he had no reason to keep it. Suddenly, they started to be attacked by arrows, having killed the first line of guards. Immediately, everyone raised their shields and began to talk among themselves about who dared to attack them. One of them shouted for those who decided to attack them to show themselves, and they did, shouting at them to leave everything here and then they could go. However, the Bureau's security did not agree with this and were preparing to fight. Their opponents began to release internal energy, laughing. After all, they won't be able to cope with them in any way. And so the Bureau's security guards began to die one by one. The boss asked about casualties while his subordinate reported that everything was getting out of control. A question came from behind them, asking if they couldn't handle them. This voice was emitted by our main character. The attackers immediately turned their attention to them, considering them to be the ones left. They shouted at them to leave here, and then they would not touch them. In an instant, the demonic master reached his attacker, hitting him in the stomach with my fist. Having only managed to say that he did not expect this, the man fainted. At this time, energy was accumulating in the dense thicket. Right next to the stone statue, there was a man standing in front of her, as if starting to infuse his energy into her. Suddenly the statue began to move. A passage appeared directly below her. The man began to descend. A man immediately greeted him. Chanbo said there was both good news and bad news. Chong Ligang asked to start with the bad ones. He was a mysterious man who coveted the 10 treasures of Murim. Chanbo revealed that the dark sword was dead, surprising Chan. I couldn't believe it, because the dark sword could become a master. He couldn't believe that the bureau had such strong security, to which the man replied that the investigation was still ongoing. The man also said that the son of the Namgung family would be coming to the banquet, and the royal sword belongs to him. That is, the royal sword, which was considered the most difficult to seize, ended up in the hands of the eldest son of the head of the Namgung clan. They were going to give it to their daughter Somun. And hearing this, Zhong was even more surprised. 3 great treasures will be collected in one place. Hearing this, the man immediately began to smile, because this was a great chance. The man sitting on the ceiling was thinking about who he could entrust this mission to. And then, going down, he shouted that he would do everything possible. He wanted this mission to be given to him. It was the poisonous monster Seokchun. He possesses thousands of poisons, including a poisonous substance that destroys internal energy. During all this time, he never failed a single mission, so they entrusted it to him. Saying that he wouldn't let me down, he jumped onto the ceiling again. The man shouted and asked why he always walked like that. It made him angry, and Chong himself thought that he would have 8 treasures if he got these 3. He thought that soon the world would fall at his feet. At this time in the Soman clan, the birthday celebration was in full swing. Everyone was talking among themselves about how well everyone was dressed. The daughter happily congratulated her father. He asked her to choose a worthy groom, but the girl did not listen to him. Running up to the food, she wondered where to start. She looked at the food, thinking that it was very big. Suddenly her food was snatched right from under her nose. She thought to herself that she wanted to be first. A little angry, she decided to take another one. However, our hero took her too and ate her again. Our main character approached him, telling the guy what he had just eaten. She was angry and wondered what was wrong with these two. While chewing the food, the demon master said that the food was indeed delicious, while the girl thought that the man was too disgusting. There was one last thing left. She was going to take it. However, our master took her too. The girl couldn't stand it anymore, immediately screaming that he was always grabbing what she was going to eat, to which the boy replied that she should be faster. By calling her strange, he surprised her. However, when she came to her senses, she began to get even angrier. No one had ever said anything like that to her before, so she was going to hit the guy, but he grabbed her hand with his chopsticks, horribly asking if she was by any chance tired of living. She wondered in horror why he was looking at her like that. Our hero, in turn, ordered his comrade to calm down. Turning around, he immediately went on to look for tasty food. The girl's whole body began to tremble. She couldn't hold back her tears. At this time, shouts were heard in the training area. One of the guys was getting a beating. The man knocked the boy to the ground with a few blows. It was Somun Bak, the head of the Somun clan. As he stood up, the boy clenched his teeth angrily. And then, bowing, he thanked him for the teaching. The old man began to laugh in response, saying that he never ceased to be amazed at his courage. Sitting on a chair, he shouted that he would follow his progress. The boy himself looked towards the other boys with a smile. They discussed among themselves that everyone does it because he likes it. Among themselves, they even thought that this was too painful an activity. Suddenly, the man tensed up. After all, it was the first time he saw a guy standing in front of him who introduced himself as a cook. Hearing this, he was surprised, thinking that he had misheard it. However, our hero said that he was an ordinary cook from a tavern. These phrases made the man break out in a sweat. Then our hero took out a roll of paper and handed it to the chief. Our hero called it a gift, and he unwrapped it even tighter. On the paper was written an invitation to a free food tasting, and the old man thought about it. And then he got angry, saying that he was confused. But our hero, as if nothing had happened, kept repeating that he was an ordinary cook. Behind him, Chunsum introduced himself as an ordinary employee of the tavern. The leader became even more angry, thinking that these two hadn't been kicked in the back for a long time. And our main character continued, while the head nodded his head. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked them if they would like to learn something from him. Naturally, our hero replied that he didn't mind. However, Beck also added that he had one condition. If they win in 3 tries, they will visit their tavern tomorrow. Hearing this, the old man was surprised, while our hero added about his daughter. He thought to himself that he would show them, because they were too self-confident. And now our heroes were already standing in a circle of people. The head of the family intended to use only 20% of the internal energy. He swung and launched the attack first. However, our hero blocked it with the utmost ease. What surprised the old man surprised him greatly. Letting go of the headman's hand, Beku said that this was the first reception. Laughing, the bearded man shouted that he was a quick learner. Then he started using 40%, saying it would be fun. However, it was also blocked, and this was already the second reception. Everyone around couldn't believe it, and the old man began to get really angry. the clan leader shouted, saying that he would add power. He thought about the impudent boy standing in front of him. Having gathered the required amount of energy, he swung again. The crowd shouted that it was too dangerous. The old man used 50% of his power. I attack our cook with incredible strength and speed. However, this attack was also blocked with the utmost ease. The head of the clan couldn't believe it, because it was as if the energy had been sucked somewhere. While the black-haired man was saying that this was the third reception, surprised, the man asked who he was. The crowd around began to applaud, because they thought that the leader had removed the energy at the very last moment. The old man thought to himself that it might have looked like this, but everything was different. He praised our hero for his skills, saying that he would come to their tavern. Looking towards the companion standing behind him, Baek-yu, he thought he should at least poke this guy. Approaching him, the leader suggested that they fight. He said that if he could last 3 doses, he would spare him. Chunsun asked if he could use his fists. Thinking that this was disrespectful, the old man agreed. I thought to myself that he should be ready, because it won't be sweet. He was going to show him his strongest punch. Continuing to think that the boy asked for this himself. Gathering his inner energy, he began to swing. This strike was called the Divine Phoenix Fist. The innkeeper simply stuck out his fist. Stop and ask, electricity. Suddenly, pain began to spread throughout the old man's body. Grabbing his hand, he thought that his hand hurt too much. The crowd didn't understand what was happening. The eldest son of the Namgung clan ran and asked what was going on here. On his belt hung that same royal sword. And our hero told the man that he should have taken the first dose. Clenching his fist, the old man did not know what to do. However, Baek-yu stopped him, asking him to calm down. Chunsun hit the man in the face with his palm, because of which he grabbed his face and started screaming. Noticing this, the girl dropped the dumpling, not understanding why her father was being treated like this. This impudent behavior infuriated her. Seeing that this was the same guy who had recently offended her, the head of the clan himself, covered in blood, thought that it was a failure. Suddenly he felt something in the air. He immediately started screaming, because he realized what was happening. However, it was already too late. Everyone around began to fall. Although they tried to close their mouths and noses, it was too late. The head's daughter also fell under the influence and began to fall. Noticing this, the clan leader tensed up. He couldn't move because of the previous blow. At this moment, laughter began to be heard. It was that same poisonous weirdo, who said that no one would be able to stand on their feet because of the poison. At this time, the eldest son Namgung had already begun to use energy. A bald weirdo came up to him and praised him for holding on. Touching his face, he even said that he and his father looked alike. And then he pulled the legendary sword from his belt. When he looked at it, he couldn't believe that he was holding the king's sword in his hands. And the boy immediately started screaming. The bald man asked if he had gone crazy. And at that very second, the guy's mouth was full. Blood started pouring out of his mouth. And then he fell to the ground just like the others. Approaching the head of the clan, he asked if his name was So Munbaek. The man, dripping with sweat, did not answer him. The trio thought the man looked very funny. After pulling off his outer clothing, they saw armor underneath. The old man, trembling, thought that this would not happen. However, it was already too late, because the outer clothing had been completely removed. Touching it, the poison master was happy, because it was a good catch. Ordering the others to find the dragon scale, he was about to remove it from the man. Suddenly they were interrupted and asked what was going on here. It was our hero, which surprised the attackers, because he was not poisoned. The man immediately jumped up from his seat, intending to kill the guy. However, nothing good came out of this. Even without moving, our hero threw the guy back several meters, which surprised the others, because no one saw the blow. And our hero said that there was a strange smell coming from the food. Baek-yu realized that the food was poisoned, but the poison master could not believe it, because poisons have no smell or taste. While they were talking, our hero was already attacked by the others. However, the boy didn't pay any attention to them, running straight past them. They didn't understand where he went, and our hero has already grabbed the bald man by the hand. The old man thought to himself that this was the first time in his life that he was so scared. Baek-yu ordered to give him an antidote. The poison master thought to himself that it would be better to catch such a master, even at the cost of his own hand. The circulation of energy began immediately. Our hero noticed this, looking tensely towards the hand. Suddenly some green liquid scattered in different directions. The bald man shouted that this was a powerful poison that would take any master. Our hero felt the influence of this poison. He exhaled heavily, steam coming out of his mouth. Seeing this, the old man could not believe that it had no effect on this black-haired man. He immediately gave the order for everyone to run without doing anything. Naturally, his subordinates immediately began to carry out the order. However, Chunsan blocked their path, knocking out the duo who were trying to escape. Baek-yu continued to stand his ground, asking for an antidote. The bald man shouted that he didn't have it, because it would go away on its own. The Kunlun master asked if this information was accurate and received a positive answer. The poison master's entire body was trembling. He was too scared. He felt as if he was drowning in an abyss, an overwhelming force of unknown depth. Still trembling, he looked towards our hero. Due to his own pressure, he fell to the ground, fainting. While our main character's friend was asking who they were anyway. After all, he only touched them slightly, and they died. Our hero said that he had heard about hired killers who hide poison in their mouths, so they can commit suicide. The old man, at this time observing the two, realized that powerful masters were standing in front of him, just like the boy, because before this he had never seen anyone even like him. Some time passed and the situation returned to normal. The clan leader happily asked how he could thank the masters, to which our hero replied that he didn't need anything. The old man began to think, fiddling with his fingers from side to side, asking the guys who they really are. However, I received the answer that I had already heard, because they were employees of the tavern. The clan leader thought at that moment that he should have believed him right away. But everyone understands that this is not just a cook. Our hero asked him not to break his promise. The old man was surprised by this, not understanding what he was talking about. Suddenly I remembered about the gift, namely the invitation. At that very second, they shouted that they would definitely visit them with their daughter. Beku also added that he had one more request. He asked the old man to tell everyone that he was going to their tavern. Some time passed. Again that same statue, a surge of internal energy. And so Chanbo reported that the poisonous monster had failed. Cho couldn't believe it, and the man reported that he had been captured by the Soman clan. A poisonous monster, the best he knew, he had unrivaled skills. And the dead trinity were at the height of their mastery. They were the best of any sect. Chong did not understand how this happened. His thoughts were interrupted by his comrade, who said that there were rumors about 2 young masters. However, no one knew what kind of masters they were. The man also reported that the head of the clan and his daughter went to the place that those masters told them about. Hearing about the tavern, the white-haired man tensed up, thinking about how the inn is connected to the Kunlun sect, and what they are planning in general. Chanbo also reported that the poisonous monster would definitely not hand over anyone. It was just bait to catch them. After thinking about it, the chief agreed that it was impossible to sit in one place. Thinking about the ideal person who would be suitable for espionage, a huge bear was wandering in the forest. Not far from this place there was a lonely house, and next to him is a huge man with an axe, starting to suddenly collect a huge amount of internal energy, and then make incredibly fast movements. He swung and attacked, hitting a huge rock, thereby destroying it. It was Beastmaster Wang Koren, the leader of the 12 Signs sect. Suddenly a huge spider began to descend. Sitting on the man's shoulder, he began to squeal. Even while moving his fingers, he was clearly telling something. Suddenly the man asked in surprise if the cross spider was really dead. With a positive wave, the spider began to move away again. While the man could not believe it, because even the great masters were not his equal. He could not believe that there was such a master on Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly he felt something, shouting throughout the forest for him to show himself. A man slowly emerged from behind the pieces, who immediately greeted the gentleman. The jock asked the man who came out if he knew him. At this time, in the Kunlun Tavern, a huge number of visitors were discussing Somune. Everyone was sure of their arrival, because they themselves had told about it. When suddenly the door began to slowly open, Jin happily greeted the guests again. Men appeared, holding their weapons. Turning to the chief, they reported that everything was calm inside and they could enter. And then a girl entered the tavern, and everyone around immediately recognized her. No one could believe that a human girl could be so beautiful. Suddenly a woman approached the old man, and he was surprised to see her. After all, the best chef in the province was also his godmother. She explained that she worked there as a cook, which surprised the man, thinking to themselves that they had managed to bring a great chef to them. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand, saying that he was glad to see him again. Seeing Nogok, the man was even more surprised. The clan leader immediately folded his hands and greeted the elder. And then he asked in surprise what he was doing there, to which the old man replied that he was a regular guest, and also his friend the cook. He abruptly switched to his godmother, suggesting that they were together with Nogok. But the woman immediately began to deny everything. Suddenly he was interrupted by someone's voice. The boy immediately introduced himself by saying his name. Hearing the surname, he realized that he was the youngest of the Zhuge family, and he laughingly replied that he worked here. This was the last straw. The man couldn't believe that the best chef in Hubei, as well as the youngest son of the Zhuge family, was working here, and the best master of the elders was a regular guest. He considered this tavern to be clearly not ordinary, but his thoughts were also interrupted by a request to sit down. It was the same boy who beat him up. Jin interrupted Chunsam's mood by saying that he was their guest, and they needed to be polite to him. The demonic master immediately changed his tone to polite, again asking to sit down. And sometime later, the dishes were ready. They were placed on the table for testing. Salmon wished him a pleasant appetite and asked him not to forget to leave a review. Father was the first to try the food. Then the daughter also began to try the food. After taking a sip, the father could not hold back his words, because it was the first time he had eaten such delicious food, and his daughter agreed with him. He asked Salmon what the dish was called, and he liked it. Then they started trying the noodles. My daughter screamed that when she ate, she was filled with energy. She couldn't believe it. Looking to the side, he saw the three of them, who answered him that they were temporary workers, but he was sure that they were masters. A couple of muscle men complained to Soban that their backs hurt, but Nogok interrupted them, telling them to consider it training. Now the man could breathe a sigh of relief, because he realized that the young cook and the others were the elder's disciples. Smiling, he even thought that the old man wanted to raise a worthy generation. Looking to the side at Chung-san, smiling, he thought he was coming. As he walked, he thought that he wanted to get a good master son-in-law. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he turned to him. He immediately and angrily asked in response whether the old man really wanted to fight again. Suddenly something flew across his forehead, holding his face. The man made some sounds while our demon asked him not to pretend, because he barely touched him. Sect of the 12 Signs. That same jock was standing in front of some kind of box, looking carefully inside, examining the contents. He recalled that he was paid for it. In return, he was supposed to find out about the tavern. The man wanted to know everything that was happening in the tavern. Hearing about valuable information and payment 10 times more, the man was fired up. It was a huge amount of money. Now he was sure that this was not a simple tavern. Suddenly a cry was heard that they had come to the Master of Beasts. Having closed the box, the man thought that there would be no end to the guests today. When he went outside, he asked who was looking for him. Noticing the guards in front of him, as well as the cart, a man slowly began to emerge from her, immediately greeting the owner of the house and introducing himself. The same day, but at night, the Beast Lords moved through the forest armed with weapons. Seeing that it was here, he began to fly straight towards the ground. Breaking the ground, flying straight into it. There was a cave underground. Having landed, the man immediately looked around, noticing only a small sparkle. Energy began to circulate in his hand. She was instead of a lantern. In front of him stood a whole horde of mice. He immediately asked them where Sovan was. After these same words, a rather loud roar was heard and huge eyes appeared. And following them, Soban himself growling loudly. Without thinking twice, the man began to approach him. And then he hit him in the face, asking what kind of growling was that, because he was supposed to be making mouse sounds. He immediately started beeping, and even a tear ran down his face. The man gave him the task of watching the tavern for 5 days, shaking his head positively. He growled loudly again, giving everyone a signal. In an instant, this entire army of mice rushed towards the exit, and the man himself left her just as he entered. He was happy because there were 2 requests, both about the tavern, and he decided to visit there himself. At this time, the mice had already reached the tavern. Gradually, they began to run around the building, and really watching every movement inside. They were crawling out from everywhere, from doors, from openings. At the same time, the old woman praised our hero, asking for green onions to be added, as it will add a richer flavor. In the kitchen, Jean was already at full speed killing mice. Hearing the scream, Beku asked the girl what happened, and she said that this was already the 3rd one today. At this time, the ducklings thought that their mistress was strong. Soban grabbed a stick and shouted that they would help, and then squeaks began to be heard throughout the tavern. The number of mice only increased. The whole floor was already covered in them. The jocks are exhausted, because no matter how much they are beaten, there are only more of them. At that moment, the female cook was shouting that they needed to catch it before the guests arrived. Otherwise, everyone would be in shock. Our hero clicked his tongue tensely, looking around. Looking towards Chunsum, he nodded to him. He immediately rushed towards the door with a smile, soaring high into the sky, gathering energy. And then he began to fall down, straight to the ground. And so, once again, the earth was broken through. There was a wide passage left, and literally a second later, he flew out of it, dragging a huge rat behind him. She squealed, making disgusting sounds. And our hero, swinging, hit her on the ground, holding her by the tail. The Trinity couldn't believe their eyes because it wasn't a rat, but some kind of boar. She, shedding tears, no longer squealed so boldly. She stood up and jumped back, angry. Seeing this fighting spirit, the demonic master was overjoyed, immediately closing the distance and hitting her in the stomach. Unable to withstand the blow, she flew back several meters. The sounds of her hitting the ground could be heard throughout the forest. Noticing this, the mice looked at each other and then rushed away from the tavern. Cho thought at that moment that they were afraid that their boss had lost. At that moment, Chunsun was looking at the lying rat, telling Soban to bring some firewood. He was going to roast her. And again we found ourselves in the sect of the 12 Signs. The man was cooking something over a fire. Suddenly the ladle fell out of his hands. He felt a strange feeling. He couldn't believe that Soban was dead. Gritting his teeth in anger, he asked himself who dared. After all, if you push yourself a little, then there will be very little time left until the completion of the heavenly 12-strike method. Smiling, he thought that he still had someone in mind. A loud, threatening roar was heard in the dense thicket. The boar ran throughout the forest, screaming in fear. At that moment, a huge tiger jumped on him, grabbing him by the neck and then biting it completely. While holding the prey in its teeth, the animal felt something, immediately switching to the sound side. Noticing a huge silhouette standing with its back to him, the tiger began to approach, furious and growling. At that moment, the king of the beasts turned around and asked where Coven was. The tigers immediately turned their attention to the man, and then the leader appeared, growling loudly. The man ordered the beast to end his arrogance. Smiling and holding the bear by the skin, he asked if he really wanted to repeat his fate. Realizing that it was Anwan, the tiger immediately meowed, starting to turn into a little tiger cub, and then jump off the cliff at everyone. The man at that moment told him that their target was the tavern. He needed to observe and report on everything. The little animal immediately nodded positively, starting to run towards the tavern. The Beast King at this moment thought that his strength and intelligence were not up to par with Sovin's, and he could also shrink to the size of a cat. After standing for a while longer, the man exhaled heavily, saying that he still needed to finish the method. The tavern began to work. Everyone was busy with their own business. Jin, seeing the head of the clan, immediately greeted him, while old man Nogok happily said that the taste of these dishes cannot be forgotten. The man sat down at the elder's table while he poured him wine. Smiling, the old man asked if it was difficult for the Soman clan to come so early, and he put down the cup and said that he wanted to show something. Taking out the legendary weapon, he said that it was because of it that he was in such a hurry, having said that this was exactly the weapon that Nogok had thought of, and also told about the gift from another clan and the attack. Well, and actually salvation from our masters. The man finished his story by saying that he now had 2 royal treasures. He also added that they captured their man, but he did not utter a word, even after brutal torture. At that moment, our hero approached their table, and the head of the clan turned to Nogoku, saying that he wanted to leave him to his student. However, the old man interrupted him, saying that he was not a student, but a friend. Pointing to the sword, Beku said that he already had what the master had instructed him to make. That's why he immediately looked towards his comrade, saying he would take care of it. Having put down the chopsticks, he went to the table. Having asked the head of the clan what it was, he immediately told about the spear. The man asked if he could handle it, carrying it with him all the time. Lost in thought, he looked towards the weapon. And then, smiling, he answered in agreement, thinking to himself that he could sell it as soon as he got tired of it. However, our hero interrupted these thoughts, telling him not to dare lose him. Somewhere in the Kunlun Mountains, the tiger smelled blood as he came closer. After examining it carefully, he wondered who had done it. Remembering the past, how once he too went and was on the verge of death. And if it weren't for the Taoists who helped him then, he would have definitely died. One of them was our main character. The master standing nearby almost immediately understood what was going on, and began to take out the capsule. Having given it to his student, he explained that it was a kind of antidote, but he could not confidently state that it would help him. So they will have to rely on luck. Fortunately, the antidote saved the tiger. He wanted to repay them for their help, but he never met the two, assuming that they were already dead. Not wanting to dwell on it, he immediately rushed on. After all, there was time to work. At this time, everyone was busy training. Looking at each other from time to time, the two thought that everything was much better for them than before. Even Nan Sobong thought about it, and now the meat was ready. Discussing among themselves, they thought that the meat was very similar to boar. Suddenly Nan noticed some bead, immediately shouting that it was Nadan, who was improving internal energy. Chunsum allowed the 3 to try, saying that he had no reason to eat something that didn't look edible. And so, sometime later, the trio did not shut their mouths, because they felt a surge of energy. The tavern worker himself thought that the people standing in front of him were funny, decided to try a spider monster with a human head. The 3 began to look at each other, deciding that their mentor ate people. Suddenly he took out and threw away the remains of the spider, which surprised the others, because there was no head. He explained to the younger ones that the last blow had completely destroyed the head. Having allowed it, he would eat it too, because there were 3 of them. Listening to this, the tiger was sweating profusely, because who was he beating there so hard? Realizing that it was really about the spider, he was going to run away from there. However, our hero noticed it faster. His comrades tensed, not understanding what was wrong with him, and he approached the kitten with incredible speed. He grabbed it and lifted it up, beginning to examine it. At that moment, the female cook was telling us how much she couldn't stand rats. Their conversation was interrupted by Chun-san, who asked if he could come in with this, showing the kitten. So he immediately asked who it was, to which the man replied that it was an ordinary cat. She didn't understand why there were so many spots on it then, After examining it, Chunsun realized that it was not a cat that was about to kill. Realizing that it smelled like something was frying, the kitten made a cute face and meowed. The innkeeper immediately grabbed him and began to stroke him. He said that thanks to him, not a single rat would be able to get to them now. Suddenly, the tiger cub smelled a familiar scent. When he saw Beku, he was delighted, because this was his savior. At this time, somewhere in the mountains, the king of beasts was training in full swing. As he screamed, he gathered his inner energy, practicing the final method, directing energy towards the stone, because of which powerful explosions subsequently occurred, leaving huge holes right in the ground. Now he could rejoice, because he had completed his hellish training. Loudly, laughing, he shouted to the whole district that his body was too perfect for this world. Suddenly he fell silent, deep in thought. After all, Kovan should have arrived a long time ago. Realizing that there was no point in waiting, he decided to go and check it out himself. Jean was greeting the guests at this time. The man asked if they feed people for free here. However, the girl apologized, because the period was already over. Our hero interrupted her, asking Mupin to sit down. The boy, seeing our hero, immediately shouted, "Brother," running towards him, while our hero was telling the guy that he would feed them for free, because he promised. However, the man standing nearby replied that they would pay, since the period had already ended, and also introduced himself as the child's father. He came to thank him, because his son told him everything. Our hero nodded to him, smiling, agreeing with him. At that very moment, the front door swung open and the king of the beasts appeared. The man rudely asked if the Kunlun Inn was here. The man laughed to himself. After all, everyone is looking at him, but they don't answer. Suddenly he noticed a tiger cub in the girl's arms, realizing that it was Kovan. The cat immediately turned away, wondering what this boar was doing here. Releasing the cat, so he joyfully greeted the guest. Pointing to one of the tables, she asked the big guy to sit down, and he immediately asked insistently if she really thought that he had come to this backwater tavern for food. The trio immediately tensed up, clenching their fists in preparation for battle. At that moment, the man himself thought that this was all strange, because there were both ordinary people and masters here. Thinking he had no time, he shouted for everyone to kneel. Starting to count from 3 to 1, the boy's father began to walk towards the man. However, old Nogok stopped him, saying that it was not worth it. And then the king of the beasts shouted alone. In an instant, I found myself outside the building. Unable to immediately group himself, he rushed straight across the ground. Lying on the ground, he did not understand what had happened, and a tavern employee slowly approached him. The man jumped up and immediately shouted, addressing the boy. He smiled and said that he had good stamina since he was still on his feet. At this time, our three were discussing among ourselves that their master could handle it himself. Clenching his fist, the king of beasts still did not understand what had happened. He couldn't believe that this guy had left a mark on his body, hardened by countless trials. However, no one was going to let him think it through to the end, because Chun-san had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. And then he began to squeeze his hand. With a satisfied face, the heavenly demon told his opponent that this was only the beginning. The man immediately began to use the heavenly 20-strike method on his hand. Our hero saw these movements, examining and marveling, and after he let him go, the king of beasts immediately increased the distance. He laughed to himself, thinking that this was the end for this master. However, our hero raised his hand, saying that it hurt. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise. He couldn't believe that he was simply talking about some kind of pain. But the boy almost immediately said that he misspoke, because it didn't hurt so much as it tingled. The king thought that during this technique an internal explosion occurs. Bones are crushed, flesh is split into small pieces, but this guy just goes numb. After speaking for 3 strikes, the demonic master began to emit a frightening aura. Feeling fear, a drop of sweat ran down the man's face. Grabbing his weapon, he shouted that he knew he would have to use the hellish mineral method. The innkeeper stood motionless, while the man was gathering his internal energy, preparing to attack. At this moment, the Trinity were jokingly discussing their guest. He was angry when he heard them laughing at him, and he thought that he would kill them after this guy. Having collected the required amount of energy, he launched it towards the guy, shouting for him to die, while Chung-san still stood motionless in one place. There was a powerful explosion, and the earth began to fly apart in different directions. Gradually, the column of dust began to settle. Laughing, the man now understood why this job paid so much. The Trinity continued to discuss the guest, laughing at him. As soon as Soman saw this man, he immediately realized that it was he who had sent the rats to them. Behind the most pumped-up man, a voice was heard, who asked if this was all, because if so, then it was his turn. Seeing the enemy alive and unharmed, he could not believe his eyes. And then his opponent suddenly disappeared. Standing right in front of his face, he said that he would start with 3 blows. The first one made the man fly to the side. Having hit the ground hard and even bounced back like a jumping jack, losing consciousness, he still could not believe what was happening. And our hero continued, jumping and swinging again. Having delivered another powerful blow, he shouted that this was the second technique. Laughing, he called the guest an idiot, while he was lying on the ground, trying to get up. Grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, he asked the beaten man if it was okay. In turn, the king of the beasts, in a trembling voice, began to ask the guy to stop. However, the boy had no intention of doing this, striking for the third time. Some time later, the family had already eaten, saying that it was delicious here, and also promising that they would visit them at least once a year. Beku was glad to hear this as he said goodbye to his guests, telling his father to raise a great son. And then sometime later the man woke up. All his things lay around him. Coming to his senses, he screamed throughout the area. His voice was frightened. He rolled over and made painful sounds as he tried to say something. He didn't understand how he lost, and how one-sided it was. He also didn't understand how it could be broken by an ordinary human fist. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought that he had been training all these years. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone saying that he was strong. Chunsun asked the man to come to the inn. Later, our hero was sitting in front of this jock. Our hero said that the man has outstanding skills, but the act is bad, so he has two paths. He ordered him to choose right now, either death or the destruction of his fighting skills. Hearing this, the man could not believe his ears, thinking to himself that this greenhorn was going to destroy his fighting skills. Nogok came up to him jokingly, and the man thought that even the old man was making fun of him. At that very second, using some skill, he pressed the man into despair with pressure. His face immediately became covered in sweat, thinking that he felt a huge amount of internal energy through his gaze. At this time, Jin approached them, asking Nogok if he drank too much. Hearing his name, he remembered the strongest master. The man did not understand what was happening here. At this point, Salman asked Mr. Beck to wait, saying that he was the Lord of the Beasts Koren, one of the kings of Sichuan. Hearing this, the three of them broke out in sweat, because they were joking about him, and the young employee explained that the man could be useful. Our hero stood up and approached him, telling him to choose whether to destroy his abilities, and he will live a normal life, or he will be spared and will become a worker in their tavern. Explaining that at first, of course, he would be a temporary employee. Pointing to the Trinity, he said, just like them. Thinking to himself that he was screwed, the man reproached himself for having trained for so many years in vain. His thoughts were interrupted by Chungsan's terrifying aura. As soon as the man was not particularly pleased, he said that he would be a worker. At that very second, our main character began to walk past, telling the man to follow him. Going outside, they approached the stone. Beku asked Korin if he saw this stone. The tavern cook told him to make a table out of it, but it had to be bigger than the ones in the tavern. The man tried to object, and our hero, raising his hand, asked if he really was a human being. With horror on his face, he immediately said that he was starting work. Looking in the direction of the departing man, he assumed that Beku and Chunsum were masters who possessed the technique of rejuvenation. Noticing the Trinity, our hero called them too. Asking if those standing behind him could see the dead tree, he asked to make a trough for water as tall as he was. The two jocks thought that for them now this was a real trifle. The king of the beasts himself had already set to work at this moment. He began to hit the stone with his axes, destroying it. Like the Trinity, they had already begun to cut down the tree. Everyone in the tavern was busy with their own business. Cheonghae, Honghuaru Pavilion. One of the men said that Cheonghae was indeed a magnificent young master. His interlocutor agreed with him, pouring water into the bowl. They planned to take over Cheonghae so that their Tang clan would become strong enough to compete with the Namgung clan. His interlocutor regretted it because they were going to use the Four Dragon faction, but it was destroyed. And also no one knew where the last dragon was. They also discussed among themselves the huge number of dead bodies that had been found. Suddenly some men approached them, asking why the two were staring at them. Their tone changed abruptly. The men in straw hats asked rudely what they wanted. Leaning over, one of the guys said that they were apparently not locals, since they did not recognize them. He stuck the knife into the table and shouted that they were followers of the Four Dragon faction, namely the Iron Group, and the man with the mustache is their leader, Ku Chunsun. The duo immediately tensed up, exchanging glances, saying that they were of no use to anyone at such an early hour. They held out some white balls from both sides and ordered him to eat them. One of the men in green cloaks immediately stood up, getting ready to leave. The boys shouted at their backs for them to stop, but they did not answer them. At that moment the headmen intervened, asking rudely who allowed them to leave. Mr. Tang's subordinate turned around and warned the boys that they had better not move. And then the duo headed towards the stairs, starting to descend. At this moment, the leader of the group screamed furiously, swinging his weapon. Suddenly I felt a piercing pain, and then he fell down dead without saying anything. Seeing this, his allies could not believe their eyes, remembering that it was better not to move. The subordinate explained that this was a poison, dark bile, recently developed by their clan, One could die if one mixed internal energy with the poison. And unlike them, they ate the antidote. 2 days passed, and joyful cries were heard in the tavern because the trough was made. Nan happily said that they spent 2 whole days on this. Baekyu praised the guys, which made them shine. As he was leaving, he stopped and asked if they could see the waterfall, pointing his finger in his direction and telling them to fill the trough with water. He wanted to use it for drinking. Sobon didn't understand, because there was a spring nearby. But the master didn't agree with this, because even the Kunlun clan didn't use it. Saman explained that there was often a shortage of water, so he asked not to delay this. The king of the beasts was working at the table at this time. Looking at the already prepared tables, our hero smiled because he had finished quickly. The man cried to himself, thinking that he couldn't believe that with his skills he was grinding stones. Suddenly someone turned to our hero and greeted him. It was Soman's father who came to visit them. Baekyu also came to greet. The father immediately said that he had brought some acquaintances. They immediately greeted the workers. There were both clan heads and elders, and heads of families as well. Jean, seeing so many people, immediately began to seat them. Several more young people appeared from behind the door. The girl greeted them joyfully. She was glad to have so many guests. Old man Samena ordered kuksa and dumplings. Suddenly the boy heard a familiar voice. Immediately he joyfully greeted the elder of the Zhuge clan. The old man also recognized the boy in response, because he was the second son of the Moen clan. The boy happily told me that he had heard about the delicious kuksu, so he came here. His brothers also greeted the man. The young man himself said that he was already married, but his brothers were in their prime. Not understanding what the guy meant, I asked him again, starting to talk about the lady, So Munha, who often comes here. The old man thought about it at this point, because the girl doesn't come here every day. The men even asked each other whether the girl would come today or not. Suddenly a loud cry was heard that the lady had arrived, and so the girl, together with her father, went into the tavern. The heads immediately greeted each other. They were glad to see each other. Mo Yunchon also came over to greet the master, as did his brothers, who were quick to pay their respects. The girl greeted everyone, making each of them blush. At this time, footsteps were heard in the mountains. A group of people moved at incredible speed. One of them was Namgun Hyuk, the 4th child of the Namgun clan. He asked to slow down because he didn't want to look out of breath. At his uncle's request, the man wanted to check out the situation in Kunlun, but he didn't know if he would meet the young man. The men discussed among themselves the guy who had come to them. It was Yonfun. The boy thought to himself that his uncle was a recognized master by his father, and the two with him were also masters of martial arts. His uncle always keeps them close because they can always be relied on. Seeing the tavern, they decided to go in and have a bite to eat. Everyone agreed with this idea. They couldn't understand how the tavern in such a remote place was still standing. Some even laughed, because they could be their first clients in many years. However, when they entered, they saw a huge number of people. Slowly they began to look at the people there and be surprised. The head of the Zhuge clan sat at one of the tables, and next to him is the youngest son, Mo Yonchon, from the Moen clan. Even the head of the Soman clan and his daughter were here. With their hands folded, they immediately greeted the Zhuge clan chief. The old man stood up and said that it was amazing, because 4 of the 5 great clans had already gathered here. Our trio of heroes discussed among themselves that, indeed, 4 out of 5 had gathered here. Sobon thought to himself that the Tang clan would definitely not come here, because they were terrible individualists. And then he said it out loud, which his comrades agreed with. At this time, the representatives of the Tang clan were sitting at the end table, discussing among themselves that this was a truly unique place. The man asked if the boy would carry out the order. With a smile, he asked if he was talking about dark bile. They mixed it into a barrel of water, which they apparently use for drinking. However, the guy who mixed it in wondered if it would create problems, since there were many clan representatives and even leaders here. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts, because they did exactly what they were ordered to do. As he approached, the subordinate led his master. One of them noted that the place was suspicious, even comparing the strength of Kunlun and the 4 dragon faction in strength. The men also laughed, because in the case of strong opponents, they have a backup in the form of poison. The subordinate asked why water, and he explained that it was for a more extensive effect. When they opened the doors to the tavern, they were surprised. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Looking at the clan leaders, they understood what they had done. After all, 4 out of 5 clans have gathered here. They couldn't believe it, because this couldn't happen. Suddenly, his subordinate tried to talk about the 4 great clans, but his master immediately shut him up. The other 2, already sitting inside, also tensed up. Using the mental connection, they began to insult their comrade. After all, if any of them tries to use their power, they will die bleeding. As they started to leave, they decided to leave before anyone noticed them. Suddenly, one of the leaders recognized Tan Samin and stopped him. The youngest son of another clan came over and also greeted the 3rd son of the Tang family. The rest of them, seeing this clan, began to look around with displeasure. But Lord Zhuge kindly asked them what brought them here, and Tang replied that it was rumors. At this moment, the old man from the Soman clan was happy, because many people wanted to marry his daughter. But he was sure that matters had to be resolved with fists. Hearing this, the Tang clan representative tensed up. The man shouted for everyone to come to him in order of queue, shouting out to ask which of them would be first. The Tang clan thought to themselves that this was an ambush, because if they could find out where the poison came from, all suspicion would definitely fall on them. Several young guys responded to this offer. The head of the Soman clan added a point to the first one for courage, and he was glad to hear it. His face gradually began to turn redder and redder. Watching the beauty eat, he wanted to talk to her, but the leader interrupted his gaze, shouting that he would only use 30% of his power. And so, having released their internal energy, they both slammed their fists against each other. The people from the Tang clan were sweating profusely, not knowing what to do in this situation. Suddenly they heard a loud clap of hands. Everyone was applauding, while the two discussed their contact among themselves. They didn't understand how this happened while the head of the Soman clan was looking for the next one. The third son of the Tang family looked towards his subordinate, who confidently stated that they had added poison to the water. When they suddenly heard who poisoned the water, this question struck fear into them. They began to discuss among themselves that this was not a mental connection, but as if someone had entered their heads. Mr. Tan immediately realized that this was a thought enlightenment that allowed him to read thoughts and emotions. Our main character walked past them slowly, without even looking in their direction, and then he ordered them to go outside. Between themselves they realized that the person who used this connection was calling them. And now, the Tang clan had already come out onto the street, approaching the King of Beasts. The tavern cook said that he would not forgive them even if they told the truth, assuming that they were from the Tang clan, while the master of this clan thought that such a thing was impossible. And our hero continued, because he did not understand why one of the 5 clans would do this. Mr. Tan himself was sure that before them stood a master of the technique of rejuvenation. Sweating, he thought that he could die if he said something that didn't suit him. Immediately bowing, Mr. Tan said that he had committed a mortal sin, explaining that he had heard that strange things were happening here and had come to investigate the situation. He also added that he believed that there was an enemy of one transcendental group here. Beku angrily asked in response why they needed this, because this was not their territory. So what was the point in thinking about enemies? The man could not answer him right away, and began to stutter. But our hero ordered him to answer. Bowing his head, he added that they thought that in order to match the strength of the Namgung clan, the Tang clan needed to capture Cheonghai. A subordinate tried to interrupt him, but he used a mental link to shut him up, telling them to kneel. The Trinity immediately began to sweat tensely. With their heads bowed, they begged for mercy, saying that they would never come here again. However, our hero easily replied that this was not necessary, adding that it would be better if they controlled the residents instead of the dishonest faction of the 4 dragons. After thinking for a while, the innkeeper said that if poison is used wisely, it can become a medicine. Therefore, he could not consider poison as something bad. These words surprised Mr. Tang. But our hero also added that they almost sent a lot of people, so it's a terrible sin. They immediately began to bow and ask for mercy, but our hero interrupted them, saying that he would give them a chance. He asked if they knew the village of Namro, and all 4 immediately began to nod positively. Beku told them that there was a medicine shop there. They needed to take half of their poisons there and return. Hearing this, Mr. Tang couldn't believe it, because it was a whole half. For this, our main character gave them 3 days, but if they don't make it, he will personally visit their family. At this time in the Kunlun sect, the short-haired hero sat in front of that very ball with internal energy, thinking that he had used up enough inner strength to accept this. Now there was only one thing left to do: eat it. Putting his mouth down, he felt a strange feeling. Some kind of strange wind came out of his body, scattering throughout the room, and the boy thought to himself that he felt incredible power. It was too strong an energy. Enpun's internal strength was about half that, but under Beku's guidance, he mastered Mother Nature and became incomparable with the others. By accepting the Cross Spider's Nadan, he gained the inner strength that could only be achieved through 90 years of hard work. Suddenly, screams began to be heard in the street. These were screams that were calling for Yenpun. Opening the doors, the boy shouted that the elder was looking for him, but he was immediately interrupted by a strong gust of wind, which almost blew him away. The boy stood up and smiled, recognizing his mentor, and now the boy is already in the Palace of Great Purity. Approaching the elders, he asked if they had called him. They asked him to answer only the truth, to which Yenpun said that he had no right to lie to the elders. Pointing to the packages, they asked what they were, to which the boy replied that the elder monk had given him a lesson. They didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked if the guy was really seeing someone older than them. Thinking that he couldn't give up the elder, the boy became worried. However, the same trio stood up for him, saying that they found these packages in the cave. The short-haired man was surprised by this, because the master treated Beck badly. The master also apologized to the elders for being late. The elders asked again if they really found books on martial arts in the cave. The master explained that he and his students came across an unfamiliar cave when they were heading to the Namgung clan. That's where they found the skeleton, and next to it lay these books. Enpun thought to himself that the master realized that he was in an awkward situation and was helping him. He even mentally thanked him, because he helped him not to give away the elder. And the old man thought to himself that they should not do what happened in the tavern under any circumstances, because then his reputation would be finished. His student added that it was written there that I was a person from Kunlun, and would like to share the results of my studies with my students. At this point, the elders noticed that the books were too clean for their age. Another of Yenpun's comrades noted that there was devastation there, so the short-haired man had to move them. The elders again asked if this was true, to which our hero confidently said yes. They thought among themselves, each thinking about his own thing. And then they began to look at each other and nod. They said that such a thing should be appreciated. Since it was a legacy, they were going to put them in the library so that any student could get acquainted with them. Hearing this, our hero was happy, because this is exactly what he wanted. A little while later, the four gathered in a room and began to discuss the training. The master, in turn, listened for a bit and said that he knew that Beku was a master of rejuvenation. The younger students were amazed that Enpun managed to remember absolutely everything. Another of them was crying, because he was still dreaming about the stones they were polishing. But at the same time, they were happy, because it helped them change. They were now more sincere and diligent. The master, turning to the short-haired man, asked him to tell the elder that they had changed. The guy with a smile on his face asked not to worry about this. Suddenly the door opened again and a student entered shouting that they had problems. He apologized for not knocking, but the situation was urgent. He shouted that people from the Namgung clan had come and had killed them all with a secret martial art. The master immediately left while the student was telling him that everyone had fallen one after another. At this time, the Namgung clan representatives looked at the lying sect members. Smiling, one of them said that they were lucky that these were training weapons, because if they had been real, they might already be dead. The Kunlun sect elder laughed at this moment, saying that he had heard that the Namgung clan was incredible, and began to thank them for this training. At this point, the Namgung clan representative asked to step aside in order to discuss the alliance of their clans. Hearing this, the elder could not believe what he heard. After all, this would no longer be an alliance, but simply receiving assistance unilaterally. Smiling maliciously, the man also said that they were clearly losing unintentionally. Asking to prove this, he pointed in the direction of the walking young man. A boy was approaching them, emitting quite a strong internal energy. Some of the students recognized him, because it was Koval, a rather famous warrior. He was one of the top 10 swordsmen who joined the Namgung clan. And the boy himself said that he had heard that the members of the Kunlun sect were excellent swordsmen, and he asked to prove it. Nobody agreed. Everyone understood that they could not cope with him. Seeing this reaction, the Namgung clan representative smiled. While the elder was thinking about how they were being treated too disdainfully, realizing that no one would come out against him, Koval turned to the gentleman, saying that they had come in vain. Master Namgun said that in that case, there can be no talk of any alliance. Suddenly there was a loud cry for them to wait. Baekwan introduced himself, as he was the fourth elder. Seeing that someone agreed, the man became scared. And the elder continued, pointing towards Inpun. He said that first they should defeat his student. The boy immediately bowed and introduced himself. They thought to themselves that it was worth coming, because the boy gave off a frightening aura and energy. They didn't even believe that there was such a young master in Kunlun. Baekwan's students asked if their friend would be able to handle it, and the elder told what his student had told him, that he had recently taken Neidan, so he asked for help in a difficult situation. However, the elder understood that the boy lacked practical experience in any case. Koval thought to himself that he would achieve victory thanks to the speed of the sword. However, our hero was already prepared for this attack, standing in a fighting stance, and drawing his sword, he was able to parry it. At that very moment, the Namgung clan member felt a pain in his wrist, but our protagonist's student was not going to stop there. Having dealt a series of blows to his opponent, forcing him to retreat, Koval thought that it felt like he was facing the power of a dragon. However, he had no intention of losing, intending to answer him with his sharpest sword. As he began to gather energy, he was about to use the white snake sword. But the feeling that he was fighting a dragon did not leave him. At some point he even saw it. And then one of the swords, after contact, flew into the sky. And then he hit the ground with incredible force. Everyone was in shock, from the members of the Namgung sect to the disciples of the Kunlun sect. Breathing heavily and barely able to stand on his feet, Koval admitted his defeat. Immediately, all the Kunlun students began to applaud. They were happy. At some point, he even started chanting our hero's name, and he was glad to hear it. Namgung couldn't believe it, because in a few seconds, he defeated Koval, who couldn't be defeated even in 100 moves. The elder, approaching the representatives, asked whether they had now proven their strength. Lowering his head, already quite displeased, the man answered, yes, while the elders of the clan clicked their tongues, because they still couldn't believe what had happened. The Kunlun clan elder laughed and asked if they were satisfied. After hearing a positive response, he suggested going inside and discussing the details of the alliance. The young master himself mentally thanked Elder Beku, because it was all thanks to him. In a dark office, a white-haired man sat at a table. Suddenly, a rather nasty voice was heard throughout the room. A dark creature greeted Mr. Chong Ligan. The blond man praised his interlocutor, because his inner strength had become much stronger during the time they had not seen each other. The dark monster said that as soon as he heard his order, he immediately dropped everything he was doing and rushed over. He asked what the urgency was, and in general what had happened. And his master replied that on the slope of Mount Kunlun, there was an inn with the same name, and also added that 5 clans had gathered there. He also suggested that they were up to something. Well, and in addition, he said that even the masters of beasts are there, which surprised the man. Chong Ligan also said that the Beastmaster has the best information in the Miram world, so they first needed to find out if they could get him on their side, and if they couldn't, they had to thwart him in all his plans. It was a bit noisy in the village of Namro. After all, a lot of people had gathered near the medicine shop. The residents were happy because many things had happened in their village, but they had never given out medicine for free. Each person came in one by one for inspection. The man, sitting at the table, checked on each one, telling them about their problems, and also writing out prescriptions for medications. Everyone was happy about this, asking how they could thank them, and they pointed towards the standing Beku, telling them to thank him. Each of them thanked the master, because the medicines were too expensive. Our hero also asked to thank the members of the Tang clan. The crowd began to discuss among themselves, saying that they were the ones who donated the medicine. Therefore, a huge crowd formed around them in a second, thanking them. The youngest son himself thought that he was finished, because they gave away half of the poisons and all this in secret from their father. And his subordinates said that there might be some benefit in this, because the reputation of the Tang clan would increase in Xianghe if the locals spread rumors. The youngest son of the family agreed with this, even thinking that his father would give his consent. At this time, our master of beasts was sweating and working. Having stuck a huge stone into the ground, it raised dust, and as soon as it settled, a fairly visible inscription appeared on the stone. Saman said that the flow of people does not stop, considering this place ideal, so he immediately started shouting, introducing himself as an employee of the Kunlun Inn. Each of them said that it was difficult for them to get in, but the young boy said that everything had changed. After all, if they want to try something at the Kunlun Inn, they just need to write it down on a piece of paper, and then put it in the stone, near the huge stone. Well, after that he took the bell and rang it, and then they will deliver them food straight from the tavern. Saman explained that Mr. Van Koren had ordered the birds to bring the paper immediately after the bell rang. The man got angry and said through his teeth that he was wasting his skills on such nonsense. At that moment, our main character appeared, saying that this was not nonsense, which cooled the guy, who immediately shouted that he was always happy to help. Chunsun appeared near the stone, and then, using his power, he added a few words. At this time, the Trinity and our main character gathered near the tavern. Beku told them that he would teach them 2 martial arts, namely the 1,000-mile wind and the method of the nameless heart. The duo asked again, having spoken these 2 names. The black-haired chef explained to them that they were created specifically for them, and that it was impossible to find such things in other sects, and they immediately began to rejoice. Well, he explained it more simply by saying that they would be able to run long distances without getting tired. It all starts with physical strength, so he asked to leave his skepticism behind. After giving them some time to think, the cook also added that he would tell them this only once. Take a deep breath and let it be full, and direct the exhalation to the dantian, making it a little shorter. Hold the rest of the breath in the dantian. The head is a clear moon. The dantian is a blazing heart. A couple of jocks asked to repeat it again, because they didn't remember anything. At this time, that same dark monster was watching from behind the thick branches, watching closely the actions that take place in the tavern. The Beastmaster used his internal energy to chop down rocks. The man said to himself, angry, that there should be 32 chairs for 16 tables. Old man Nogok laughed when he came to the tavern, because everyone had been busy since the morning. Seeing the old man, the dark demon immediately tensed up. After all, he couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately recognized the famous master. The old man, entering the tavern, immediately greeted the hostess Jean. He wanted to place an order, but immediately closed his mouth. Shouting that it was a magnificent painting, He couldn't believe they had invited an artist. However, Beku said that it was drawn by Mrs. Sohee. Jean thanked everyone for their praise, asking the old man to take another look at something. Having led his chud further, she showed him the portrait. The old man cried out in surprise because it was all of them. Pointing to our hero's teacher, Nogok asked with a smile if she was a guest. She, hearing this, immediately came up to him and said the same thing about him, offering to erase both of them. The old man began to joke that the woman in the painting looked prettier, which made her angry. Turning around, the old master decided to go have a drink. Jean tried to object, because it was too early, but the old woman said not to stop him. She also noted that there were many empty spaces left in the painting. And so he explained that they don't know exactly how many people will be in their family, and it will be a shame if they don't have enough space. So she decided to leave. It was already gradually getting dark. The king of the beasts continued to grind the tables. Suddenly, someone unknown appeared from the bushes right behind his back. The man immediately became angry, also thinking angrily about what kind of daredevil was approaching him without warning. And that nasty voice continued to say that their master had sent him to hear his true intentions. The Beast King guessed that it was either a demonic cult or Chong Ligan. Realizing that the demonic cult immediately asked if it was Chong Ligang who sent him, and also added that if it was him, then he should apologize. After all, he won't be able to complete his task. The dark monster asked if he was one of them. The man immediately began to gather internal energy, rushing towards the voice. After dealing a huge number of blows, a fairly loud sound was heard from all around the area. He thought to himself that he had hit accurately, because he had clearly felt the place where the spirit of life was blowing. The monster that appeared screamed that he couldn't believe that he was ignoring their request and acting in concert with the Orthodox faction. He shouted that he would be punished at the cost of his life. Immediately, a huge number of chains appeared around our hero. They smashed everything around, cutting down the trees in front. The king tried to evade all attacks, but the terrain suffered more and more because of this. And one of these quick attacks still hit the muscular man. Due to his slowdown, the next attack also pierced his body. And the dark monster laughed, because even the Beastmasters were powerless against his chain scythe. After remaining silent for a bit, he added in an angry voice that he would take his head and take it to Chon. The man himself, hearing this, only laughed. And then shouting that he had caught it, he grabbed the chains. Seeing this situation, the dark monster man was surprised, because he did not expect this. The Beast King crouched down and swung his chains, shouting for him to come to him quickly. Because our hero was strong, he could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Rising, coughing from this blow, he asked if the King of Beasts really possessed the art of defense. However, he only laughed horribly, saying that it was not so. Everything was simple. His body was hardened, thanks to mountain training. He also said something about the tiger bone, which surprised the dark monster. Starting to gather energy again, the black-haired man began to approach his attacker. And then with all his might, he hit him right in the face, thereby pressing it into the ground, still concentrating the internal energy. Having swung, he had no intention of stopping, saying that it was too late for him to regret it now. He began to strike blow after blow at the body of the lying dark creature. However, upon stopping, our hero was surprised, assuming that he possessed the Chi Gate armor method, because the blows were too strange. While he was speaking about this, the monster in the dark cloak disappeared, and now it was already late night. One of the bodybuilders approached Chun Sam and said that he still loved dumplings. Nan, in turn, also took food and said that he would not be able to leave here, just like his comrades. They could no longer imagine their life without kuksu and dumplings. Suddenly, our main character interrupted their conversation by placing a bundle on the table. After looking at him, Nan Sobong immediately looked at Beku. And when he left, he said that they often forget the rules. So he decided to write them down, and they immediately began to thank the master. The yellow-haired man thought to himself that Beku was the best, since he took on the troublesome work. But the cook himself thought that this was the only way to make everyone work. Then our hero went to the King of the Beasts. Sitting down at the table, he asked him who it was. The man didn't answer right away, thinking hard about what Beck knew. Our hero began to talk about what would happen if he didn't tell. However, he immediately interrupted him, saying that he did not know him. He added that he had come here because he had been asked to obtain information about the tavern. Also adding that the order was from two places. The first was a demonic cult, and the second was from a mysterious man, Chong Ligan. Our hero thought to himself that it was because of Chunsum that members of the demonic cult were hanging around here, and they had already met Chong Ligan's people. Smiling, after a short dialogue, the King of Beasts suggested to go and find out information about them, because they are the best stones. However, the inn's cook said that there was no need for this. This even angered the man, because a whole crowd of killers could come. And our hero explained that they were also guests, which surprised his interlocutor. He also added that they just need to be taught a lesson. Our hero asked the man not to worry, but to continue making tables. The very next day, under that very stone, a dark monster arrived in the cave, telling that he betrayed their beastmasters, and also that his martial arts were strong. Chong asked the Dark One if the beast was stronger than him, but he couldn't answer for sure. This answer angered Lagan, because apparently the king had increased his strength on his own. Suddenly, a dark monster interrupted their thoughts, saying that the great master was with them. These words angered Chong Ligan, because now everything was clear to him. They were all building up their strength around a strong master. The dark monster also said that the royal sword was there. What he finished off his master with made him shout throughout the cave. He asked his subordinate if the great master really owned the royal sword, but received a negative answer. He reported that he was with an ordinary worker. He also said that the most important person there was not the great master, but a young man in a white robe. The subordinate suggested that they were involved in the last two incidents that had happened to them. Having told the name of the young man, it was Beku, saying that he was in command of the Lord of Beasts. He also said that he communicates with the great master not as an elder, but as a bosom friend. After thinking about it, Chong Ligan understood very well that he couldn't make hasty decisions, so he decided to ask his subordinate's opinion. After thinking for a bit, he said that he should inform his superiors and agree on cooperation. The white-haired man agreed with this, saying that he would visit the Black Gorge. Standing up, he shouted that he needed to come to the earth to the god of heaven and ask for help. A huge number of birds gathered near our tavern. Suddenly, one of them, holding a letter, flew straight into the building. Opening it, the genie was happy, because these were deliveries: 35 kuksu and 20 plates of dumplings to the village of Puno. Salmon was happy about this, because now even from such a distance people order food from them. Our hero was also happy about this, and immediately started cooking. And sometime later, all the orders were ready. Our trio took orders and were getting ready to move out. Our hero shouted to them that if they spilled even one drop of some, they would be finished. However, upon hearing this, our three were not upset. They started discussing among themselves that this was not the first time for them. And so our heroes set off on a long journey, moving at incredible speed, raising large gusts of wind. As he ran, the bald jock said that they had become much stronger than they had been before, and Nan agreed. Hundreds of years ago, 3 men were born at the same time and rose to the pinnacle of power in the central plain. God of heaven Jong Lisom, God of war Jin Muep, and the last one, the god of demons, Sal Muguk. The god of war ended his life seeking the path to non-existence, leaving no disciples. The demon god, without distinguishing between righteous and evil methods, greedily absorbed all techniques like a madman, but was eventually destroyed by a higher power and left this world en masse. The heavenly god was different from these two. He understood that he could not conquer the martial arts world with his own strength. He realized that he needed to create a strong organization that would follow him. As a result, he hid in a remote part of the Black Gorge, building up his strength, but died without being able to achieve what he wanted. However, his descendants passed on martial arts skills for hundreds of years and swore allegiance to him as a god. These descendants founded the great heavenly cult to which Chong Ligan came. Standing in front of the huge stone, he thought that 5 whole years had passed since the last time. He thought that not a single stranger would be able to penetrate here. Starting to stand in different positions, sending your internal energy into the stone. He used trigrams. There were 5 of them on the stone. Each of them had its own specific meaning and sequence. If you do not follow this method of walking, you may be subject to hallucinations or attacks by poisonous insects, animals, or plants. And finally the door opened. Chong Ligan immediately rushed forward, straight into the dark cave. After passing through a dark cave, he came out into the light. It was a huge city. There were some pretty loud sounds coming from it. Right at this moment, someone was approaching Chong Ligan. It was quite a large group of people who asked him who he was. The white-haired man immediately began to silently take off his hat. With a smile on his face, he said that he was Chong Li Gang. And so, sometime later, he was escorted to a building. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted. And then someone's voice was heard asking if he had arrived. This man was the 3rd of the 7 brothers of Chong Li Gang's family. He is called the 3rd Lord, and Chong Li Gang the 5th. However, without waiting for an answer, the man immediately said that it was time for them to go, because the rulers were already waiting. And when he entered the room, the boy felt a terrible energy. These were the 5 great lords: the red-eyed one, the divine beast, the invisible shadow, the heavenly daring, and the nameless one. One of them, the hedgehog, asked why he wanted to see them, and Chong Ligan said that he wanted to meet not only them, but also his father. However, they disappointed the white-haired man, because his father began a closed practice. Chan immediately thought about it, because he understood that it would be difficult for him to get help from them without his father, deciding to follow a different plan. He shouted loudly that he had discovered martial arts. Hearing this, the rulers immediately began to ask in surprise whether this was true, since this was the one who had dedicated his entire life to martial arts. And Chong Ligan continued to shout that he had found a person who had inherited his skills, which frightened the five, adding that his name was Baekgu, who worked as an ordinary cook in a tavern in Kunlun. One of the rulers shouted that it was known that the god of war had no disciples. However, the white-haired man added that he didn't know the details, but if they sent someone there, they would find out whether it was true or not. Everyone understood that there was no information about military martial arts other than what was passed down orally, and this frightened everyone. At this time, work was in full swing in the tavern. Salmon wiped the sweat from his face, saying that they had done a good job. So he suggested a snack, and the three happily supported her. Suddenly the door opened and several people came in. Salmon immediately asked the company to sit down. However, she said that this was not why they came. She asked if Baekgu was here, which surprised everyone. So he immediately asked why she needed Mr. Baekgu. But before she could answer, our hero appeared, asking why they were looking for him, adding that it was him. She asked his name again, to which the answer did not change. The girl introduced herself as Ho Yemen, saying that they had come for martial arts training, adding that there will be many murderers in the future, so there is no point in hiding them. He had to share with them and leave this place. Baekgu, after a short silence, said that smoked meat really did taste great. Before, they were asking 320 coins for it, but now they would get it for 300. The girl's companions became angry and rushed into battle. One of them, raising her hand, stopped their ardor. With folded hands, they thought that the technique of absorbing the soul with heavenly desire would be more suitable. After all, under the influence of Baekgu, he will become completely subordinate to her will and will not be able to resist. Even if she had to give up her heart, she was ready to make this sacrifice. But her smile suddenly disappeared. She was scared. After all, I felt like she was drowning. The girl didn't understand what it was. Having emerged, she immediately began to try to breathe deeper. Lightning struck right next to her with incredible force, and huge waves rose up behind her. The girl's entire real body was shaking with fear. With a trembling voice, she asked to sit down, thinking that there was a monster standing in front of her. Noticing that her subordinates were not sitting down, she shouted, ordering them. Sitting up, still trembling, she asked for a meat dish. Turning around, our hero asked to wait. When suddenly the door opened, the men shouted, asking who was here. Baekgu. The blue-haired girl, seeing them, became even more frightened. After all, these are the people of the Lord of the Divine Beast. The cook said that he was Baekgu, to which they also asked to give them the art. They meant military arts. Like the previous ones, our hero asked to sit down and eat properly. They were angry, having told about smoked meat. Our hero put them in a stupor. Somun clan. A man appeared near the main gate. They asked him what was going on. However, he could not answer, falling to the ground. The head himself was gathering his internal energy at this time. He wanted to become stronger, so he trained. When suddenly he stopped abruptly, starting to look straight ahead, exhaling heavily. The whole crowd chanted his name. They were glad to see the leader in good health. However, the joy of duty did not last, because his subordinate was crying out about trouble. He asked why there was such noise. Through clenched teeth, the man said that the princess had been kidnapped. Hearing this, Chief Soman's entire face became gloomy. 4 of the guards died, and 1 barely survived. They also handed over a scroll. Reading it, these were the conditions under which he would see his daughter. The subordinates were about to go and rescue the girl. However, the man shouted that no, he was going to go alone. And here it is, some time later. The father was on his way, walking fearfully further and further. He was going to tear to pieces the one who kidnapped his daughter. Suddenly I felt someone's presence. As he began to look around, he thought that he had definitely heard something. And so, sometime later, he reached the Bear Rock, holding a huge black bag in her hands. He shouted that he came here alone, asking for his daughter to be returned. A man holding the princess appeared from behind the rocks. Throwing the bag on the ground, Chief Soman shouted that this was what he asked for. At that very second, a dark monster appeared near the white-haired man. Having said that, the man really did come alone. The girl's father thought to himself, this is who was watching him all this time. Chan shouted that he would return her, because a promise is a promise. Having let her go, he began to collect energy, and then he hit the girl, causing her to scream. The father was afraid for his daughter and started screaming. He ran up and grabbed the girl who was unconscious. The man immediately realized that this was a technique of excessive intoxication that leads to death. The white-haired man said that it was possible to survive. You just needed to get rid of this energy in time. This angered the father. He shouted angrily and asked how he dared to do this, and then talk about salvation. However, smiling, he said that he only wanted to avoid a collision with him. And then he turned around and began to leave. The man himself, holding his daughter in his arms, did not stop screaming. The father returned to the clan with maximum speed. I immediately called a doctor for an examination. However, he apologized, because he couldn't cure it. The doctor advised purchasing an elixir to restore energy. The man shouted that he received 200-year-old wild ginseng for his birthday. At that very second, he ordered them to bring it while his daughter was coughing. Her whole body began to turn blue more and more. Dripping with sweat, the man thought that everything was exactly as he had said. At this time, the tavern was in full swing. A huge number of guests sat at tables ordering food. The blue-haired girl's companions praised the food, because they had never eaten anything like it. Observing those around her, she agreed with her subordinate. Suddenly, another crowd of people burst into the tavern, asking about Beck. The blue-haired girl recognized them, because they were the 5 killers of the Unbreakable Fist. Smiling, she thought that everything would be different with them. This time, Chonsum approached them. He said that the tavern was full of people, so they needed to leave. Hearing this, they immediately asked angrily if he was Beku, and our employee kept repeating that they should leave. And as soon as he realized that they weren't going to leave, he threw them out. They didn't understand how the guy was asking questions to them at the same time. They thought he was Beku, but Chunsum said he was not Beku. They immediately began to talk among themselves. And then she started shouting for him not to bother them and to leave. But our hero did not agree with this, and began to defend himself. Well, just a moment later, they were crying, regretting what they had done. Chunsum didn't understand why they were crying, since he had barely touched them. Frightened, they shouted that the master was in front of them, so they decided to rush into battle again. Sometime later, our employee came back into the tavern, asking for 3 plates of dumplings and 5 kuksu to be prepared for the table outside. Gradually, the sun began to set. Our hero Soman thanked everyone for their hard work. After all, the number of guests and requests for deliveries continues to grow. Soki happily shouted that she could now give them their salaries. Of course, it wasn't much, but they hoped for more. The Trinity was happy because even they received their salary, and their past exploits were also taken into account. Organization Principle of Tyranny. They defeated the Huangbo family in a battle for control, a triumph that cemented their position as one of the major forces in the Dark World. The Huangbo family was once one of the 5 largest. After an all-out war with the Principle of Tyranny organization, they were on the verge of collapse, and so 2 men stood in front of the crowd. They said that they had come to see the owner. One of the people sitting there got angry and asked what they were talking about. Ordinary people could not talk about their master, ordering them to quickly open the box. However, the duo continued to stand their ground, asking to see the owner. Having taken out their weapons, those sitting stood up and ordered the box to be opened. One of those standing rushed forward, asking how they dared point swords at them. The locals were surprised by this power. However, the boy didn't have time to dodge, taking the blow face first. Like the others, no one could follow the fat man's movements. The rest rushed towards his comrade, shouting that they were monsters. However, he also had no intention of standing still, grabbing the approaching people. And then he started turning them over, pressing it straight into the ground. It even seemed to make it shake. Sometime later, everyone was already lying on the ground. The 2 brothers standing there were not particularly happy, because they had come to give away the herbs. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. The gray-haired man apologized as he walked down the stairs. The tall brother introduced himself as Huang Hul, and the gray-haired one as Wang. After a short conversation, the man asked the guests to come in, and then turning to those lying down, he shouted at them, saying that they would receive their punishment later. Already thinking to myself that this was incredible, because they had overthrown them in one go. Holding it inside, the man was incredibly happy, because he was holding bloody jade bracelets in his hands. The 2 brothers also said that they did not come empty-handed when they opened the box. It contained a herbal elixir that increased strength by 1.5 times, as well as the herbs they promised. The owner of this place was happy, because he needed the elixir more than the bracelets, and then he asked why their master was collecting the 10 treasures of Murim. The fat brother, smiling, said that it was for opening the seal, and the elder brother added that this is all they know. Looking at the bracelets lying around, they said it was time for them to go. And then we headed towards the exit. The gray-haired man thought to himself what Chong Ligan was up to, and now they have already reached the cave, bringing the bracelets. Chong Ligan sat at the table, looking happy. Suddenly, his mood suddenly disappeared, and his gaze turned to the side. Next to him sat Chong Lihel, the second son of the leader of the heavenly cult. The duo immediately greeted their second son. Taking the bracelets in his hands, the man laughed. He threw it to his brother, saying that the mission was accidentally being delayed because he was chasing after these trinkets. And then he ordered the twins to leave for a minute. He asked the guy if he remembered what he said last time, having the same situation when he returned to the cult, shouting about military training. He wondered if he was sure that these were the martial arts of the war god Jin Muepa. The mustachioed man thought to himself that he should be the next leader, if not his sister. He needed to do something. The younger one thought to himself that the old man should go personally and check. and during this time he would take the tyrant's sword into his own hands. As he was leaving, the man said that he hoped he wasn't joking. Standing up, Legan warned him not to look down on them, as it could end badly. However, he asked not to worry about this, because he took a black whirlwind with him, and then he looked confidently towards the younger one. As he was leaving, he said that he would sort this out once and for all. The white-haired boy himself thought that he had gone crazy, because it was impossible to leave traces even in a tavern. But he didn't care about that, because he had his own goals. All that was left for him to do was collect the king's sword, and the tyrant's sword, and finally the ice crystal. And then he called the twins to come in, saying it was time to start their plan. Father ran headlong to our tavern, holding my princess in my arms. Having run in, he immediately began shouting for the elder. As he ran, Soman happily asked what brought him here so early. Seeing the chief's daughter, he said that Elder Nogok was not there, and the head of Soman shouted that something bad had happened to his daughter. Coming out of the kitchen, Beku asked what happened. The man told everything that had happened with a frightened cry. Our hero asked to put the girl on the table. The man lay down and asked what he should do. But our hero did not answer, placing his hands in front of her face. Literally a few seconds later, it was all over, and Beku said that she felt better. The man did not understand what he had done, because all the elixirs in their clan were useless. He happily thanked the cook of our tavern. Our hero asked again to explain everything once again, and the man immediately began to explain. After listening, the black-haired man assumed that they were from the same group that attacked them on his birthday. The head of the clan agreed with his thoughts. Standing up, Beku said that he needed to go somewhere, asking the man and his daughter to stay there. He was going to check everything, because it was all too connected. The head of the Soman clan offered help, to which our hero agreed. At this time, a huge crowd of people was moving through the forest. It was the Black Whirlwind Squad. The subordinates turned to the commander, finding this mission too strange, and the commander replied that they only needed to do what they were told, adding that this was no ordinary tavern, but a group associated with the 5 great clans. At that very moment, all doubts among the squad members disappeared. The commander thought to himself that he had been ordered to kill Beku. Suddenly he shouted sharply, raising his hand. Everyone immediately stopped their steps and froze in place. Nobody understood why they stopped, and just a moment later, our main character appeared, holding a branch in his hands. Looking at the pair, they realized that the one on the left was definitely the master, and the one on the right was probably just a passerby. However, the commander did not think so. After all, looking at the black-haired man, his heart sank, and he felt this only with the leader. He immediately gave the order for everyone to line up in a black whirlwind. They didn't understand this, because they use it on the strongest enemies. However, the commander, getting angry, ordered them to do as he ordered. As soon as the information reached everyone, they immediately began to circle around our heroes. Their movements were quick and precise. Beku, in turn, was going to just talk, but they did not share his desire. Chief Soman was afraid because there were too many opponents. The commander shouted that they were from the Black Vortex and had a mission, asking to get out of their way, to which our hero immediately introduced himself. He said that their tavern was too small to accommodate them all at once, so he asked them to come later. The commander thought to himself in fear that this was the same one. So without even thinking, he shouted, giving the order to attack. Beku didn't even flinch as the entire horde attacked him. Chief Soman shouted in fear that they had better avoid it. But our main character didn't let him finish, waving his wand. At that very moment, the entire formation was destroyed, because they were attacked by too great a force. The commander of this detachment could not believe what he saw. Shouting that only one needed to be dealt the killing blow, he rushed into battle. However, Beck had his own methods for this too. Gathering his internal energy, he kicked the ground, causing energy to emerge from the ground, destroying opponents. And now, literally a few seconds later, our hero was walking through the army lying on the ground. The survivors tried to attack him. However, they too were destroyed in an instant. The black-haired cook had no intention of standing on ceremony with them. Therefore, the commander decided to attack himself, launching a lightning blast with incredible force. Everyone, also looking angrily towards the opponents, Beku swung. With just these movements, he frightened the leader of the detachment. And just a moment later, he was also blown away by incredible force. To himself, Chief Soman thought that his comrade was a real monster, and now he understood why Chunsum followed all his orders. After all, he was clearly stronger than him. The man understood that they had fought and Beku had emerged victorious. Out loud, the commander asked the enemy if he really was the heir of the god of war. Our hero asked him who instructed him to go to the Kunlun Inn, to which the man in the straw hat, clenching his teeth, said that even if they were to kill him, he would not tell them anything. After thinking for a moment, the cook told him to drop these words, and on the contrary, come back and say that there is no god of war here. Surprised, the man asked if he was telling the truth, but our hero only silently looked in his direction. while the man lying on the ground thought that his opponent could easily kill him, so he had no need to lie to keep him alive. Then our hero turned towards the leader, saying that it was time for them to go. The gray-haired man still couldn't come to his senses after what he saw, realizing that this was the best option for his daughter, assuming that he also had feelings for her, since he saved her without any conditions. And now our heroes have already arrived at the tavern. Princess Salmon thanked our hero, saying that she would never forget his kindness. And our hero asked more often. The old man smiled at the girl. Having mounted his horse, he mentally already called Beku his son-in-law. Already inside the tavern, all the subordinates were asking what this sudden meeting was about. And Beku explained that it was time for them to decorate their tavern. The Trinity didn't understand what was going on, because they were already barely coping with everything. Chunsum asked Soman what this meant, to which the boy explained that they needed to grow. The demonic master asked tensely if their inn would become bigger. Having heard a positive answer, he immediately shouted that he was in, starting to smile. Soman thought to himself that there was no need to rush, and Jean noticed this. He explained that expansion required a lot of money, and they did not have that amount. Our hero was going to deal with this problem, and had already discussed everything with Sohee. At this point, Jean chimed in, saying that her grandfather had dreamed of building the best tavern. He said that this spirit was also passed on to her, just like the tavern. The old man, sitting at the table, said that they needed a carpenter for the expansion, to which our hero confidently replied that he would soon sort this out. Nogok smiled and said that he knew the best carpenter in the world. Having spoken about the family Heck, however, our hero did not remember such a family. The protagonist's friend explained that 50 years ago they were rolling in money, but now, unfortunately, they are ruined. At that moment, our hero thought that he remembered such a family. This family had a huge mansion that was built by the greatest carpenter of the time, Gonghae. Of course, his age no longer allows him to work, but his grandson continues the family business and also became famous as a carpenter. However, there had been no news of him for 10 years. Nogok said that his gang would find out about everything. Eastern Central Plain, Jinan. There was a huge crowd of people in one of the establishments. Two men were discussing some Somryumun, where all the land had been bought up and a new building had been built. The black-haired man praised the structure. They praised the best carpenter in the world, Choi Damun. The man at the next table slammed his fist on the table and asked who was the best carpenter. With this blow, he frightened the two, and the man jumped up and shouted that it was he who did this work. The duo asked in fear who he was. The black-haired man folded his arms and said that he, Gonchik, was the one. They began to ask in surprise if he was that same Gonchik. A man who squandered all his savings and forgot about the family honor that he inherited from his ancestors. The man, sweating profusely, tried to say that it was a lie, but no one listened to him. Two men shouted at him to stop disturbing their drinking and to go to his table. To this, Gonchik could not object. The Gonchik family was on the verge of destruction due to Choi Damun's fraudulent guarantees, and only Gonchik dragged out a miserable existence, continuing to live under the influence of Choi Damun. In his mind, he asked his father and his dear one to forgive him, because he was the only one who would take the blow of this miserable life. At that very second, two men appeared in front of him, who asked if his name was Gonchik. Frightened, the man replied that it was him. Beku immediately changed his tune, asking to expand his tavern. While pouring wine, he said that he was currently running small errands, so he asked to find another person. However, our heroes did not agree with this, saying that they needed to build the best tavern in the world, adding that they needed the best carpenter in the world to do this. That's why they came to him. And listening to this, the man became more and more surprised with each proposal. Wiping away his tears, he couldn't believe that someone still needed him. Having agreed, our heroes went outside. The best carpenter in the world screamed in fear as they moved through the sky. And so our heroes found themselves in the province of Guangxi, Nanning. Gradually our trio began to descend. The racer continued to scream. Beku asked the carpenter if the man named Chanson was there. Having heard a positive answer, they went inside. He himself did not understand how they ended up here so quickly, not understanding who he had gotten involved with. Remembering how he talked about how they would need blue dragon wood to build a huge inn. Explaining that even a large tree cannot be used immediately, it will have to be dried for several years, so that it does not sparkle. And now our heroes have already asked to be escorted to this tree. Already at the entrance, our heroes asked to meet with the head, introducing themselves as workers from the Kunlun Inn. And then, after a few seconds, the leader of Changdoko came out. Hearing where they were from, the man was surprised and asked what they were doing. Once inside, our heroes talked about what they wanted to buy. A few seconds later, the head himself came in, with a smile on his face, asking the trio why they had come to see them. Beku said that they planned to build a building much larger than this one. Hearing this, the man immediately became happy, because this was a contract worth hundreds of thousands of niang. Having explained that such a big matter was beyond his personal capabilities, he asked to be considered as an intermediary. Gonchik wondered to himself if Shansun really had a partner. A bead of sweat ran down his face, and he said that they needed to get General Chanran's approval. When the men heard that their budget was about 400 nyang, they were surprised, and then the chief immediately shouted to Doku that the guests were leaving. However, Chunsam ordered everyone to sit down, as the conversation was not yet over, releasing energy. Everyone was scared when they felt this terrifying energy. The head's whole body began to tremble. He did not understand what kind of inhuman look it was. Standing up, Beku said that they were going to General Chanran, and so they went out into the street, grabbing the duo. And they were already flying in the sky. This time Gochnik was already silent. Just a few minutes later, they arrived at the general's palace. The security immediately started shouting and asking who they were. But just a few minutes later, one of his subordinates reported to the general that someone had come to see him. The general gave permission to enter. Lost in thought, putting the book on the table, considering it to be useless trash. And then 4 men entered the office. Shansun apologized for not warning them of their arrival. Chanran asked his friend who they were, to which our heroes immediately introduced themselves as an employee, cook, and carpenter of the tavern. Hearing this, the man laughed and stood up. Approaching Beck, he asked him if he was from Murim, and our hero said that everything is in the past, because now he is a cook in a tavern. The general still asked in surprise whether he was really just preparing food, to which he also received a positive answer. At that very moment he began to think, asking why the cook, carpenter, and worker were looking for him. As he sat down at the table, he spoke of his recent victories, so he was going to listen to them. And now our heroes have already told everything to the man. He did not understand why they needed such wood. However, our heroes said that there was no money, which surprised the man. His subordinate immediately jumped up and began to bow, apologizing. Looking closely at our hero, he wondered where he got all this daring self-confidence from. And our hero continued, saying that they had no money, but they could give him whatever he wanted. He explained that he would give him everything he could if he gave him blue dragon wood. The general asked him again if he was sure, asking him to give an example. And our main character stood his ground, saying that he could ask for anything. At that very moment, the man with the scar on his face began to think, starting to look closely towards our heroes. And then taking the book that was lying on the table, asking the guy what he felt when he looked at her. Beku immediately took it in his hands and began to look through it page by page. Chunsum tried to peek, and then, having snatched it, he shouted that it was trash, starting to collect internal energy in my hands. At that very second, a fire appeared right in his hands and completely covered the book. Well, he burned it, which surprised the general. He asked if magic had already become popular in Murim. Suddenly, he shouted that he was interested in one thing, martial arts, which would help him enter the top 100 strongest masters. He meant the manuscripts. If our hero finds them, he will give him as much wood as he wants. Our hero confidently shook hands, which angered the general. He stood up and said that they were not simple, and with diligent practice they would allow him to enter even the top 10. At this time, the best cook was preparing food in the tavern. She was happy, she liked cooking. Inside the tavern, men were enjoying the kuksu. The woman watched what was happening. Some men inside were discussing that the taste was completely different, although tasty, but different, not as pleasant. Hearing this, the woman thought that she knew it, and the guys continued. Even though they were offended, it was still very tasty. Smiling, she was happy, because the student had surpassed the teacher. This was the first time in her long life. She liked to think about it, because in this generation not all was lost. As she began to cut vegetables, she even thought that she needed to be more diligent, asking Jean to bring her 6 kilograms of pork fillet. Soki, when she came in, was surprised, because there was no pork. And then she began to regret it, because Mr. Chunsum was not there. He would have gotten the meat very quickly. Suddenly, right on the street, she heard a noise and looked towards the door in surprise. Going outside, she decided to check where the noise was coming from. And I noticed a huge boar lying right next to the tavern. She didn't understand where he came from because Chunsum wasn't here, and the Beastmaster said that Kovan caught him. The girl was surprised by this, and told the man not to joke, to which he explained to her that Kovan was the king of all tigers, who had now turned into a cat. So he began to look carefully towards the kitten, while the king of beasts thought that the traitors should be handed over. Jean grabbed him and began to ask if he had caught the boar. However, almost immediately she switched to the fact that he had 2 cute eyes. The man standing next to her did not understand why she was not afraid of him, because he told her the sad truth. Then our hostess approached the man, and she said she didn't even know he was so funny. After all, she didn't understand how such a cute cat could be called a tiger. Starting to thank Uncle Wang for bringing the boar, since they had just run out of it. The man began to deny it, but the girl asked him not to be embarrassed. She thanked him again, because he had a lot of his own troubles. The man thought to himself that it would be better to remain silent, because she would laugh again. The man asked why uncle and asked how old she thought he was. The girl replied that she was about 40, but the man shouted that he was 32. And then he happily said that she could call him whatever she wanted. After thinking for a moment, the girl thanked him, this time calling him Brother Wang. Hearing this, the man's whole face turned red. He was glad to hear this. Even after some time, he still continued to think about it. She had already told Kovan that it was nice to have an older brother she could rely on. At this time, the scrolls had already been delivered to the general's palace. He immediately began to study them, carefully studying every word that is said there. Our hero commented that the name of this technique is cotton art. Because of the lack of time, he could not put everything into book form. The man thought to himself that the technique, although simple, was tough, and that it would not be difficult for him to master it, but its power was amazing. Raising his head, he told Beck that he had kept his promise. Therefore, he will also keep his promise by giving him the blue dragon wood. Everyone sitting was surprised to hear this. The general immediately turned to Chanson, telling him to give the blue dragon wood to Mr. Beck. His subordinate asked about the quantity, to which the general replied to give as much as they needed. Hearing this, the man became frightened, to which his boss replied that he would take care of all the payments. At this time, the tavern was bustling with life as usual. So he said happily that today was a busy day. Salmon thanked the girl in response for her help. The Trinity became angry because no one was paying attention to them. At that very second, the door began to open, and behind her, Beku appeared, together with the best carpenter. Everyone immediately began to shout joyfully, because their master had come, and seeing them, Gonchik assumed that they were all workers. Although looking at them, I thought that they looked too scary. Soki immediately greeted us, to which our cook introduced her as the owner of the inn. Jean asked the man in surprise who he was, to which Beku said that he would be the one to help them expand the tavern. The man immediately introduced himself to the hostess, and the girl did the same, asking not to speak to her formally. Gonchik was surprised by this, to which Sohi added that she was only 20. The man immediately asked the girl about Beck's age. The black-haired man heard this question, saying that he was approximately 122, but he did not know exactly. The carpenter was scared at first, but then he thought that he might be threatening him so that he wouldn't even think of being familiar with him. At that moment, a woman came out of the kitchen, delighted at the return of the student. Our hero immediately introduced them to each other. The woman, hearing his name, immediately stood close to him, deep in thought. The man asked if she knew him. Cho Okin asked Gonchik if his father was a carpenter by any chance, to which she received a positive answer. The woman told how, when she was building her tavern, she hired a carpenter named Gonhei. Hearing this, the man began to shout in surprise, while the woman asked him to take care of their tavern. Beku also introduced Gonchik to Chegal Soman, saying that he was a warrior. The man was surprised again, because where did the warrior come from? And also Chegal. Van entered the tavern and greeted our main character. Upon seeing him, the man immediately began to scream in fear. After all, he recognized him when he asked if this was really the master of beasts. They asked him if he really knew him, to which Gonchik said in a trembling voice that even people not from Marim knew the four heavenly rulers. Both men greeted each other and introduced themselves. The man still could not believe that he had met the master of beasts here. At this point, Sohi turned to Brother Wang, starting to say that he was famous. At this point, Beck interrupted their conversation, asking about the production of tables. Hearing this, the carpenter was even more surprised, because the master of beasts cannot make tables. Jin noticed that Chun-sam was not next to Byaku, so she asked about him. To which our hero, with a smile on his face, said that he had too much luggage, which was why he was delayed. Suddenly there was such a loud sound that even the walls began to shake, and the three immediately ran out into the street. They did not understand what that sound was just now, thinking that they were being attacked. But when they went outside, they saw a huge column of dust, as well as an incredible amount of wood. Everyone stood there with horror on their faces, not understanding what had happened. No one could believe their eyes, because something magical had really happened. There stood a demonic master right in the trees. Having said that, he even started sweating because of it. Having descended, everyone stood there still not understanding what was happening. Nan Soban trembled and asked the master if he really brought all this alone, and Gonchik thought that he had never heard of such a person. And if they entered the world of martial arts, their influence would spread in a snap. Suddenly, the demonic master pointed his finger at the Beast Lord and shouted, asking what he said. His whole face was covered in sweat, because he didn't say anything. And Chunsum continued to shout, asking if he had heard what he had said to the mistress. At that moment, the man in charge of the animals turned into horror. The demon master continued to shout. He was clearly unhappy. Intending to teach the Kachnu a lesson, however, he tried to justify himself. Chunsam shouted that the duck was finished, so he intervened in their quarrel, saying that the man was telling the truth, since she herself suggested calling him that. The man's whole life passed him by. Chunsim immediately turned around and started to walk away, while the Beastmaster sighed heavily from stress. The carpenter wondered to himself whether he was really in his own world. It's already night in the Namgung clan. Several people in dark robes and masks landed on the roof. They ran along the roof, trying not to make any unnecessary noise. Inside the building, men were pouring drinks. After all, they gathered to be thanked by their masters for their hard work. They even laughed among themselves, because the head of the organization forbade them from drinking for a month. And the young gentleman explained that drinking secretly is much more fun than openly. Their conversation was interrupted by masked men who knocked down the door and burst into the room. Behind them appeared the same twin brothers, who were surprised that the young master was not alone. The older brother was unhappy because he thought that everything would go as quickly and smoothly as possible. Long brother remembered how he asked Zhong Ligang about the Namgung clan, and he replied that there was no need to go there. After all, the Black Whirlwind Squad suffered defeat at the hands of just one person. And again it was that same Baekyu who defeated everyone. The elder couldn't believe it while Chong continued to talk about how there would be no point in the war. He asked not to forget that the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace was not someone to be underestimated. And now a real battle has begun within the clan. The subordinates asked the young master to retreat, because they realized that he was their target. At this point, Kolobok gradually began to enter the battle. Raising his hands, he began to gather his energy, intending to end it all as quickly as possible. Like a ball, he demolished everything in his path, hitting each of the clan one by one, not giving them a chance to defend themselves. Seeing this situation, the young master did not know what to do. Swinging his sword, he was about to use the heaven-overturning sword. To himself, Kolobok thought that the boy was simply bragging about being the eldest son, so he decided to teach him a lesson by using double speed. Naturally, the young man was unable to repel this powerful attack. It was too much for him. He started spitting out blood. The fat brother himself shouted that he had hoped for at least some fun, but had not received it. The elder brother ordered him to finish this and take the sword, because they were leaving. Suddenly, a voice came from right behind them, ordering them to stop. The two men asked how they dared to do this. The standing gray-haired man said that their clan was one of the 5 great clans. It was the head of the Namgung clan. The elder, seeing him, could not even imagine that the immortal emperor himself would come here. Remembering Chong Ligan's words, he became angry, because these upstarts from the plains would not be able to deal with them. Disobeying Chan, they decided to deal with them. He immediately ordered his subordinates to attack the duo. Seeing this reaction, the Namgunians also prepared for battle. But the immortal emperor blocked the path of his subordinate by raising his hand, and then he rushed into battle, shouting that he would deal with everything himself. Seeing such a reaction, the squad of twins became frightened. The clan leader, seeing this reaction, shouted that it was too late to regret anything. In an instant, he dealt with all the attackers, which surprised and to some extent even scared the twins. Standing before them, the clan leader told them not to even hope for pity, because today they would die. The younger brother asked the older one what they would do. After thinking for a moment, the elder replied that he did not know that such people still existed, but he did not intend to run away, starting to use the rare demonic iron sword immediately. Laughing, he shouted that they would leave immediately if they gave them the king's sword. The chief's subordinate shouted that he would deal with the bun. Hearing this, the younger twin found it funny and started spinning again at an incredibly high speed. And then he attacked the man, who stood without moving. Jumping back, he asked the man who he thought he was. The elder brother also entered the battle at this moment. But the old man saw his movements, dodging absolutely every attack that flew his way. The clan leader shouted that he was clearly not afraid to fight him, so he wanted to make him regret it by launching a powerful attack. At the last moment, the older twin managed to block the blow. Gritting his teeth, the clan leader thought that it was difficult to get close to the enemy, because he was too fast for an ordinary person. The twins said that if they all united, then nothing would remain of the plain. The gray-haired man immediately began to gather internal energy, asking if they were telling the truth. Feeling this incredible energy, the brothers tensed up, and the old man, still concentrating his energy, took out his sword. A huge amount of energy began to bubble out from his weapon, while the twins stood with surprised faces. The gray-haired man said that he would fulfill their wish right now. When both brothers saw this sword, they recognized it, for it was the sword of power. While they were talking among themselves, the head of the clan had already begun to approach them. At that very moment, the elder one shouted that they were running away. Both brothers began to use energy, getting ready to hide. But the clan leader had no intention of letting these two go, dealing a powerful blow to them, thereby preventing them from escaping. Having managed to group themselves together, the brothers looked at each other. The older twin looked towards the gray-haired man, thinking that the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace was standing right in front of him, telling his brother to use Fat Monster. He immediately took some kind of ball out of his pocket. throwing it straight towards the gray-haired man. This trinket made the old man smile. He instantly cut it down, preparing to launch another attack. However, at that very second there was a powerful explosion that he did not expect. Thinking it might be toxic smoke, he held his breath, and then gradually the smoke began to clear. Looking back, he noticed that the two had disappeared. Right behind his back, his son began to rise gradually. Approaching him, he asked the elder if everything was okay with him, and he, clenching his teeth, replied that he was ashamed of it. To himself, the father thought that everything was fine, since the wounds were not significant. He didn't understand how something like this could happen to the Namgung family. He was going to find them and destroy them by any means necessary. And so we found ourselves again near that very statue. The two were already standing and listening to Chong Ligan's cries, because they had lost all their warriors and had not achieved any goal. The white-haired man was not pleased, because they used the same technique as with Soman. Although the head of the Namgung clan is different. The twins apologized for their mistake, but Zhong continued to yell at them. He fell silent and thought, because with the last two it would be too difficult. He knew he had to be more careful since they had failed, so he decided to go with the Namgung family's royal sword rather than Baek Wu. At this time, a meeting was taking place in the Soman clan, in which they reported that the Namgung family had been attacked. Hearing this, the chief was horrified. After all, he didn't understand who dared to do this, assuming that these were the same ones who kidnapped his daughter. Remembering that the poisonous monster had put him on the trail, accidentally mentioned something related to Chong Ligan. It was at that moment that the leader realized that this same Chong Ligan was hunting for the royal sword. Their meeting was interrupted because some guest arrived, adding that this was the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace himself. Sometime later, Chief Namgung was sitting at the table. The head of Soman came in and asked the guests what brought them. The head of the Namgung clan immediately greeted his comrade. The man said that someone wanted to steal the sword. However, fortunately, no one managed to do this. The leader of Namgun said that they were not able to steal the sword from them. To himself, our main hero's comrade thought that the old man's pride, as always, was at a high level. And later he added that he came here to find out if they had any information. After all, his son told what happened at the birthday party of the head of Soman. The gray-haired man thought to himself that the leader of Namgun was smart. With a smile on his face, he asked if they didn't know anything yet, saying that they were the henchmen of a man named Chong Ligan, also adding that he only knows that they are hunting for the 10 treasures of Murim. Hearing this, all the clan members fell silent. After thinking for a moment, the guest stood up, thanking him for the information and saying that it was time for them to go. Old Man Soman told about Kunlun Mountain and also about an inn with the same name, saying that their family was saved by a cook named Baekyu. The old man also added that he asked Chunsum to look after the tyrant's sword. Hearing this, the head of Namgung was horrified, considering it nonsense. Somanovets said that if he visited the tavern, he would immediately understand everything. He also added that they are students of the great master Nogok. His interlocutor, who was also a guest, listened silently. Having finished speaking, the head of the Soman thought with a smile that if he were to stick his nose up in the air there, not even a bone would be left of him. At this time there was silence in the tavern. Baekyu explained to the trio that they would focus on 2 things. The first is delivery within the tavern and for takeaway, and the second thing is the construction of a fence. At that moment, Soman shouted that the delivery to Namro village was ready. The 3 workers immediately went to eat, thinking that they already had enough food. But our hero stopped them, saying that only Huayung was on delivery today, and the rest would stay. They immediately rejoiced and began to cry with happiness, because Baekyu knew their names. Having taken the entire delivery, the bald jock was afraid of falling, and then, using the technique that the master taught him, he rushed into the distance. Smiling, Nan Sobong thought that they had truly become stronger. The cook himself approached Van Koren, asking to take these 2 and bring stones for the fence. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man was surprised because they would have a stone fence. Having given a positive nod, the master pointed to the distant rock, saying that it was there that there were plenty of stones. Seeing the surprise, he asked the guy what problems there might be, and he, sweating profusely, said there weren't any. Van immediately shouted at them, asking why their faces seemed to be straining, since he had brought all the stones for the tables from there. Nan tried to manipulate Van, but nothing good came of it. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind, asking for some to be brought to him too. Shouting out who dared to talk to him like that, Wang swung his arm. However, he immediately stopped when he saw Chunsum. Laughing, the Beast Lord tried to turn everything into a joke. As he left, the demonic master asked for 3 huge stones to be brought. At this time, the members of the Namgung clan had already distanced themselves from Soman. Hua No Tong asked if Master Nogok was really there. Vival replied that the head of the Soman clan was known for his unreliability, so she did not trust him. But their leader said that he had to check everything himself, because there was a tyrant's sword there. The duo immediately shouted that they would go with him. However, the old man refused this, because they needed to return to the clan and strengthen security. They tried to object, but the man's face immediately changed, asking if they had really forgotten who he was. The duo immediately shut up, shouting that they would carry out the order. Work was already in full swing in our tavern. Soki called Gonchik and said that it was time for lunch. The man happily accepted the food, because it seemed so delicious to him that he could not remember its taste. He also praised the food to himself. At this point, Beku interrupted his delight by asking how long the construction would take. The man could not answer this question, assuming that it would take about 4 months. Chunsum immediately asked angrily how much, adding, 3 months. Gonchik tried to say that it wouldn't work, but the demonic master didn't let him do it with all his might, adding that if they hired more workers, they would be able to do this. He thought to himself that they did not have enough money. The building gradually emerged. At this time, a loud noise was heard in the mountains. Using his strength, the Beast Lord chopped stones. While the three were surprised, since this was a divine level, they praised Wang. At this point, they were interrupted by some man. The white-haired man raised his hand and asked if the Kunlun Inn was here. The jock said that the tavern was under reconstruction, so you can't go there. After thinking for a moment, the old man reformulated the question, asking if Master Nogok was here. At this moment, the Beast Lord said angrily that the man had clearly started on the wrong note. The head of the Namgung clan immediately felt this wild pressure. He only needed to look at the man standing in front of him, to make sure that the person standing in front of him is a master. After examining it carefully, he thought about it. He immediately told Van's entire story from the beginning to the present moment. Having heard this story, our hero was surprised and asked him who he was, and he replied that he was Namgung Jachin. Everyone was immediately surprised when they heard this name. Like the Beast Lord himself, he knew such a person. The gray-haired man walked past and said that he would leave Van alone because he had important things to do. However, the Beast King was not going to agree with this. These words angered Old Man Namgung. He immediately asked if he really wanted to fight. At that very moment, Beku appeared and asked Van if he was arguing with someone again. In a trembling voice, the man began to explain that some tramp had come, and he had stood up to defend the tavern. The old man watched this and was angry, because he felt uneasy looking at the black-haired man, immediately starting to walk towards him and ask who he was. Our hero introduced himself, and the head of the Namgung clan realized that they were talking about him. The old man also introduced himself in response, and Wang added that the old man was also called the Immortal Emperor of the Heavenly Palace. But Beku, hearing this, didn't even raise an eyebrow, asking why he came here, and the gray-haired man explained. Having heard why, our hero said that they had no people who could help him, because they had an ordinary tavern. The man immediately asked the person leaving to stop, shouting out, how could Master Nogok's disciple speak so casually to the head of the Namgun family? Starting to gather internal energy, he demanded that the boy bring his master here, throwing a stone that came to hand at our hero. These actions angered the cook, and he angrily asked if he really wanted to fight that badly. In an instant, our main character closed the distance between them, hitting the old man with a powerful blow right in the face. He was unable to dodge, clutching his face. Coming to his senses, he clenched his teeth and asked how he dared to do such a thing. But our hero was not going to stop, delivering another blow to the head, and again forcing him to hold his face and make painful sounds. He was no longer so insistent in asking who the long-haired man thought he was, shouting that today was his last day to live. But our hero, raising his stick, said that he would regret these words. Seeing the wand, the old man laughed, because he was going to confront this royal sword. Realizing that the conversation was pointless, the black-haired man motioned for the old man to attack first. Seeing these actions, he became even more angry, immediately rushing headlong into the attack, delivering a direct blow to the stick that Beku was holding. However, she didn't break and even threw back the gray one. He didn't understand how this happened, so I decided to try to attack again. But our hero repelled absolutely all attacks without even straining himself. At this time, the jock shouted in surprise that their master was the best. Nogok also joined their conversation, saying that luck was on his side today. At that moment, Soki did not understand how one could fight with just a branch. He asked the old man if he could do that, but he just remained silent, showing with his whole appearance that he couldn't. At some point, the sword flew to the side, straight up. Stuck in the ground, it was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. He didn't understand how this happened, looking at his hand, and so our hero waved his wand several times. Some time passed. Wang continued chopping stones again, while the head of the Namgung clan lay unconscious next to him. When he got up, he didn't understand what had happened. He asked the Beast Lord what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into, remembering that after just one swing, it was as if 1,000 masters were attacking him. At that very moment he heard some screams, and then I saw how some young guy gave the Beast Lord a slap in the face. Gritting his teeth, He did not understand what kind of disdain this was for the master of beasts. Suddenly, he heard a rather familiar voice laughing. Turning around, he saw Nogok, who asked if he was okay. The chief asked if he was laughing at him, to which our old hero asked if he too should be taught a lesson. However, almost immediately he said that he was joking, asking to take the glass, while the head was thinking about the fact that Nogok was sitting in front of him. Saman addressed the staff, saying that construction would take 4 months. After all, they didn't have any profit right now, so they need to increase the number of deliveries. Nan objected, because in addition to deliveries, they also help with the construction of the fence. At that moment, the gray-haired head thought to himself that he had run into the wrong masters. Nogok interrupted his thoughts, asking why he came here. A little time passed. Namgung told about everything. Continuing to laugh, the old man said that this was an ordinary tavern, so he wouldn't find anything here. The head of the Namgung clan did not agree with this, because the people who attacked them were hiding their true nature. But Nogok did not agree with him, saying that it did not apply to him in any way. Hearing the refusal, the gray-haired head did not understand how he had refused. But our main character's friend continued, saying that he had not been in the front ranks for a long time, and it was time for him to give way to the young. At this point, Chun-sam intervened in their conversation. Namgun immediately saw the tyrant's sword, thinking that the same Chung-sam was standing in front of him. At that moment, the old man shut the demonic master up, saying that he and Beck were friends, and that he demanded that the guy address him as you. The head of the Namgun clan thought to himself that the old man was crazy to be friends with these rookies. At that very moment, he realized that many here were masters of rejuvenation. It was after these thoughts that he got up from the table. Having said that he has nothing to do here, she doesn't want to eat either. Having paid his respects, he was about to head home. Nogok hoped to meet here again, but the leader thought to himself that he would not come here again. At this time in the Kunlun sect, the elders gathered around the table, discussing that they were testing something. One of them was angry because the expansion was happening without their approval. They were discussing our tavern, and they were clearly not happy about it. At some point, one of them shouted that they had to sort this out. Having heard all this, the elder, already familiar to us, understood that things were too bad, and so the meeting of elders ended. Sitting on the street, he did not understand what he should do. At that moment, our short-haired hero approached him, asking what was wrong with the master, because he looked too tired. He told about the expansion of the tavern, but the boy knew about it, to which the elder told how the clan's masters had acted, which surprised the boy. He was going to go and stop them, but his master didn't understand why. He told him that he could go alone since he had a lot to do, but the stubborn mentor Baekchun went there. At that moment, Yongpun realized that things were really bad, because he never listened to anyone. Baekchun didn't understand why everyone was against this idea. His students were angry because they had nothing in common with the tavern. They were going to teach the workers a lesson, because no one could do anything here without their approval. At some point, they even discussed that they should pay them a share. But the guys didn't understand where they were going. Gonchik was resting at that moment. Soki brought him some water, asking him to drink and rest. The man did not refuse this offer, because his throat was really dry. He thanked the girl, to which she happily said that this was all nothing compared to their work. The man thought to himself that, looking at Soki, he remembered his daughter, because she was just as young, hoping that she is treated well in Choi Dae-moon's house. Suddenly the man heard screams. The guys in white clothes asked who was in charge here and for everyone to come out. Hearing that an ordinary carpenter was standing in front of them, they ordered him to get out of the way, starting to shout for the owner to come out as quickly as possible. At that moment, the Beastmaster appeared before them. Van asked what was the matter and who they were. The master thought to himself that this man looked like the owner of an inn. Wang smiled to himself and asked if this was the Kunlun sect. Seeing the ridicule, the students immediately began to angrily ask why he was grinning. He asked them if they knew who he was. The master took a closer look, realizing that only a great master could emit such energy. Moreover, looking at his weapon, he saw a crescent moon. They immediately recognized the master of the beasts and stood in a stupor. Their leader immediately asked if he was really the master of beasts, to which he received a positive answer, which horrified him. With a trembling voice, he asked what such a respected master was doing here. The answer killed the master because the man said that he worked here. At some point, the Kunlun sect member thought that the person standing in front of him was an imposter. So, passing by, he decided to meet the owner. But our hero blocked his way, saying that there was no need for that. Smiling, he said that they would have to deal with him first. They immediately looked in his direction without understanding. And here is the Kunlun sect, the building of elders. The elders at the meeting discussed if there was any news from the elder who went to the tavern. However, no one heard any news, even though a lot of time had passed. The first elder suggested checking, because they could get into trouble. And now the Kunlun disciples and the elder went to calm the inn workers. However, when they got there, they couldn't believe their eyes. After all, their comrades are working, They were digging the ground right now. One of the students decided to check everything, but the Master of Beasts stopped them too, immediately introducing himself to everyone. They heard about one of the 4 heavenly rulers, and the man proudly said that it was him. The first elder could not believe his eyes. Angrily, Wang told them not to even try to understand what he was doing here, because even he didn't understand. So he ordered them to do what he said, and then they would be able to leave here peacefully. Naturally, the members of the Kunlun sect did not agree with this. He asked if they couldn't see what their boys were doing. In response, they only got angry, because there were more than 30 of them, and an ordinary master was against them. But our hero didn't think so, and began to collect energy. Raising his weapon, he shouted loudly for them to get to work quickly. Hitting the ground, causing the entire area to tremble, he shouted at them not to even think about loafing around here. Seeing this power, the disciples, like the elder, were no longer so daring. They immediately set to work, while our hero Van commanded them. At some point, he even urged them on so that they wouldn't shirk. Gonchik watched all this, still amazed, thinking to himself that they could finish much faster. And here we are again, the building of the Kunlun sect. Leader Baek Hak shouted, not believing that the first elder had not returned either. And so a huge number of students lined up discussing why they were gathered. The heads discussed among themselves that the chief elder had decided to remain on guard. Everyone agreed with this, because someone had to stay. The man shouted that there were more than 100 people in the Kunlun Inn, so they were going to sort things out with them by discussing their financial situation. At that moment, a man appeared in front of them, who introduced himself as the cook of this tavern, named Baek Yu. He asked what brought them to the tavern, while they were amazed at their energy. The man with the black beard introduced himself as Baek Hak, the leader of the Kunlun sect. Chunsum laughed because there were a lot of punching bags. Wang was also laughing at this moment because a new workforce had arrived. The students did not understand among themselves who they should help and why. Suddenly one of them pointed his finger, shouting for them to look. Right at this very second, the first and second elders were working hard. One of the elders shouted and asked how they had the right to treat them so humiliatingly. But Beku didn't answer them right away. Suddenly one of the elders recognized our hero, remembering what happened not so long ago, asking if he had come to their sect and was talking some nonsense. Our hero, looking in his direction, also did not immediately answer. While the elders began to talk among themselves, suddenly the elders said that they really did have closed practices before. But our hero interrupted them, saying that they came here with bad intentions. He said that the former owner had purchased this land for money, and now his granddaughter was managing this place, and this place had nothing to do with them. It was these words that made everyone around tense. The gray-haired elder continued to ask what right he had to talk to them like that. Our hero looked in his direction silently, taking the stick from the ground and starting to collect internal energy. Having picked it up, everyone saw it, but did not understand what it was for. Beku was going to teach everyone here a simple lesson. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if it was Baek Hak. It was Master Nogok, which the black-bearded man immediately recognized. At that very moment, the great master greeted his friend, surprising absolutely everyone. He asked why he needed this branch. The elder thought to himself that he couldn't believe that these two were friends. Nogok switched to Kunlun, asking why they came here. And at that moment, Baek Hak realized that things would be bad for them if Nogok found out what they were up to. The old man asked why they were silent and did not answer him. Pek was saved by his comrade, who said that they came here to help them. Nogok, hearing this, was delighted, saying that this was a good deed. At that very second, our main character lowered the branch, starting to walk with the old man, discussing the tincture he brought this time. Van at this point turned to Gonchik, telling him to give them work. Thanks to this, the tavern was expanded much faster than expected. And now a whole month has passed. A huge building was visible right in the forest. This was our new tavern, which absolutely everyone was happy about. Goshnik was happy because he was able to fulfill such a magnificent order, even though he thought that he would never pick up a hammer again. So he thanked the man, asking how much they owed him. And the man replied that he had already been paid. He thanked them for the opportunity. After all, he built a real masterpiece, and he also ate wonderful food. The man also added that he would be happy to visit them and would wait for an invitation. Beku asked when he planned to return home, to which he received the answer, now. Therefore, the inn's cook was going to accompany him. The Trinity said goodbye to the man, asking him to remember them and their delicious food. And so, literally a few seconds later, our heroes were in Jinan. The man thanked Beck for helping him get there, to which our main character thanked the man in response, saying that he now owed him a lot. The man spoke about money, but Beck did not mean it at all, saying that he suffered because of a man named Choi Demon. He added that he heard this story as soon as he arrived here for the first time. With an angry look, he asked if the man had betrayed him, to which Gonchik lowered his head and remained silent. He began to tell that they were close, like brothers. Their friendship began when he was adopted by his father, and it so happened that they both fell in love with the same girl, that is, his future wife. She chose him, but her father was against it, so they had to leave home. But his wife fell ill and died, leaving him with a daughter, and he returned home when he learned that his father was dying. He was happy to see his granddaughter, but soon died. He had to raise his daughter on her feet, so he devoted himself entirely to work. But suddenly those around him began to look at him suspiciously. A rumor began to spread that he had stolen his wife and would take the family fortune. Choi Dae-moon had made this up in order to take control of the family. And in the end, all his work became Choi Dae-moon's achievement. He deceived his relatives and kicked him out. Well, he took his daughter hostage and turned her into his servant. Shedding tears, the man said that it was all his fault. Turning around, our hero said that this was not so, because someone else deserved punishment. And so our hero found himself in the Gon family. A man was having dinner at the table, devouring food like a real pig, screaming about its taste. Suddenly, something hard appeared in his mouth. He immediately spat it out, asking what it was. And then he started shouting and asking who prepared it, because he almost lost a tooth because of it. He started pointing his finger and asking who it was, ordering them to show him. A woman immediately ran out and started apologizing. In a trembling voice, she said that she didn't do it on purpose. But the man was not going to put up with this, ordering that pliers be brought to pull out her tooth. At that very moment, a loud voice was heard, which said that he knew that he was an ugly person. Seeing the boy sitting there, the pig immediately asked who he was, to which our hero replied that he was a cook from Kunlun. Starting to slowly approach the fat man, the man turned to the guards and ordered them to grab him. They immediately rushed towards the guy, intending to kill him, to which our hero slowly began to raise his head, shouting for them to stand still. They immediately felt the terrifying energy that emanated from this guy, realizing that it was better for them not to move, because they all had such a strange feeling. But the pig didn't feel this, screaming and asking why they stood like a pillar. Baekhu interrupted him and praised his mercenaries because they really are top-level masters. After all, if they were ordinary fighters, they would have attacked him long ago. The man didn't understand what he was talking about when he was about to hit him, but our hero simply put his palm forward, having said that it is not better for him not to do this. After all, at that very second our hero began to twist his arm, thus breaking the man's arm and causing him to roll over. Immediately there was such a loud scream that the whole house heard it. The head of the house lay trembling on the ground, asking for mercy. He didn't understand why he was being treated this way. Baekhu asked if he really didn't know his guilt. Hearing that he didn't know, our hero immediately squeezed his hand, causing him to feel pain. Drooling, the man asked to stop. Our hero let go of his hand at that very moment, telling him to repent of his sins, and then he would give him a chance for forgiveness. Baekhu ordered him to put everything back in place, but the man did not understand what he was talking about, to which our protagonist explained that he needed to return all of Gonchik's property and position in the family, and also admit that it was he who spread the rumors. He gave him 2 days to do all this, warning him of the consequences. With a trembling voice, the pig asked if Gonchik had really sent him. While our hero was leaving, everyone stood in shock. Without any interference, Baekhu was able to go outside. The girl stood with red cheeks, because she was happy to hear her father's name. And so some time passed. Choi Dae-moon handed over to Gonchik not only the family documents, but also the position of head of the family. He also admitted that the stories were fiction. Goshnik didn't understand how this could happen in just one night. Having met Baekhu, he thanked him, because it was all thanks to him. And our hero only said that everything is now in its place, because this is his payment for help. The girl suggested that the master have lunch with them, but our hero refused because they were opening soon. Having also added that after his departure, a bird would fly to them, the black-haired man asked to take care of it. Both heroes were glad that they met each other. The head of the family and his daughter bowed as Baek left, and now our hero found himself in the tavern. The people who came in looked attentively towards the tavern, discussing that the rumors turned out to be true. They were greeted by Mrs. Sohee, who told them that they could take a table on the top floor, but the guys preferred to have lunch outside. They understood that no other tavern could compare with this one. The guys asked if their chef had changed, to which they received a negative answer. Sohee also said that their menu has expanded, which surprised the men. Having given them the menu, they immediately began to study it. They were happy with this menu because it made everything much easier. At one point, they even said that it was the best tavern in the world. The guys also talked about the Sichuan culinary tournament, which will take place in the near future in Sichuan province. Having said that, they say that Sichuan has the most delicious cuisine, and in this same province there are many famous taverns and chefs, and at this tournament chefs gather to compete for the title of the best. They also added that the prize fund was huge, which attracted Salmon. He immediately asked what amount we were talking about. Last year there were 100,000 young, but this year there will be more, because every year there are more and more. And the winner is promoted, as is the tavern where he works. Promotes an alliance formed by numerous restaurants and inns in Sichuan province. The boy immediately asked about the dates of the event, but the guys did not know the exact date. After thinking for a moment, the young worker thanked them for the information. And then he approached Beck, saying that he had news for him. The tavern cook immediately told him to tell the story. 5 months ago, on the edge of the border, far from the central plain, in a merciless battle, where the line between life and death is so thin, there was one who sought a new way. It was the famous Zhang Cheon, who defeated half of their army in a year. The man screamed, holding his sword in his hands. A strong opponent immediately appeared and asked him how dare he do so, starting to swing his spear, immediately rushing towards Chan, intending to kill him. Like the black-haired man himself, he also intended to deal with the leader. At one point he even jumped, finding itself directly above his head, and in the end, Zhang Cheon was able to cut off his enemy's head, causing the enemy forces to lose their fighting spirit, and then immediately throw down your weapon. Although he cringed, Chang was not happy with this turn of events, shouting at them not to even think about giving up. He ordered them to take up arms and go to their wives and children. They did not understand how they were being released without any conditions. However, they decided to trust, so they immediately fled. The commander's subordinates did not understand what he was doing, because the enemies were running away. But Chan said that enough was enough, because he was already tired of it. Some time later, standing in front of the boar carcass, he began to gather internal energy into his sword, and then, thrusting it straight into the dead animal, he threw it up. At that moment, the dead body of the animal began to burn with fire. With quick movements of the sword, the man cut it into several small pieces. His subordinates thought that this was truly incredible, because their commander was the strongest. Literally a few seconds later, the meat was ready. At that moment, the commander shouted that there was not enough salt, so he sprinkled it on the meat, shouting for everyone to attack while it was hot. And so some time passed, and shouts were heard from the commander's tent. After all, Chan was about to leave. His comrade couldn't believe it, and Wang explained that their detachment defeated the Mongols under the command of the emperor, but he couldn't obey his orders forever. After all, no one knew what the future emperor would demand. His goals were becoming more and more insane each time. His interlocutor asked tensely whether he was really going to go against the will of the emperor, to which Chan replied that he knew everything, that his order was complete nonsense, which surprised his interlocutor. He immediately addressed him by name, calling him Tan Yep, and then he handed him the sword, saying that he was now the deputy commander and would lead the detachment. Well, he immediately began to leave, while his former subordinate stood in place, without the slightest movement. Wang asked to be informed that he had gone crazy and left the military camp. He wanted them to blame him, without touching the detachment. While he left, everyone was kneeling and bowing to him. The tavern is peaceful at present. A huge number of guests stayed there. Among themselves, they did not understand why there were so many guests. Some people assumed it was all because of the new chef, who prepares truly incredibly delicious dishes. Carrying them, even the air changes. They thought it was all because of him. After all, the cook dealt with all the violators. Some even said that they saw for themselves how he took everyone down with one swing. And now they come here, not afraid of anything, and also having eaten deliciously. At some point they even thought that the higher powers had sent this cook to this tavern. A man passing by thought to himself that this really could be so. At this time, real magic was happening in the kitchen. That same commander of the Imperial Army worked in the kitchen. Upon entering, the man immediately addressed him. While Chan smiled, he answered, "I'm listening, sir." The owner was happy, saying that he would raise his salary, because it was all thanks to him. As he was leaving, the man also added that sales had increased, so he would constantly raise his salary. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, suddenly remembering something, telling him that there would soon be a culinary competition, asking if he would like to participate in it. The black-haired Chan himself did not immediately answer at that very second. At the same time in the Kunlun Inn, Baeku and Chunsum stood in front of the workers, saying goodbye. Some discussed the prize money and the publicity, so he was also happy because they could hit the jackpot. Turning to the Beastmaster, Baeku addressed the beast by name, surprising the man. The black-haired man asked to guard the tavern while they were gone. Van's face immediately lit up. He happily agreed. Thinking that Baeku was relying on him, he thought it was very cool. Already after the departing heroes, all the employees shouted, wishing them good luck. Chunsum walked and told Baeku that he needed to make dumplings, explaining that they are the most delicious and the taste of the meat is excellent. Our hero didn't understand, asking if maybe he should cook a meat dish instead. To which the demonic master explained that they also have a vegetable flavor, and the dough has such a taste that you never get tired of them. At that moment, the main character thought that the combination of different tastes gives birth to something new. With a smile on his face, he thanked his companion. Chunsum, in turn, still did not understand why they left 5 days before the start, and on foot at that.